Number two, it's something that I really want to build on for you all, meaning it's sort of like the bullet train. It starts slower, gets faster, faster. And I hope you're all here for the duration because I'm here for the duration for you. We purposely didn't want a lot of people. There's 100, 200 people that'll be on this max. And I'm going to do something that I think is really fun. Anybody that ever was with Tony back in the days that he used to do business mastery in Amsterdam and London, that's where we started developing this J-Day process that we're going to use today and the Platt Day. But we used to do it differently, and we're going to do a derivative today. We used to get people at three mics. We would have 30, 40 people each at three mics, and they would have 3 minutes to pose their biggest single problem, challenge, issue, opportunity, that if that alone was meaningfully solved, resolved, strategized, and they stopped right there, their business would be dramatically enhanced. They'd be in joyous happiness because they'd go back and they would have an answer that would take them to a much higher place. By the way, there are two ways to look at business growth. One is A to Z, and one is looking at log jams and bottlenecks. I can do both. I have methodology that starts right in the beginning and starts with low-hanging fruit, and it basically it emancipates all this money you leave on the table, and then it uses that money to fund more breakthroughs. I can go right wherever the biggest bottleneck is. If you think of a log jam, pull that out, and then all kinds of commerce profitability flows. A couple of other points that will be inherent in everything I do and are fundamental elements I want you to know of. Everyone taught for many years the 10x moonshot, growth trajectory aspiration. There's a couple problems with that. If you go for 10x revenue growth, moonshot revenue growth, it is very achievable. However, you've got to figure out the right experts to guide you because it's not going to happen on your own. Normally, it's technologically driven. You got to bring these experts together, never worked together or in your industry. It's going to cost more, take longer, like building a custom house. While you're doing it, you're going to have to keep your regular business approach going. To fund all this, you're either going to have to borrow or you're going to have to take it out of cash flow or you're going to have to dilute your equity. And when it's finally ready, it's frequently not going to perform initially the way you want. And it can be very, very stressful and challenging. It is infinitely easier to 10x moonshot your bottom line first because it can usually be done with no extra effort, no extra risk, no extra expense, no extra resources in the beginning, and any additional ones you need are self-funded. And then you take that momentum of increased cash flow, and then you fund your 10x. And a couple of other points: breakthroughs, innovations, game-changing approaches do not have to be technologically driven, although they can. I have a client in New York. They're the number one Honda and Acura dealer in North America, probably the world. And they got into a couple of breakthrough thinkings, and I had some influence on some of them, not all. During COVID, they started picking up and delivering cars for service. Nobody was doing that. Today, they've done 150,000 transactions, and it's massively lucrative. That was the breakthrough, was just being willing to do that. Then they did a technological one where they came up with an app like Uber, so you know the status of your car all the time. You don't have to call and be put on hold and frustrated. They also, and this is where I had influence, realized that one of the best times, places, and scenarios to sell a new car to somebody is when their car is in service and they're sitting there. If the car is in impeccably wonderful condition for its genre, you can go up to the owner and you can say that car is so cherry that we'll give you a far greater trade-in allowance than normal, and we can very probably keep your payment at or below the same. If the car is really a piece of you know what, and the bill estimate comes in and it's 8,000, 9,000, it's atrocious, you can go to them and say, look, rather than you paying that amount of money and the car being worth not a penny more, we'll give you an above market credit or trade-in, and we'll keep your payment the same. And both of those scenarios work, and we played with it. Now they have 8 people in one service department and 2 in a smaller one, and they're generating over $1 million of gross profit a month. Breakthroughs can come from high tech, but they can come from just seeing correlations, implications, patterns that nobody else recognizes. I'm going to try today to incorporate a multiplicity of breakthrough thinking that I think you will be not just fascinated, but mesmerized by. I will try continually. And Brian, if I stop doing it after a while, you can intervene and nicely or not nicely ask me to be more educational as we're going and help explain what's at work here, the dynamic that is driving this. And because most of these are universal and with a little bit of adaptation, almost all of you can adopt and apply or extrapolate everything I'm going to talk about. A couple other things, and then we'll get started. Number one is that I said I have been on a mission since I started because I realized you can work on the geometry of the business. Takes same amount of time, same amount of effort, same amount of risk, same amount of capital, same amount of people, same amount of access to the market to get 1x, 3x, 10x. Takes same amount of effort to get a static sale versus get a sale that's set up to be residual over and over again. Takes same amount of fixed costs, salaries for salespeople who produce X or get them to produce 150X. All leads aren't worth the same. All sources aren't worth the same. If you don't know what different categories of buyers, of prospects, of sources of them, advertising, referral, are worth, then you are either speculating too much or too little on what you invest in salespeople, commission, advertising, servicing, because you don't really know the game you're playing. And I'll try to do demonstrable evidence of this throughout interactions we'll do in real scenarios. I came to prominence very, very many decades ago because I came from the mail order business originally. And the mail order business was the earliest industry to realize things like variability. Variability means you try something one way, it produces X. You try it another way, it can be 3, 4, 5X now, and residually even more. You can change a headline or the equivalent. A headline, you all know what it is, the block of big oversized letters at the beginning of an ad or the beginning of a website landing page. And that can double, redouble. There have been research, it could be up to 21 times more. But you can change the equivalent. The equivalent is the subject line in an email. It's the first paragraph a salesman or woman says when somebody calls on them or when they call on somebody else or when somebody comes by at a trade show. We have tested 33 different ways as an example of greeting somebody at the front door of a very, very large furniture store and gotten one of them that tripled conversion. I'll tell you what it was later. We have changed a headline in an ad that was a lead generator and 500% increased results. Same amount of money, same amount of paid space, changed just the words at the top, 5 times more buyers. And oh, by the way, an average unit of sale that was about 40% higher because it qualified more and it credentialized better. The point I'm making is there's all this variability. If you sell and you have salespeople and there's a lot of variability, some sell a little, some sell a lot, people think that salesmen and women are omnipotent, that they should be able to sell any kind of market, any kind of decision maker, every kind of product, every kind of upgrade, every kind of full margin. And that's not true. When you analyze skill sets, you'll see that somebody's excel at one thing, somebody at another. And I'm going to teach you what's called PEQ optimization, performance enhancement quotient, but I'm not going to teach it theoretically as I would if we were doing a training program. I'm going to teach it empirically by showing it in action as I advise somebody, and then I'll do an out of body and explain it to you. A couple other things, and then we're really all ready to get started. This will go approximately 6 hours. Depending on the intensity of sessions, I'll stop for 5 or 10 minutes at an hour or two to give you a mental break, and we'll do a little exercise because I do not like to be intellectual entertainment. When I invest my expertise, whether I'm paid or free, I want to make sure that people are getting something out of it and they're not just superficially having a nice, enjoyable experience. So I want to see how it lands. I want to see if it takes root. I want to get your feedback. I want to see the insights you gain from observing. So I'd ask you, if you're going to participate, turn your computer off on anything but this. Don't take other calls. Don't take, and please don't take notes. I don't, if there are any note takers on this, take them off. I didn't do this to freely share it ongoing. This is proprietary. It is the expertise that I have been paid very richly for. I'm freely sharing it, but it's not being shared for you to use over and over again. And we're not planning on doing a replay. I am tough love. Tony and I together are hilarious. He's a little bit more benevolent most of the time. When he does an intervention, he can be harsh. I tend to be no nonsense. When you have your chance up, I'll ask you, give me the biggest question, the biggest issue, the biggest challenge, the biggest opportunity. One, and give me as much context. Here's the business we're in. Here's how we market, sell. Here's the scope. Here's the target audience we're after, and here's the biggest problem I have to solve. Here's the biggest question I have. Here's the biggest opportunity. You all get one if you want to take advantage. I was fascinated because very few of you submitted a question. We're going to play a different game. But the thing I would like to say is, unless you think your business is fully optimized, unless you're selling everybody you can, everything you can, for as long as you can at full margin, and everybody in your organization that is in revenue generation mode is operating at optimum, and there's no wiggle room for improvement, you should have a question or more. You should have a problem or more. You should have a challenge or more. You should have opportunities or many opportunities that aren't either being fully monetized, or you don't even know how to get started with. I'm here to serve you. Each one of you will have a chance to pose one. I don't know how many of each one of you. There should be 150 or so that will probably show up. Maybe 2, maybe only 100. Doesn't matter to me because I'm having fun with these kind of sessions. And we're going to go through it until such time as I feel I've achieved my goal. My goal is to blow up your mental model so you see how much more is possible from everything. My goal is to break through your glass ceiling so you see that you really can operate at what I call the exponential zone and be understanding the exponential edge, how to make decisions that produce many times more yield for the same time, effort, etc. One more thing, and then I got started originally accidentally. I was the accidental tourist, so to speak. I got started at age 18. I had no education. I don't recommend that. I had no relationships with anybody who could give me a great opportunity. I got married, had 2 kids at 20, the need of somebody 40, nobody cared. The only people that would give me opportunity were crazy but brilliant entrepreneurs, and they would not give me a salary. It was an eat what you kill. You generate money, you generate revenue streams, you get peace, you don't. They didn't care if I worked 1 minute or 20 hours a day. They just cared, do you make money for me, kid, or not? So I was able, because time wasn't the denominator, to do 4, 5, 6 things at a time in my younger adult beginnings, and fortuitously, I never did them in the same industry. Why that became fortuitously is that after about 10 different industries, not business involvements and gambits, I made a distinct realization that forever changed my life and allowed me to forever change the lives of an enormous number of people, Tony included, and he reciprocally has changed mine.
Voi kroz
I
Tony
realize that people in one industry do
Mene,
not
pošto
have
sam
a
ja
clue how people in other
subscribe-o
industries
to
think,
za neki
act,
dio, pa da
transact
dobiješ ponekad
business,
malo ovo
and that most people in one
pošalju
industry,
da
plus or minus
radi
10,
neki kurs tako
20%, do
nešto.
pretty much the same thing the
Sad
same
sam
way as
pričaš
everybody
sad.
else. And when you do that, even if you're
Ovo je sad live.
much harder worker,
Mhm.
much better, you're going to get only incremental growth. If you learn higher, better, safer, faster, more powerful alternative strategies, business models, sales approaches, advertising approaches, access vehicles, monetization theorems, and you integrate into your business methodologies that none of your competitors understand, you have profound advantage. That's where explosive growth comes from. And so when I made that distinction, I basically created something that I call funnel vision instead of tunnel vision. And I went on a mission to learn everything I could about every business I could in the revenue set area. By the way, when it's your turn, if you avail yourself to ask me question, problem, etc., please contain it to the area I'm good at. I'm not a management guy, although I can probably give you a little bit. I'm not an operation person. I'm not a digital marketer, but I can give you psychological. What I am is I'm a breakthrough consultant, probably one of the best ones you'll ever meet, just being clinical. I'm a very astute strategist. I am masterfully good at competitive advantage. I am world-class at joint venture, strategic alliance, endorsement, co-branding, getting your business to be the recommended provider, referral networks, and I'm enormously good at elevating a business to a strategic distinction of being preeminent. If you need somebody for supply chain and you ask me a question, I'll probably go like that. So make the opportunity to interact with me as bountiful for you as possible. Last point to reflect on. Breakthroughs come from outside your industry more than in. If all you do is learn best practices, as impressive as that sounds, unless you learn best practices 3 or 4 months earlier than everybody else in the industry, if you even do that, you have a short window of opportunity. But when everyone learns the same best practice, that best practice all of a sudden turns into a standard operating procedure. And while it can make you more effective, efficient, qualitative, it can make everybody, so the advantage that you're seeking, you abdicate. You basically learn breakthroughs from outside the industry that your competitors don't have any clue of. They don't even understand it because a lot of times there's nuances below the surface. You have profound advantage. Think about this. Fiber optics that transformed the entire telecommunication industry was not discovered in telecommunication. It came from aerospace and was borrowed. FedEx created an entire industry of overnight delivery by 10 o'clock by borrowing what's called the hub and spoke check cashing methodology that the Federal Reserve Bank uses to prohibit people from bouncing checks. Do I have it here? Hold on 1 second. Reach in my pocket. The ballpoint pen or roll-on deodorant, one was borrowed from the other. Rogaine was pimple medicine, Viagra was heart medicine, the #1 baby buggy manufacturer in the world. $500 million, they borrowed the collapsible wheels from airplanes. The point I'm making is, if all you do is stay in the incremental and the linear zone that is your industry, you're playing a very limited game. There is a fallacy that I believe. A lot of people think there are a lot of things outside their control and they just accept it. You have control on your margins, you have a control on your growth rate, you have control on reducing concentration risk, you have control, I think I introduced this last year at Tony's, on multiplying the multiple and having your business be worth an enormous amount more than the industry standard multiple. You have to grasp how it's done, and then you have to do it. So, okay, I think that's a good start. So let me tell you how we are going to do this in the beginning. And this is a labor of love for me. It's a glint in my eye. It's not going to be perfect. We don't have a huge production team like Tony. I'm sitting in my office in Los Angeles. Brian is in San Francisco. My one of my children who runs the technology and the operations is somewhere else. So if we have breakdowns, please don't get mad. We're doing this as contribution. Yeah, and what is the method to my madness? The method to my madness, first and foremost, is to blow your mind in a way that you are so haunted and obsessed to take action that I know that my investment pays off. Two is to demonstrate to you how to think at an elevated strata that is so rarefied that you can start operating in forever. Number three is to engineer breakthroughs for each one of you that everybody else can see application to. We do have a purpose that is not selfish. We have something very interesting I'm going to play around with, which is something I've never done before. Time allow, I'll tell you about it, but I won't even go there until we've powered through an enormous amount of breakthrough discoveries. But remember this, breakthroughs don't have to be intimidating. Breakthroughs do not have to be dangerous. Breakthroughs do not have to be technologically based. Breakthroughs are about coming up with greater advantage value for a market through a mechanism, preferably that you alone command and control. Brian, was that a decent enough setup, or did I miss anything?
That was a great setup. And I just want to make you aware of some engagement that I got during your introduction. You had mentioned in the very beginning that you have probably benefited because you're in this room from some of your strategies, and you went on to list them. And I asked which of Jay's strategies that he just mentioned had the most impact on you. And some of those that were brought up were the Power Parthenon. I'm scrolling through here. The 10-10-10, of course. And the other one that was mentioned was the preeminence, by far surpassing all the others. So I just want to let you know that people are already engaged, which is great.
And time allowing, this is fluid, meaning I'm a blob of totally loose and formative clay. We can change the game throughout this, and it looks to me that there's an opportunity to help you in different ways. I want to do interaction because, frankly, that's my preference. I don't like to be a theoretical in any way. I like to take off the gloves and deal with specific scenarios. But throughout this, if I see that there's a universal priority or hierarchy of felt needs, I can do a little diversion, a little detour, and do a little quick distillation of any or many of my 97 different exponential growth methodologies. And the one thing I was going to say, Brian talks about that. I deal in an automatic sort of a macro sense now, and I don't even remember in terms of teaching all my methodologies. But one time, in fact, let me see if I've got it here. Just 1 second. Yeah, I got it here. Hold on 1 second.
So Jay, while you're grabbing that, for a technical standpoint to help out the team, please submit your question in the chat and raise your hand, because that helps us find you in the list, and we're going to do something called promote you. Go ahead.
But no, I want to do a little different.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Here, I was going to show something. Years ago, when we were in the seminar business, we did follow up after about a year, and we got, this is a book full of testimonials from these years ago, and I'm not showing this to impress you. I'm showing it to make a different point. These are all letters that were submitted as testimonials, but in case study form. And at the time, because I was teaching this myriad of marketing principles, 25% of the reported success stories came merely by improving or adding a more powerful risk reversal. But risk reversal is only one of probably 150 leverage points you have in your revenue system. And I will try to teach you what's called RSO, Revenue System Optimization. What that means is everybody has a revenue system. It may be a strategic one. It may be you may be very aware of it. It may be accidental. Your revenue system may be that you just have built this thing on pure word of mouth or organic episodic referrals. It may be that your revenue system is driven by just having a great location in a shopping center. Doesn't matter. You have a revenue system. I'm making my hands out because it starts before the first mile and who and how you target. It ends past the last mile when you've given up and you've either sold everything you can or you haven't sold them anything. And you've got your KPIs, your key performance indicators. Everybody, or at least hopefully everybody, has some measuring factors that they correlate, they quantify, they compare, they adjust. But what you don't know, because most people have 5 or 6, maybe 10, there's probably 20 to 30 OPIs, overlooked performance indicators, that are really leverage points that are not measured, that are interconnected. And now I forgot one thing. I'm glad I said that. 2 ways to get to exponential. One is breakthroughs. The other, ironically, is to do a multiple of incremental improvements. Tony teaches the 10-10-10. It's my 3-way to grow business model, and he teaches it in macro context. Increase the number of buyers, 10%, increase the size of the transaction, and thus the profit, 10%, increase the frequency or the utility. Utility means if you have nothing else to sell, you find something else that is complementary, what they would buy before or during or after or even instead, so you could double or redouble the lifetime value. And that's all well and good. However, there are multitudes of other interrelated factors that have the same 10-10-10, except we're going to be 10-10-10-10-10-10. Not going to teach you right now, but if I get into the Power Parthenon, and I'll give you the foundation right now, it's predicated on an assumption that the vast majority of businesses have only one major revenue source that they concentrate and depend on, and that if anything goes wrong with that, they are screwed. But we try to get our clients to have as many as 8 different total revenue streams, because you can access markets from different vantage points. You can access niches you don't get. You can do all kinds of things. But if you have 8 instead of 1, even if the one that you've been depending on has been 100%, and the other 7 only add 15, 10, 20% more each, it's not 10, 15, 20, it's 10 times 15 times 20. And there's a multitude of areas in my body of work that I will try, if I can keep myself focused while I'm on a roll here, to share with you, because the power of geometry harnessed is one of the greatest competitive advantages you can have. It is very interesting. I think some of you might have been Platts or Lions at Tony's last time, and every time I do a day with Tony, I always introduce for a couple hours a thesis that I'm working on at that year. And last year was Multiply Your Multiple, and we were showing people that there is precedent. I did all this research, and I showed them all these companies that sold for many times more multiple than their industry standard. And the reasons were they had a faster than industry growth rate, they had a bigger than industry profit margin, they had less concentration risk, and they had a decisive advantage. And most of the people think, well, the only way I can get an advantage is if I have a technology that's patented or if I have exclusivity. That is not true. If you have twice the lifetime value per buyer or per lead, and you can actually have value in each lead that you measure and you quantify, you have a lot more what's called allowable cost that you can invest in the front end to bring people in, to compensate people better, to add bonuses, and that is a decisive advantage your competitors won't even understand. I don't want to give you too much, because I've been doing this a lifetime, and I've been doing it in all these different forums, worlds, and disciplines, but we're going to get started. Here's how I'd like to do it, Brian. I would like to have a mix. My sweet spot are companies $10 to $100 million that have enough moving parts, enough assets in play, enough infrastructure, enough stability that I can leverage the heck out of it. But about 3/4 of you are under 5 million, and I want to try to serve both of you, and I want to have a mix. If you are are a larger company, I'd like to start with you because we can get some momentum, and then we'll feed in the smaller ones and we'll deal, because sometimes your issues need to be treated in a different context. All of you, the moment you decide that an answer I give, a strategy I share, a perspective I spawn with somebody doesn't apply for you, is the moment you might as well literally get off this and go back to status quo existence, because the breakthroughs come from you seeing implications, applications, translations of something from outside that can be directly or indirectly applied to you. If your rigidity doesn't allow you to do that, I will make it much less wasteful for you, because everything we do in our lives as an entrepreneur, as a human being, we're decision scientists and we're investors. Every second of every day, we are making decisions, and the outcome of those decisions produce the results we get. And we are investing. We're investing time, we're investing resources, attention, opportunity costs. And if you are investing and the yield you get can't be above market now and at much higher ROI residually, you should do something else with your time. So here's how I'd like you to do it. The larger ones first. I want to get to see who's here, and then we'll have the rest. And what you want to do is this. Right now, take a deep breath and think about this. Pick one problem, challenge, issue, question, opportunity that falls within my realm. And I told you what I'm not. So if you ask me questions on that, I will not be world class. I will be classless, and I won't have a good answer, and it would be a misalignment of the intention. But when it's your turn, then contact Brian, all of you, and he will pick you. You don't have to tell him what it is yet. You can surprise me, but here's the key. You've got to be able to express it very, very sinewy. I want to know what kind of business you're in. If you can give me the scope, that would be very helpful. The profile, the generic profile of the audience you're targeting, how you drive the business. In other words, what are the revenue what is or are the revenue generators? And then what your one question is, what your one issue is, what your one problem, or what your one opportunity. You only get one, and we'll do rounds, and hopefully all of you will have something. But if a lot of people don't, you might get 2 or 3 rounds. I'm going to play this out for the full 6 hours, as long as there's plenty of interaction. If there's not, it'll be very short, but not because I'm unwilling to contribute and invest massively. And then we'll have dialogue. I can't, these are not consultations. These are not, the kind of 90-minute hot seats and the day-long ones that we do when we work with people. But I promise, if you stay attentive and you stay very, very pliable as far as your ability to see application, implication, translation, by the end of the day, the person that leaves this experience will have encountered something very transformative, and you will not ever think, act, or want to transact business the same way. Very auspicious promise. I believe I can deliver it if you collaborate with me, but if you don't give me the input, I can't give you the output that will make it possible. Does that help, Brian?
It does a lot, and I'm going to let Roger know we're going to be bringing you up after Sam, so I will be trying to be one ahead as we do this. So Sam, why don't you tell Jay a little bit about your business and the challenge you are wanting to solve?
Hi, Sam. This is
Sam,
right? How are you?
It's great to be on and meet you. You're a bit of a legend in my eyes, a marketing legend in fairness. I've got your books, and I've made some big leaps with your books, so I appreciate that. This one's a little bit of an odd one. So this business is around £1 million turnover. And we're talking hypothetically here. I've got to be very, very careful what I say. So hypothetically, I may or may not know an associate that may or not have intellectual property that could be a proven system to create sale events for high-ticket retailers. This is for cars, furniture, jewelers, wardrobes, carpets, etc. Theoretically, this intellectual property creates sales that last for 3 weeks long, where the retailer would generate between a quarter and a third of the annual revenue each time. If this existed, what would be the best way to take this to North America? So I've put 3 options. Obviously, you're the facilitator. I've got license the IP to the retailers themselves, franchise the hypothetical company, or take the company to the States and North America myself. And I'm wondering how.
Yeah, okay, good question. But before I answer, I do want larger companies first. And so
Sure.
you got to be the discriminator, but let me answer. And I like storytelling. I think Tony does as well, but I really like storytelling, but they're empirically true stories. They're not theoretical or made up ones. So many years ago, somebody, a news person, did an interview with me, and they asked if they took all of my portfolio of methodologies away, and I only had one that I had to keep. What would it be? And I always said strategic alliances, joint venture, relational capital, whatever you want to call it, strategic alliance. Yeah. And I said, because you can plug into millions, tens, hundreds of millions of other people's access, credibility, and trust, and get into markets instantly. What I would do is this. First of all, I wouldn't just go with your theoretical. You've got to show, well, if you came to me with that proposition, and I don't, because it's not what I would do, but if you came to me, first thing I'd say, show me valid proof, and I want to talk to everyone who's ever used it to see what kind of variability and what kind of under-recognized complexities, problems there are, both with the system and with implementing. But let's assume that you passed muster on that. You had enough validation that it's true. Then I want to see if the selling environments in the UK translate reasonably here. So let's assume I validate those. So then what I would do is I would go and do research. I don't know if I'd hire someone, go on ChatGPT-4 or one of the other ones, and I'd want to know every individual and entity that has an advisory, trusted, consultating, or product service relationship with the decision maker at those retailers, at any retailer. There's always going to be in every industry experts. There's going to be the sales expert, the marketing expert, the merchandising expert if it's retail, the whatever. And there probably are other sale experts. And then if there are sale experts, before I ever got egg on my face, I'd want to see what the methodology they sell to make sure that you are different, complementary. But there are many experts who work their hearts out to get a client in a niche.
Yeah.
Usually, not always, Sam, once they get them and they pop the cork, they deliver the majority of their expertise. They don't have a lot more to sell other than maintenance or training new hires, but their work oftentimes has a profound positive effect, either in increasing sales, reducing expenses, whatever it's going to be, technological improvement, so that they have goodwill, that they have no economic way to monetize after they've delivered the majority of their expertise. So if you find the right people, it doesn't have to be one, they already have access, they already have the ability to get a CEO or a decision maker to pick up the phone, to read their email. You are best off, assuming you can validate the integrity of your proposition and its true viability, and prove it, to find people that already have the ear and the trust and direct access, and partner with them. I mean, the methodology, and then there's different ways to do it. Most of my life has been deployed, if that's the right word, getting either pure profit share or a retainer against that. I like being on the line to win, lose, draw. If I don't add value, then I don't get the lion's payoff. If I do, I do. But you have to figure the different models that can be deployed. There was a service I was aware of many years ago, and they did nothing like your hypothetical methodology, but they would go to retailers and they would do blowout sales and they would get something like 20%. They would manage a turnkey at everything, 20% of the gross. And that was a model, and this company made, I don't remember, like hundreds of millions of dollars. There's precedence for that. You can charge people if it's, and the question is it an annual? Is it a weekly? Is it a monthly? Is it categoric? I mean, there's a lot of questions I can't possibly get into, but the simple answer, all of you, is the easiest way to transform your business overnight with almost no investment or risk and be worldwide, nationwide, industry-wide is to partner with somebody else. Just a point of reference. When I was in the seminar business, and I was in it for about probably 5 years, we did $250 million, $250 million of revenue. And we did it with me investing almost 300 grand over the whole period. And we did it because I was able to get the Tony Robbins to endorse me to his buyers that had bought everything else and trusted him implicitly. I was able to get Brian Tracy. I was able to get 40 newsletters. I was able to get 4 big seminar companies, and that was here. I was able to get Entrepreneur Magazine, Success Magazine, the In-Flight magazines. I was able to get the largest promoter in Japan, in China, in Australia, in Singapore, in Malaysia, in the UK. They all put their efforts, their opportunities, their capital, human capital, their salespeople, their database, and all the years of goodwill they have already invested on the line for me, and I got half the revenue. So that's what I would do. I hope that helps.
Perfect. That's great, Jay. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, Brian. And
awesome.
I want to start with some larger ones, and then we'll come and we'll crescendo down to smaller ones.
We're evaluating that right now. Roger, if you could turn on your camera and welcome. Hi, Roger.
Hello.
Sam,
can you hear me?
Off or is Sam going to still stay on? Okay. Brian, yeah. Sam is. Bye, Sam. Sam's still here, Brian. Okay. Hi, Roger. How are
Hello,
you?
Jay.
How are you?
Sorry?
I said, how are you and where are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. It's a pleasure. I'm currently in Sweden, just south of Stockholm.
So,
okay.
What I can do for you?
Yes, absolutely. So, I part own a video games company. So we're $9 million revenue,
okay.
Just over 100 plus employees, and we do games for PC and console.
Okay.
The problem is that the last 2 games, the video games market has been pretty bad if you're a game developer. No liquidity for publishers, nobody signing deals, so we haven't been able to sign larger deals like you usually do. The business model is we get a publisher to fund the game development, they then publish and market the game, and then we revenue share. However, that's been pretty dry the past couple of years.
Okay.
The people love working at the company. The last time we had somebody voluntarily leave, they came back 6 months ago because they're like, okay, it's nothing like working here. It's the best company I've ever worked at. And it's not self-promotion, that's just based on my experience. They're very passionate, they're very skilled, but the business is struggling. I would love for this business to turn for profit. Right now, the war chest is pretty empty because we haven't signed deals. So I thought, okay, what can I do to make this, to turn this around, right? So we're doing small games right now that we're self-funding because we haven't had a publisher. That means they're lower cost. That means we can get them out there. And I'm coupling that with us doing our own community management right now. Usually game developers don't do this. I have a background from a startup that was just based on word of mouth, just got the gaming flag out and just rebuild that community. I very much believe in raving fans. So I'm trying to couple building a community with smaller games so we can get people hooked, increase our LTV just by keeping those people engaged, and just part of that is also, yeah.
Well, so give me the question, please.
Okay, question is.
I'm not trying to be rude, just want to compress.
Absolutely, sure. I don't know if I'm missing something. We're not doing any business partnerships. We're not doing merchandising. We're doing nothing.
Question, and you're going to have to give me about a 3-minute compression education. The typical model is you go to a publisher. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the publisher, how much would they give you to develop a game?
Anywhere from 2 million to 6 million.
Okay, so is that what it costs when you're doing the smaller ones? What is the hard cost of that?
That's basically salaries and then marketing costs.
So let's talk about, and I don't have, and maybe there's an opportunity for us down the pike. We can talk later, but right now I don't understand the business. But the greatest thing about me is I can look at a business from vantage points no one else does. What would happen if you came up with ideas that you could pre-sell conceptually to influencers so that they would have an investment in it, whether you just made it their signature like a Nike or certain cars, or whether you put their, them into the game, but they pre-sold it. They pre-sold it to their audience. So you got an idea. You sort of work it out. You go to an influencer that has, hundreds of thousands, millions, whatever the minimum critical mass is that would make it justifiable to build it, but it didn't have to be limited to sales to that organization. But you got pre-commitments for 5,000, 10,000 games. What's a game sell for?
Usually between 20 and $50 in the range that we make.
But you're probably thinking in a static, okay, how good is that? Here's why it's good. It's a contingent commitment that you can then take to the big publishers and say, I've already got 5,000 people that are agreed to buy this. Will you fund the development?
Okay.
And so if you could do that continually, and you had a bunch of those kind of commitments in your pocket, then after a while, if it worked, you could get a publisher to fund almost a joint venture with you, where they're basically funding a really significant expansion of that concept. So if tomorrow morning, let me ask you this question: if tomorrow morning you called a publisher and you said, I know it's really tough, but I've got a concept that we've gotten two major, let's say you were able to syndicate it, two major influencers to already get us pre-commitments for 30,000 purchases, but I need $1 million to roll it out. You want to own a piece of that? And what would happen?
Just to clarify that I understand, the pre-commitment, is that their viewer, their audience saying that they would buy this game, or is it them already somehow paying for it?
But one of the things that I drive people crazy with, I'm sorry, what is your first name again?
Roger.
Okay, Roger, pardon me. One of the things I drive people crazy is that I've been exposed to, this is going to sound arrogant, but probably, hundreds of thousands of different possibilities. So optionality to me is not infinite, but it's vast. So you could get them to just pre-commit. You could say it's going to be $100, but they get to buy it now for $50, and they get to do some other kind of experience that's, unique, that's got an infinite value, that's the bonus for coming in early. You can do whatever you want there, and you could test many. If you wanted this to be a real business model to break you out of the morass of having be frozen, you could try different versions. But if somebody's got a very strong, so let me give you again, storytelling, not as big as yours. Back in 1987, I'm showing how old I am. I got the idea of doing a really interesting combination newsletter. It was a newsletter, but it was going to be disseminated as a report. So a monthly report. It was a really interesting concept. And I didn't know if there was a market or not. Pardon me, but I went to a newsletter that was very influential to the entrepreneurial market, and I made the editor a partner in my business in exchange for him promoting the newsletter that wasn't going to come out for 6 months, and pre-selling it for $500 instead of $1,000. And we brought in $2.5 million. Now, $2.5 million isn't 10 or 6, but that was, today it'd be 6 million. But I'm saying there's precedent for doing that. And if you think about what I said, breakthroughs are the ability to look at relationships, implications, correlations, the psychology of markets differently. If no one ever does that, and you're sitting there saying, we have very little revenue, we have very significant outgo, our overhead is killing us, we have very low capital in our treasury. We got to do something. We don't have a lot of money. I think what I just gave you, with the limited amount of knowledge I have of your industry, makes sense. The one thing that's really interesting is, I'll give you an example. Here, I have mentored an iconic person in the entrepreneurial world. His name is Damon John. Damon John is he's a panelist on Shark Tank. I'm sure there's some derivative that they do in Sweden. And he is very covetous of his brand, but he's also very open to something that is significant to use his brand to. You get to somebody like him, and I'm not saying do it with him because I can't promise that would even work. But if you said, we've got this incredible game, it's called entrepreneurship, and it's going to be entrepreneurs killing their competitors, and you're going to be the hero, and we're going to make you the CEO, but you're also going to wear bandanas, and you're going to shoot, whatever you're going to do, and you can say, I think we can articulate it, we can discuss it, we can do a video, we can send it to all your audience and give a chance to pre-purchase it. I don't know if that would work, but it sounds pretty cool to me.
That's super interesting. I hadn't thought of that.
Well, that's what I do, is breakthroughs. Anyhow, we'll come back if time allows, but it sounds very interesting, and see if Rob has your info, and maybe we can catch up later. But I hope that the key to everything is, if you look at it, if the linear approach that has worked stops working, then you have to really reset. You need a radical reset, but a radical reset that is so well hedged that it doesn't have to cost money, but it has to access assets, access resources in ways nobody else does, from vantage point nobody else does. And there's a lot of complex psychology when I give people recommendations, because I have such a vantage points of understanding that I'm trying to simplify it. But by getting the influencer deeply involved, then they're going to motivate. Now, there's one more level you could do. You could also create a second business. So let me give you another precedent. There was, for about 30 years until about 1980 or 90, there were 3 different businesses that were very successful. One was called Famous Artists, one was Famous Actors, one was Famous Writers. I think there was actually another one. And this company would get a bunch of iconic writers, actors, and they would have courses that those icons would be the front people for, and they would get shares of the revenue for both lending their aggregate names in the promotion and marketing, but also, inputting, editing and perspective and advisory suggestions. But if no one's even thought to do derivatives of that, that could be killer if you could really build something. And if you created entities that were partially owned by your company, but owned by a collection of icons, and they were constantly motivated to not only revenue generate, but create an asset that somebody might buy for $1 billion, that they would get a second and a much bigger payday from. That's another model. I'm going fast because I got to move on, but I hope that intrigues you.
It does, yes.
All right, good luck.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Next up is Maria.
Hi, Maria. Can't hear you.
Maria, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
There you now. Hi, where are you?
I am in West Palm Beach.
Okay, that's a very nice place. I like West Palm.
And the weather is amazing. Thank you for this opportunity. We own a small company, $7 million in sales.
Okay.
We are highly profitable. Our profit margin is about 50%, which is unheard in the industry, as you know.
What is the industry?
The news and media. We are a news and media aggregator. So if you look at our business as a tripod, we are at the bottom doing as a consignment store, kind of. Then to the left-hand side, we have all the writers that write all the content, and also some publishing companies. And to the right-hand side of the triangle are the large publishers that they do the distribution of the content to the clients and to others. So this is why we're able to have a large profit margin, because we really have no inventory.
And stylistically, please not just you, but everybody I talk to, don't be upset. I ask interruptive questions for one of two reasons. Either I already understand and I want to move on, or I don't understand and I want to get clarity. So how do you exactly make money? How do you monetize it?
Yeah, we're a business to business organization, and when people use our content, they pay a certain dollar amount per usage, and then we distribute that.
Got it.
50%, 30% of that we distribute to the actual generators of the content.
Got it. I love the model. Okay, and so you do about 7. You make a very handsome margin. Is it? Have you fully optimized the distribution? And is it all general? Are there vertical applications or niches, or is it all kinds of content?
I think that our sweet spot are basically culture, lifestyle, sports, health and education, business law, finance, science and technology. Those are our areas where we have.
It's sweeping. And so how I mean, who is responsible for, I'll use the word sales, even if sales is the wrong word. Do you do that, or?
We actually don't have a sales department, and I know that's crazy. But what we have is people who actually contact creators of content, and then we put them in a platform, and then people who, general public, who wants that specific information that supposedly to be authoritative content, then they use it and then they pay us. People are concerned about plagiarism, or people are concerned misusing or using somebody's product without a license. So we have licenses with all these different providers, over 3,000 of them.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So what's your question?
My question, sir, is I'm concerned about the concentration of receivables, and I would like to see if we could actually work. How can I expand the receivables to the governments, as an example, because we have no governmental agency at this point as our clients. And I know through my experience in other areas with other friends that once you have a contract with the government, it keeps on giving forever and ever, unless you screw it up somehow. But they tend to be 5, 7, 10 years contract, which is usually how our contracts are that long with the content providers as well, of 7, 10 years.
So I'm going to give you a partial answer, but to give you the deep answer, I would have to get very deep because I have to understand this. But the simple answer is find an entity that already provides some variation, but not a competitive one, of what you are doing, probably to government agencies. Now, just to give you an example, I've had 3 or 4 over my career government contractors that provided training, they provided manuals, they provided this, they provided that, and they had access to the decision makers. One was very big in the Navy, one was very big in the Air Force, and they only have a certain portfolio of products, but they have relationships, and they have bidding departments, and they have overhead that they have to feed. So if you found a large one that doesn't have what you have, you could partner with them. If you found a small one that has really great relationships, you could buy it very reasonably, mostly on a payout that would be earned by the revenue. But whenever I don't understand a market, I always say, who already owns access to the decision makers and is not competitive, but is complementary and will either, and then if you have a highly residual product, which you do, they're paying over and over again, you could, if you weren't going to make an equity type deal, if it was only compensation, and this is a longer explanation, and I probably will have an easier, I'll do it now. There is a concept in explosive business growth that starts with what is called allowable acquisition cost. An allowable acquisition cost sounds very highfalutin, but what it means is, what is the maximum amount that you can afford to invest, not spend, but invest as a no nonsense, high yield investor in acquiring a buyer or a distribution channel based on the profit predictability you're going to get from it. So if you know, as an example, if you picked up a government contract, that contract might be potentially 10 years at $200,000 or $2 million or $20 million a year, and that you have a 50% margin in it, you could go to a partner and offer them an enormous front end load, meaning you could say, look, we're going to give you half of the revenue for the first 6 months, and you don't make anything for 6 months, and then you make everything for 9 years and 6 months. And most people don't think that way. If you know what it's worth long term, all things being equal, if your cash flow is solid enough that it's not going to matter today how you do later. I mean, it's not going to matter today in your cash if you added 5 new accounts and you didn't make a penny from them, and you just made. And some people don't make anything. You might even give 100%, not just 100% of the profit, 100% of the revenue for 3 months, and you might say, yeah, but it'll cost me $200,000 out of pocket, Jay. And I would say, well, would you invest $200,000 to get, $5 million of 50% revenue a year for the next 10 years? It's a little bit too sophisticated to throw at you in 5 minutes. But the bottom line, and just a quick summation here, is what you want to do is not try to do it yourself, because it's thorny, and now you've got the new administration, you don't know what's going to happen. The greatest thing today is there are always, not sometimes, there's always somebody or many bodies as an individual or companies that already have relationships and expertise in direct or indirect variations of what you want to do in new markets or new niches. You have to do research and figure out who they are, and you have to figure out the larger ones, the smaller ones, what they do, and do some research. But I'm quite sure you could find many people that already are providing some kind of information dissemination for compensation to the government, who are not competitive, but already know, first of all, the organizations that buy it, the decision makers there, if they are bid based, how to bid. They already have bidding departments, so you don't have to fund the yoke of overhead for any of that. It's a very quick solution, but I hope that makes sense.
Oh, it makes total sense, because over the weekend I was in Mexico on a Harvard Business School class reunion, and one of my classmates deals with the Navy, and they have these long-term contracts. And I mentioned to him, we need to get together and to come up with a plan. So thank you for that. That reinforces what I was thinking.
That's great. That's great. Well, I'm glad. Thank you very much. And again, all of you, I will do the very best I can, time allowing, but I want a broad diversity for 2 reasons. This is about me giving very specific solutions, targeted, customized, bespoke, but it's also about me giving you a very broad exercise in thinking differently about your business from a vantage point and from more of a CAT scan perspective that I promise none of your competitors would even know how to do. And if you can do that, the rewards are unimaginable. Okay, who's this?
Hi, my name's Christine. So we're a large business. We've got 24 million top line.
Okay.
In 2020, we primarily do work for state, local, federal government.
What kind of work, please?
We are ecosystem restoration contractors.
Sounds cool. Now, what is that? I've done restoration companies. I've done lots. I don't think I've ever done an ecosystem. What is it?
So basically, we install native plants in areas. So take, for example, all the hurricanes that have swept through Florida. We've had to grow, deliver, and install the beach plants that were washed away.
Interesting. Now, are you contracted state, federal, or
Yes.
who's your client?
They're basically local, state, and government. Local, state, federal government.
And how do you? This is fascinating. How do you get the jobs?
Bid.
Okay, so it's pure bid.
Pure bid.
Now, we were talking just with the last woman. It's very fascinating. The thing that fascinated me about large government contract bidding is it costs as much as $100,000 to do a bid, and the winning rate's something like 1 in 9 or 10, and so you're at risk a lot of money. In the big government jobs, the ones to military, it's fascinating because they limit your profit, number one, and number two, they can change the deal on you anytime they want. There's no punitive. And when I look at those, I go, ah! So is yours better than that?
We are normally a subcontractor,
Okay.
but the money funnels comes from those government entities. So we're a subcontractor to, say, a larger dredging company.
Is that what the generic type of company that would get the job would be, dredging?
Yes, so they would actually dredge and place sand. We would come in after them and plant the plants. That's one example.
So you bid, and then your bid is to the general, and the general then takes and integrates it in their bid to the government.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now I got it. Okay. What's your question?
So, just a little bit of background. We're 100% employee owned. We've been around for 40 years. We do practice open book management at the income statement level only.
Jack Stack.
In 2024, we grew our top line 47%.
How?
We had lots of storms come through.
And your whole business is event critical. I mean, sadly and ironically, that catastrophes are your biggest driver.
Yes. The other line of business that we do exotic vegetation removal as well.
And what does that mean? This is fast. Good. So, all of you watching, excuse me just 1 second, all of you watching have incredible, fascinating stories for cocktail parties today.
So, in the state of Florida and basically the whole southeastern United States, there were plant species brought in to, say, dry up the Everglades.
Right.
Now they're restoring the Everglades to their natural habitat. So we're in the Everglades, basically killing these exotic vegetation that was placed there.
Interesting. All right. So, and is that also bid total? You bid those jobs too?
That is a combination of, it's mostly bid work, because it is for the federal government. We do have a few smaller private contracts, but our government work outweighs our private work by a long shot.
How interesting. All right. So your question is?
How can we expand our geographic reach by maintaining the momentum that we have unlocked in 2024?
Well, let me ask you some, and again, this is a compression session, so I can't go as deep. What's the scope of geography that you cover right now?
The whole southeastern United States and Texas.
Okay.
So Texas all the way up to North Carolina.
Okay, the next question is, what are the limitations in terms of people, management, resources, capital to go further? So before I answer and say you can do this and this, you might go, no, the margins aren't what you think, and the front end investment is huge, because I'm imagining that you have a lot of capital equipment, that you have probably, I would imagine that the ability to do what you do, they have to be some unique skill sets, aren't there?
There are, and really, for us, it's a people constraint.
I'm not surprised. So let me ask you this: if tomorrow morning I gave you a solution, and all of a sudden you've got another region of the country, what from a practical and a pragmatic standpoint, could you service it quickly? I mean, so, and before you answer, I default often to the same answer. People go, well, I've heard that before, but the reason I do it is we have billions of dollars documented in breakthrough growth and windfall income that has been attributed to derivatives of what I'm saying. So it's very well precedented. But if you could go to other parts of the country and find companies that don't have this, but already have access, and you create a JV with them where you're 50-50, they provide, preferably they even have all the equipment. So you have to basically, what you're really bringing is the IP and the training ability to source, train, evolve, and direct the skill set. That would be the most expedient. But if you say, well, that's all well and good, Jay, but we got to find these people, and most of the people don't have the exact skill set, we have to really train them. But you could have them sent. If you didn't have an office, you had to invest in. If you didn't have equipment, you had to invest in. And all you had to do was fly them to your offices wherever you are and train them for your partners. That wouldn't be so bad.
It wouldn't be. We're a paranoid organization.
Why?
Because we don't want to give up our competitive advantage.
But why would you, if you were going to partner with somebody in California or in Arizona or in a different segment of the country? What are you giving up?
I guess the thought process through leadership is that we are giving up our best commodity, which is our knowledge and our experience.
So let me give you. So how strategic are you the CEO or COO of the company?
I'm on leadership. I am a vice president, and just sort of trying to help everybody figure this out.
So, I mean, and you understand win, lose. If you're worried constantly about, so I sell my services. I am probably, time allowing, going to tell you about my services because obviously I'd hope I would get some deal flow. But I'm not going to covet giving you, because I think if I don't invest in you, I won't get anything back. If you find people outside of your market who have impeccable credit, I mean credibility, not credit, but they can have good credit too, and their reputation is unimpeachable, and with, because you're not in a hurry, and you very methodically verify that you're on the same ethical plane and your same side's ethos, you have the same integrity and the same values, and you have a binding agreement with them to create a joint venture that is owned together, and it's not competing in any way, shape, or form with what you are doing, and it allows you to be national in ways you may or may not ever achieve. So let me ask you this question. In 40 years, how much expansion have you done?
We've dabbled. In 40 years, how much expansion have we done? We have expanded doing our work in Texas. We send our people out there. We contract directly with the government.
Got it.
We have tried to use that same approach in Western states. It just hasn't worked for us.
So stop for a minute, because one of the things, and it's not a criticism, it's clinical. There's two things that you have to say. Probability is an outcome is predicated on historic conduct. If you haven't grown very much in 40 years, the odds of doing it yourself in 40 more may or may not happen, number one. Number two, we don't even know yet what it costs to fund your own growth by setting up an office, hiring people, etc. So by moving or buying the equipment or leasing the equipment or renting the equipment. Number three is when you say we've tried it and didn't work, that presupposes that you're and this is not, again, critical. Your definition, interpretation of trying it is trying every variability that would make it work. What happens when Tony and I do a day together, he's much stronger both in personality and just his presence than I. So normally when somebody poses a question, he starts with his answer, and then when it comes my time, I always intervene first, and I say, well, let's verify the assumption that is being predicated here, because if the assumption is wrong, everything that flows is wrong. If you say we've tried it, it didn't work, and I say, okay, tell me all the 10 different ways you tried it. Tell me, how you did it this way, how you did it that way. You would probably say, well, we didn't really do it like that. So
right.
I'm saying,
Absolutely.
if what you're saying to me is we really want to have we want to basically have a footprint, preferably all over the country,
Mhm.
and we do the however, to do it, we'd have to basically open offices, we'd have to hire people, we'd have to equip it, we'd have to then have relationship building, it'd be a lot of work. If it's pure bid, then we'd have to develop a bidding department if we didn't have enough leverage on our own to do additional, and we'd have to model it out differently, and the probability of being in 10 markets in the next 5 years is very low based on what we have demonstrated to ourselves we do on our own. I'd say, okay, what are the alternatives? What are the alternative ways you can you can end up with the goal you're after? First alternative is who's already accessing the market, the dredging companies or whatever. They don't have a whatever we call your company, but it's a natural offshoot. And right now they're going to third parties, and those third parties are making the spread they could be making double with if you guys were sharing it. They already have facilities, they already have equipment. You still have to find and train, retrain, or expansively train, but you'd eliminate the yoke of time, capital, equipment, and you'd have direct access. And if they had a bidding department, if your bidding department couldn't handle that kind of expansion, then that's great. You just have to teach them to bid yours. I think that what I'm giving you is a pretty astute alternative, particularly given the fact that if the biggest growth in 40 years is we made greater, and I'm not diminishing, I'm just listening to what you said back, we're making greater progress in Texas. So if you say we want to be around all over the country, I would say based on your conduct as an expansion entity, it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. So it really, I mean, it really sounds like the current leadership needs to get our act together and really.
I think you need to think super strategically. And,
yeah.
And so here's a concept: protect your IP and never go past the market you're in, or find. I mean, the truth is there's a lot of bad players in the world today, but there are a lot of good players.
Mm-hmm.
And if instead of having to basically spend a lot of time, leasing or buying a location, buying equipment, having to really strain whatever capital you have, you could instead spend time finding perfect partners who share your values and investing the time you'd normally spend on all that other stuff, making sure you're in total alignment. But they already have, if somebody's already in the business, but they are just subcontracting to their equivalent of a you, and what kind of margins do you make?
Ideally, we're looking at 30%.
Okay, so if you didn't have much of the overhead, and I'm not saying you have to, but if 30% is the norm, it's parity for what your competitors would be bidding in California or Arizona to the dredging companies, and you had partnerships with one in each, and they got 15%, and you got 15%, but you really don't have the yoke of much of the overhead, and that 15% is almost all profit to you. That's not so bad if you had different partners, would it be?
Not at all.
So what
we would love that.
Well, I just gave you the answer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Brian.
Hey, Jay, a couple of things here. Let's see here. One is you inspired someone so much that they're going to get in contact with Rob. I just wanted to let you know because they're going to want to meet with you as well. So this is Zach. They have a Australian healthcare company that has some really cutting edge stuff, and they're looking to break into the US. So cutting edge technology, transforming healthcare. They have some good stuff. They have a process in place. So a lot of moving parts, which I know you love.
I love moving parts. Thank you. And that's very nice. And we do actually. I'm a poster boy for adult attention deficit, which is good and bad. It gives you a massive worldview, but you're constantly playing around with new innovations on yourself. We have a very unique new service I want to try out, and it's very, very low risk. And I want to tell you guys about it, but I don't think I've earned the right yet. So let's continue with the process. But thank you for that. And I chose a path that's different than most of you. Most of you are deeply involved in a business. You're totally focused, and I admire that. And if you do it right, you build yourself not just an impressive ordinary income, but you build yourself wealth, and that's great. I chose a path of being hopelessly curious. So my work is I'm a catalyst. I leverage off of other companies' assets, access, capital, human capital, distribution, IP, and I'm really great at that, but I can't manage worth a damn. So I have to basically vicariously play off of other businesses. And I enjoy that because I've been, right or wrong, I've been involved in 1,000 industries over my career. And hopefully you can tell I can take vast amounts of real world front lines of capitalism experience, process it, distill it, spit it out. And it's really interesting. A little admonishment. Many of the strategies that I recommend, and today probably even more so because they're so compressed, are predicated on very vast exposure to very complex things, but it's distilled down to lowest common denominator expression. But my success rate is not 100%, but it's about 85. And some of the seemingly nonlinear strategies I will give you and I give to private clients are actually super logical. They're just super logical, but the breakthrough comes in combining understanding of dynamics that none of your competitors would even grasp, have experience with, or see below the surface. So I don't discount anything I say because you go, well, that's not how we would do that in our industry. That's the real advantage, is not doing it the way your industry will. Now, also, and totally parallel, I talked about the binary breakthroughs. Well, I love coming up with totally different takes, slants, radical resets on your reality and your assumptions and your sense of what you can and can't control. I also love concurrently taking all the performance drivers in your revenue system and challenging you to make them each produce a lot more yield for no more time, effort, investment, or risk, because that is possible too. When you do those together, the result is explosive. All right, Brian, take just 1 second. I'm
Sure.
gonna call Desiree. I'm gonna put it on because my intercom is yelling.
Jay, we might actually be at that spot where
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Let's take a 5-minute break. So
we'll be back to continue.
Grab a beverage, take care of your stuff, and
this is fun.
We'll be back at 41 minutes after the hour.
I'll see you then. You don't have a clue how all the different revenue generating impact points and activities are yielding. If you don't, you're probably getting a lower yield than you would tolerate. You probably would fire yourself if you were managing your other portfolios. But
there's one thing you need to know about Jay Abraham, and that is you're likely about to experience an epiphany.
He is a great synthesizer of human behavior.
When he's actually relating to you and your problems, he's not self-referential at all. He is all the way over into you and your situation, your problem, as if he was dealing with it.
Our society becoming so much for what is in for me. And I think Jay is just opposite of what is in for you. How can I help you, right?
Jay just has this amazing transformative core where he's a terrifically good guy.
Now, Jay he's very attracted to people that are serving the world at a higher level. Sees in somebody that they're out to change something. They're not just out for their own pocket. And I would say anybody out there, to get in place with Jay or to communicate with Jay or have a relationship with Jay, he wants to see that you're somebody that's giving back.
Whether he's coaching them or offering strategy advice or pick me up or teaching them about resiliency or creativity.
He's ethical, he's smart, he's bright, and he cares about helping entrepreneurs and people succeed.
He's coming at it from this sort of transcendental level. It's never primordial. It's always in the spirit of creating a win-win.
Jay is absolutely brilliant at is coming up with those win-win-win partnerships between you, your customer, but some kind of partner that's helping you provide them with a full solution.
Sheer fact that he truly loves helping entrepreneurs. He doesn't cut any corners. When it comes to ethics, he's at the top.
This is the crystal essence of who he is.
Jay is truly a result leader. His track record speaks for himself. He's helped generate literally billions of dollars in the marketplace.
My journey with Jay has been nothing short of life-changing.
Helps make sure that you're on the right track to build an amazing life of significance. Taking care of the people you love, the causes you care about, making a difference. Having your business support the quality of life you want so you can make that major impact.
I know and knew that he is the marketing expert. He is the guy that can get me to where I need to get to.
Jay's insights can normally help companies ethically increase their average selling price by creating additional value by between 10 and 20% and increase sales volume by 10 to 20% and the frequency of purchases. Just imagine what that can do to your bottom line.
And as I begin to implement his strategies, I noticed an incredible transformation. We started growing dramatically. In the first year alone, we grew 300%. And that was by expanding our current businesses, opening new verticals. That's tripled a very, very successful business already is in our first year. After that, subsequent 5 years has been 40% or more growth per year.
You can change your business 10, 15, 20, 30, 40% just by another human giving you advice. You need to take that advice.
To figure out how do you take unrealized opportunities? How do you maximize? Because I do a lot of things in my life and I pride myself in my skill in this area, but this is all he's done for decade after decade after decade after decade, and he's always getting better.
He's a brilliant thinker, a great strategist, a wonderfully nice person. Best among us.
But what can he do for you?
Jay has had a tremendous influence on my business. Not just my business, but really the deep ways in which I think about my students, my readers, my clients, my customers.
He wanted to work with every different type of industry possible.
Watching Jay as he would look at a business, and he didn't just look at a business and try to figure out how to fix that business. He would look at that business and then look at all the other industries that he'd worked in and try to find things from other industries he could bring into that business. Things that industry never heard of, never seen before.
Over my career, because I keep doing all these different industries around the world and all these experts, I keep adding to the portfolio. We had, when I met Tony, I think I had 12.
All right. Start coming back. Let's do a quick stretch. I know Tony's team is all about the movement. We don't have the house music, but imagine it in your head. Move, get in a state, to be receptive, to be energized so that you can get the most out of the remainder of this.
Brian, go put on your bicycle shorts.
Yeah.
Come on.
Jay knows the secret story. So thank you, Jay. Let's invite a couple of different style of question and maybe kind of rat-a-tat-tat answers so that we can get a wider sense of what you can do and what you can offer. But before we do that, I'd like to have Scott ask a couple of questions, and then we can transition into maybe inviting some of the people that don't quite have the same revenue.
Stop for just a second. Everybody, I'm going to encourage you, and Scott has some pre-submitted questions that he's generalized so that I can just knock some stuff out for you just to help you all. But my hope and my intention is to give very generously, freely, and expansively to all of you, but it's predicated and it's not just predicated. It is it's essential. It's not the right word I want, but it can't be achieved if you don't pose your questions. I am basically I'm fueled by the complexity of questions people ask, and if you it would be a great travesty and tragedy to you, and also probably to me, if you don't take advantage of this, because I'm here to answer a question, a problem, solve a problem, a challenge, an issue, an opportunity that you are not achieving the maximum positive outcome on. And again, if you've already, and I would ask this, and it's not meant to sound as cynical as it might, but if you have no questions, it means your business must be operating in all facets of revenue, marketing, strategy, business model, competitive superiority. So why don't you volunteer to share what you're doing so people can learn from you? If you're doing it, if you think upon reflection that perhaps your marketing may not be as powerful as it could be, or as vast, or as multifaceted. Your strategy may be tactical. Your business model may be parity, so you have no advantage. Speaking of advantage, your advantage is very limited. It's just that you're good and you're trustworthy, and service, quality, dependability is a platitude. It really doesn't denominate anybody. If your distribution channel is singular and it's limiting, if your growth trajectory has seemed stalled because your assumption is you need resources, you need various assets or skills that you don't possess, then you should probably challenge your own belief system and pose a question. We'll do the ones that are pre-submitted, and then we'll see what comes up, and hopefully it'll be a vast amount. And again, I'd like to have the larger ones first, not to diminish or demean the little ones, but they start by getting my brain and your brain, no matter what size, type of business or scope you run, and then we can do the more tactical elements that many of the smaller ones and the lifestyle ones and the ones that are in the earlier stages of their potential explosive growth can ask. And I'm very pragmatic. I'm here till 2 o'clock my time if everybody participates. If not, that's Friday. I can go have a very beautiful pool area. I can go sit by it and contemplate and work on a couple of books. But I'd rather be here answering questions. I'd rather be here solving your problems. I'd rather be here, grappling and working through your challenges, and also monetizing and strategizing your opportunities. But I can't do it if you don't do your part. So Scott, you can ask me a couple of questions that have been pre-submitted.
Yeah, so let me pull these up, Jay. So what's a good example of looking for a hidden asset or overlooked opportunity inside of a business that can lead to untapped potential for somebody?
Yeah, well, what a good question. I like that. Whoever submitted that, kudos to them. Kudos. So it's vast. So assets are tangible and intangible. Access is something else. So an asset. The asset can be people who didn't buy, but contacted you because they want to buy and you know a lot about them. And you ask, what else do they buy before, during, after, instead? You can compete against yourself. As an example, if you sold a supplement for weight loss, the odds are that most people trying to lose weight don't just do one thing and they don't stay on whatever they're going to do very long. So if you were selling a monthly subscription type of a supplement, the average person stays on 3 or 4 months and stops. At the same time, they're probably doing every other thing. They would probably be buying equipment. They'd probably be trying out a personal or a virtual group trainer. They might be buying portion control food. They might be buying other people's supplements. So you've got to lead a buyer when they're buying from you, when they stop, or when they don't. You can monetize that. A brand that is only being used for one thing. A sales force that has variability, where you can get the lower ones producing higher and the ones that are that have special skills concentrating. Give you an example. I worked one time with a 400-person sales organization with a radio chain that had I think they had 100 stations, and nobody had ever looked at different variability in the performance of their salespeople. So the first thing we thought, what do they sell? And that question has many facets. So the first thing I looked at was the services they sold. They sold drive time, which was primary, and there were two kinds: morning drive, evening drive. They sold midday. They sold early evening. They sold all night. Then what else did they sell? They sold special events, like an on-site. They sold packages. They sold sports. Then I asked, okay, who do they sell to? They sell to agencies. They sell direct to the client. They have to sell to dual decision makers. They sometimes sell to people who don't have an agency. Okay, all right. And do they sell packages? Do they sell singular items? Then I said, who are they selling against? Well, obviously they're selling against other radio stations. They either have better prices, better cost per thousand, better numbers, better niche audiences demographically, but they're selling against magazines and TV and newspaper and cable. Then I said, okay, now we know what they're selling. Let's take every one of those and let's ask, who is better at what? Who's better at the whole system at selling packages? Who's better at selling drive time? Who's better at selling midday? Who's better at selling evening, which is undesirable? Who's better at selling sports? Who's better at selling agencies? Who's better at selling packages? Who's better at selling direct to the decision maker? Who's better at selling somebody who doesn't have an agency? Then we had how much better? If somebody was 20% or so better, we would put the 5 or 10 people who in each category were better together in front of all the other salespeople, and I would Socratically interview them to help them and the audience uncover what it was they did in terms of thinking, action, transactions differently than the rest of the salespeople to be that 20% or so better at that category. But if they were monstrously better, one person I remember was like 5 times better at selling car dealers than anybody else, but he only had a finite number of car dealers in his territory. I had the company make him the car dealer specialist. So that's an overlooked asset. If you have a brand, so let's take Tony, because a lot of you are from Tony. Tony started out only selling personal development and motivation. And then I basically looked at his audience and I thought, wow, Tony, I think a lot of people become successful and think that that's going to transform the happiness in their life. And when they're not, they realize they need more purpose, possibility, and passion. They are attracted to you for motivation and development. But in truth, they're entrepreneurs. He'd never seen that connection. So I said, why don't you let me offer a seminar, a $5,000 seminar. This is when Tony was selling, I think the top of his service, he had a $10,000, it was a 10-day, it was called Master University. It was a lot of things. Everything else was low price, except for Date with Destiny. And he was tentative, and then he said, I'll tell you what, Jay, I'll do it, but only with people that have bought everything I have to sell, because I have no more revenue that I can get from them. And I was thrilled because those are the best buyers. He had about 20,000 of those at the time. I wrote a letter, he signed it and endorsed it, came from him. I paid to send 20,000 letters out. Back then it cost 10 grand. We brought in $9 million from something that he didn't even see exist. Then he and Chet Holmes built a business development unit, and they started with Mastery, and then they went with Advanced Mastery. Then they went with Platt. Then they went with Lions, and then Tony realized that he had control, benevolent control of the mind share of people who were very financially not terribly literate, and that he could basically give them literacy, and after he gave them literacy, he could then gain enough of their trust and credibility that he could recommend an asset management company that he could ethically have an interest in, and that was the big propellant of him going from prosperous to wealthy. And then he realized he could basically educate them on health, wellness, longevity, and then he came out with a book, and then he ended up with that. That's one example. Another example is I had a client, it was a newsletter. The newsletter basically was making him about $200,000 a year, but he had 100,000 subscribers. And I was able to get all kinds of other offers that we made to those people, and he started making $1 million a year back then just on the back end. Let's see, I'm just giving you a couple of things. Leads that don't buy, that you can sell something else to. Buyers that don't buy everything. Buyers that buy everything and you have nothing else to sell to them. Distribution channels you only use for one thing. Brands that you basically only use for one thing. Salespeople that you don't really understand the highest and best performance theory on. Infrastructure. We had one time, just as an example, Scott, excuse me. I've done this about 100 times for people, but the ones that come to mind are, we had a lumber mill one time that came to me, and I was trying to help him. And so the first thing you do is a Socratic interview and figure out what they know that they don't know they know. And it turns out this guy was a master and a fanatic at kiln drying. And just as a piece of information to all of you, in the lumber business, you start with a tree, you cut it down, then you cut it into boards, but the boards are green and soft. And the only way they become hard and strong is you put them through a heating process called kiln drying. Now, kiln drying is the most expensive expense and facet of lumber milling. And if you do it wrong, you end up with warpage or substandard or scrap. If you do it right, you get higher gradations. And if you can do it the way my client did, you save about 30% on the expense, which comes right to the bottom line. So he had this really fanatically impressive lumber mill kiln drying process that saved 30%, but it also produced higher gradations and less waste. That's the good news. The bad news is he could have gifted the lumber free to people, but after about 1,000-mile radius, the cost of transportation was too high, so he couldn't have given it away. So what we did was we drew a radius of 1,000 miles. Then we went to every lumber mill in the world that we could reach, and we offered to teach them and license them his methodology for $25,000 a year. We got something like 250 people to pay $25,000, which is about $6 million a year in pure profit. He was making $2 million using it himself. Did a similar thing with a car wash. We analyzed that this car wash had an upsell that was producing $20,000 extra a month in profit for their wash, which was a lot. But people come up from about 3 or 4 miles. You're not going to come from 10 or 20 or 50 just to get a great car wash and to be upsold. So we drew a line at 5 miles. 10, I don't remember what it was. We went to every car wash in the United States and we got $2,000 to pay $100 a month to use the upgrade system. And that's $200,000 a month, $2+ million a year. He was making 20 grand a month from using it himself, approximately, not exactly, but that's the dynamic. We did it with a trust and estate lawyer here in Los Angeles who had massive marketing strategy and upgrading systematization, but he had no desire to grow past his offices here. So he basically charged 10 grand a year, and he got something like 500 other trust and estate people outside of Los Angeles to pay for it. And he still has that group. I can go on and on. It can be an internal process. If you're more successful than 51% of the companies you compete against, you must have either a system, process, procedure, whether it can be marketing, selling, cash flow, supply chain, purchasing that is superior. If you figure out what it is and you quantify what it's worth, there are usually a ton of people who are non-competitive or in related fields that you can do it with.
Jay?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question about this?
Yeah, is this
It
helpful?
sounds like you have a predetermined playbook when you go in and you meet with the business owners or the entrepreneurs.
Yes, okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Whether it's I have an idea and here's my list of strategies, that's one playbook, or I have an idea and I want to ask you a couple of questions. Do you have a preference when you go into to have a conversation?
I'll tell you what you need to realize after years of doing this and every year I don't just do it, I keep adding more experiential expertise just by I'm not static. I mean, right now I have 30 or 40 different clients on a worldwide basis in the most dizzying spectrum of industries and applications. I'm always learning, adding, and I'm also, I'm not a voracious reader anymore, but all my clients usually are, so they're distilling and telling me what they're learning, and because I've helped about 300 experts over my career, the Tonys and some of the people you watched here. One was the world authority on Six Sigma. One was Six Sigma. One was a world authority on a theory of constraint. And I've had to really understand their methodology to help them. So I have a knowledge base that's already pretty extensive. And I think I just go into automatic and zombie mode, and I just sort of start with a Socratic interview. And I usually start in the beginning. I want to know, okay, tell me your origin story. How'd you get here? One day you're doing nothing, and now you're here, you're $30 million or $100 million. Tell me what you did sequentially to get there. Then let's look at how the business operates. Let's look at all the factors. Let's look at who you sell to. Let's look at why they buy from you and not somebody else. Let's look at your methodology. Let's look at your infrastructure. Let's look at what you know and you don't know. And you know this, Scott, everybody, we have a 200 question assessment that we give to anybody that I ever work on. And most people, frankly, can't answer more than about a third of it, but it's designed to show correlations, implications, key performance denominators that you need to know about if you really want to move from incremental to exponential and you want to outthink, outmarket, outstrategize, outperform your competitors. But in answer to your question, probably when I started years ago, we built something called the 00 matrix, and it had every kind of scenario that I could basically help somebody with, and I would literally manually go through it, but I do it pretty automated now. It's just like I go in and I start looking at the dynamics, so it's pretty bespoke. And again, I do usually two parallel things, Scott. I start, you can go A to Z through the whole system, but truthfully, if while you're doing that, you start by seeing where is the biggest logjam. Let me give you an example. I've done some interesting stuff in the automotive, and the same person I'm talking about that did the Honda thing, his partner, his colleague, he's not an equity partner, ran the biggest Mercedes deal, the most profitable one in the country until it was sold to AutoNation. They came to me and they got an idea from me that was profound, but it was simplistic as heck. In the automobile business, if you don't know it, you think you buy a car and everything is cool and you're ready to, go and off to the your races and drive your new car and be proud. But first you have to go to the finance department. And by the time you're done with the finance department, you walk out, now you've paid $10,000 for a white wall preservation kit, even though you don't have white walls, and you're never going to do wax again, and you've got a 20-year warranty, even though you're going to probably lease the car, and somehow you don't know what you're doing. And I don't like that, but I like ethical services, and this guy is very ethical. And he'd never looked, and I got him to look at the performance of his finance department. It's a very big contributor to profit. Sometimes 3 times more profit comes from that department than the profit they make on the sale itself. And he'd never looked at it. Turns out he had 2 finance directors. One handled the daytime, the other handled the evenings and weekends. But when he analyzed it, he found that the one that did evenings and weekends was averaging $2,500 per sale in profit contribution, meaning they were adding $2,500 in profit. The one during the day was $700 less per sale. They were selling about 500 cars a month. So basically, by just switching the schedules, making the nighttime guy the daytime and the daytime the nighttime and weekend, they added almost $200,000 pure profit to their bottom line just by analyzing that. I'm just trying to give you some, some overlooked assets that people don't think about.
I appreciate how you break down this information. Instead of just giving the title, you also give the chapters. It's something that I really admire about you. I think we have other questions. Thank you, Jay.
Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead. Brian, you got a bunch of people chafing at the bit. And by the way, I'm never making fun. I just find at my age, everything is a joyous and you luxuriate in helping people. You luxuriate in having to prod them and help them help themselves. You're fascinated by what they're going to do. And I'm having a good time. I hope you're all having a good time, because if not, we're in the wrong place with the wrong company.
So Jay, is there something that will give people an advantage? Because I know what I do when I hear your answers is I trip out on all the possibility and probability and applications of what you can do. Is there a way to listen to your answers a little bit better? And then we're going to bring on George.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me give you an unexpected response to your question about listening. Listening is one of the rarest abilities that a person who is an entrepreneur or a manager or a salesperson or a human being or a father or a mother or a husband or a wife or a lover or a significant other could possibly, or a parent, could possibly possess. Most people don't hear. They're so obsessed with what's on their own mind, and they're so eager to wait for a break to get their conversation. I have learned 2 things. One, to not just listen, but to project what it's like to be in the scenario the other person is experienced, because no 2 people are having the same reality. Just as a fascinating exercise, if I had time and I could segregate the 150 or 70 or 80 people that are on this call right now, and I could ask them exactly to share in their own words what they heard so far and the biggest takeaways that they have just from the whatever hour or 2 we've shared, you would be shocked. There'd be 150 totally different answers, because no 2 people had the same life, the same experience, the same reference models to define and describe something. And so first thing is listen. The next thing is verify. Verify that what you're hearing is what people are saying. Verify that what your interpretation of what you're hearing is the same, because you can verify that you're hearing what they say, but the way you're projecting. In other words, when I talk, we used to run a lot of ads for my services, and we'd say it's very expensive. And very expensive to me meant, our basic used to be, we have some new ones, I'll tell you about them, that are very affordable. They were 250, 300 grand retainer. But when people responded thinking very expensive, it was $20,000, because we didn't really verify and we didn't qualify the right people. When somebody says, they've tried. I'll tell you a great Tony story. It's hilarious. The first time I ever started helping him back in, geez, I won't tell you when it was a long time ago. I went to a date with Destiny, and I was very impressed with the process. I was even more impressed with an event that took place within that program. He brought a man up. It was an intervention. The man was complaining that he tried everything to try to really find a breakthrough in his life to grow and change the success of his life, and nothing worked. And Tony looked at him, and Tony was always as tall as he is, maybe a little taller, but he was never as big and muscular. But he's a little thin. He goes, everything? And he goes, everything. He goes, okay, cool. Let's start by, why don't you tell me the last 20 or 30 business opportunities you've looked at? Tell me about some of the business trade shows you've gone to. Tell me about, maybe 15, 20 of the franchises you've explored. Tell me about some of the skill set trainings, whether it's option trading or being a consultant that you've done. Tell me about some of the skill set or the career training you've explored. He just went through a litany of the most logical things you could do. And this guy melted into a tepid pool, almost of water, and floated back to embarrassment to his chair because he'd done almost nothing. I used to do, one of the people that gave you a testimonial for me, or an endorsement just now, is the world authority on how to add an implant subspecialty of general dentistry. And it's very interesting. The reason it's so powerful is the average general dentist, maybe some of you are general dentists that are on this, outsources about $500,000 to $700,000 of implants to oral surgeons, periodontists, endodontists every year, and they're about 80% profit. And the vast majority, except for the really complex things, which are called sinus lifts and things like that, can be done by almost any well-trained general practitioner that really works at it. But when they do it, they make an extra $250,000 a year, which makes the practice worth an extra $1 million. And it also is creatively very stimulating. And this man and I built a very fun mastermind group of higher performing dentists. And at the end of every meeting, I would go around at the end and ask them one question. And one year, one of the questions I did at the end of one of our meetings was, tell me the one thing, if you did it, you know that if you followed through and did it, it would make a profound and probably the most profound positive impact on how your practice performed and the quality of your professional and personal and financial life. And I'll never forget one said, I know if I hired an assistant to take on some of the redundant and the low yield activities that I do, I'd have a lot more time to concentrate on building the practice, proficiency training, specialty skills, but I don't know how. I said, oh great, I'm going to give you the secret. And I said, I'm going to give everybody the secret. Do any of you have this magical, mystical device called a cell phone? Or another really remarkable item called an iPad, or even the most amazing one called a laptop? Oh, you do good. Now I'm going to tell you something almost nobody knows about. It's the answer to your prayers. It's called YouTube. And if you go on YouTube and you put in how to hire an assistant, I'll bet you'll get at least one really good video. Of course, you get hundreds. Then the guy had the I don't know what the right word is without demeaning the lunacy of the answer, to say, I know, but I wouldn't know how to train them. And I went, oh my God. But the point I'm making is you have the ability to achieve almost whatever you want from what you are doing, not necessarily the way you're doing it, and not necessarily with the model you're doing it in, but with a shift of your paradigm by thinking in a much more elevated CAT scan perspective. But answering your question is, listening requires you to slow down and try to understand what's going on in the other side's world, and to question nicely your assumptions and theirs, and to verify and to show that you heard what they said. And being I've got a story about it, but it takes about 5 minutes. If I have time at the end of this, I'll tell it, because it's about how listening is probably the most powerful tool for owning mind share you could ever master. But most people don't listen. They're too busy wanting to tell you what's on their mind. They don't hear what you say. It's hilarious when I tell people very, very, very sophisticated that didn't work. You know, you didn't try that. You tried a feeble, superficial, linear interpretation of that, and you executed probably improperly, and you never tried any variation, any alteration, and you gave up summarily, which is really ludicrous, because if you'd done that when you were a baby, learning to walk, talk, eat, poop, ride a bike, you'd never be functional. Why would you give it up when it's talking about doubling, redoubling again the performance of your business? Very interesting, isn't it?
Thank you, Jay. That was awesome. And I remember you always saying that one of the greatest compliments you receive is when someone takes action from what they heard. And that means that not only have they heard it, but they took action on it and it benefited them. So we have George Platt here.
All right, how are you?
Hi.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jay?
I'm doing well. Are you still on the East Coast?
Yes. I'm just to share with the rest of the group. My origin story with Jay was your marketing genius at work in 1986. And I picked up the concept of unique selling proposition, and I grew my printing business from 5 million to 20 million using that.
And tell me about the world today is not the same.
Right now, that business I marginally declined over 10 years. So our best year was in the year 2000. I marginally declined, and I was a COVID casualty in 2020. So I had a great herd of customers. So I brought them the customers to a local competitor. So it was a business tragedy, but not a personal one, because if you have a good herd,
you moved your book, and then you got rid of the yoke of all the overhead.
Okay. So anyway, the company's a great company. It's $30 million of sales. I'm right now doing $1 million of the 30. I'm all about doing 2 million, so I'm working that. I was the 17th company that this outfit absorbed over the years, and they've done 18, and number 19, they just bought a $7 million high-end printer in Rhode Island. That's gonna.
But stop, when they buy them, I bet they don't pay very much, do they?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not privy to that.
But they're integrating all these, and they're basically taking all their books, and then they're consolidating, and they're basically then delivering to printing there, right?
Correct. Yeah, their presses are going to move in.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's your question?
So my question is, the company leadership, because they've done this 19 company, they've absorbed 19 companies over the year. They usually get the company president. They get the best book of business. They get the most profit.
It's an interesting
they get high profitable customers. So he's totally marketing is anathema to him. So I've been here 5 years and trying to initiate things, and I get lip service, but nothing happens.
Are you independent? Or are you salaried?
No, I'm a draw against commish.
All right.
So
you're saying they don't provide. Well, stop for a minute. That's a very interesting model. I'll bet money. So when your business basically craters, but you have a book, that's a very smart acquisition strategy. And I'll bet anything.
Yes.
If they pay a lot, they pay it on the come, so to speak, on what comes in, not a lot up front, because you got very few choices.
Yeah, I got a 3-year bump of a certain percentage over what I normally get. So.
But did you get very much up front?
No, I just walked in with my book of business, basically. Yeah, but I mean, this last company they bought, they must have they didn't get it that way. I mean, they took on. Yeah,
what I'm saying is that's a very not to you in answer to whatever question you're going to pose, but to everybody, that's a very cool. And during COVID, I just dusted off when Tony and I did a program a couple of years ago when COVID was really rampant. We dusted this book off that we used to sell for $1,000, and we gave it to all the Platts and the Lions. And it was about how part of it is how you can grow like mad during a recession by taking over assets, books of business, salespeople, URLs, phone numbers from companies in trouble, because if you help them get out of their overhead and then you give them a stream from what you're going to consolidate, as you said, this company, if you said they took over 19 businesses and they do $30 million and you divide 19 into 30, they took over a bunch of million plus books and they just consolidated it. Did you lose many of your clients when you moved?
No, I did not. No, but not everybody could come because certain businesses had certain relationships with clients that wouldn't come.
And I'm sorry I'm going tangential, but I'm making a point. Anybody that wants to grow could think, okay, if there's somebody in my industry that has a good reputation, but they haven't, as hard as I'm working, they haven't known how to do it, and their business has gotten so marginal that they're making nothing. I could go in and I could take over their assets. I could help them liquidate their facilities, their people. I could underwrite subsidizing a release that was a loss a little bit, and I could basically pay them acquisition just on the revenue that comes in. I've done that for a lot of clients. It's a very clever idea. Okay, so now
I just also want to point out that he would plant seeds, so he would take me out to lunch every couple of years and said, if anything ever happens, you got a home here, so in the back of my mind, I always knew I had a place to go, and he didn't just do that with me, he did it with a lot of companies. So
and people go, I couldn't do that. You really can, because in any industry, there's always going to be companies that work their hearts out and they have a good reputation, but they're not competitive strategy, marketing, and they're hurting, and they're probably just holding on by their thumbnails, and they really would benefit more if they closed tomorrow and you took over their business and you helped them get out of their overhead. And if they have a lease they couldn't get out of, if the business that they have, if they had no overhead and you took it over, you'd have plenty of money to subsidize the lease if you released it to somebody for a lesser amount. And if you did that, in your case, 19 times, you could build a $30 million business pretty damn masterfully, very little out of pocket. That's clever. What's your question, George?
Well, no, I value, his methodology, but I've always been a marketer. So it's a little frustrating that I can't just do, because I always ran my own show, so I could just do it. But I always did a lot of direct mail. I did a monthly newsletter. I tried to sell a monthly newsletter. I do a lot of my stuff for myself. I send out direct mail letters. It
worked before COVID because you had a very nice business. I mean, what kind of margin do you guys work on now?
I don't know. I'm not privy to the numbers.
But
it's not. His PPP was like 2.2 million or something. So it was.
Okay, so what does that mean? So does that mean?
No, I'm just saying you got a nice shot in the arm from COVID.
Yeah. So no, but I mean, when you bid a contract or you bid a job, what kind of margin are you packing into that? What do you think?
We probably have like it's not great. Printing in direct mail is not great. He probably has a gross profit of 30% is a great job.
Okay, so give me your question, George.
The question is I'm all about 2 million. Which way should I go?
What's the scope of clients that you're serving geographically? How far are you? So you're New Jersey, is that right?
No, I'm in Connecticut.
Okay, so you're in Connecticut. Where's your furthest client?
Oh, I have clients that started here that go further. Like on the Eastern Seaboard, let's say.
Okay, so all the things you do, what do you do better than anybody else, or what do you understand better than anybody else that if you own that niche, it could be huge?
Yeah, it's printing and direct mail. I mean, we also have a large format division.
I know, but I'm saying within that realm, is there an application of printing and direct mail? For example, we had a colleague who sold his business for about $60 million, and he was a printing and direct mail company, but he really did lead gen for people, and he had very proprietary postcards and flip cards and things that he created, and that was and he generated leads, but it was basically by selling printing and mailing. So is there a sub niche within the general? Because just saying the printing and there's two ways. If you have a generic, here's what it's a derivative of what I've said all day. Is if you can find people that have the trust and access to an affinity group. An affinity group can mean a category. It can mean vertical or horizontal. It could be entrepreneurs or it could be insurance agents. It's got to be somebody who either uses or could get excited about using printing, and they could aggregate the jobs. That's one thing. If they you become the recommended provider, you would have to do one of two things. The most preferable is getting your colleague who owns the business to agree that you can, if it's 30%, but you get a lot of business they never would have had, you got to be able to give something back to the endorser, 10%, something like that. If he's not going to do that and he's not going to give a great price, then you better be able to have something that you understand expert-wise that's going to get a greater result, so that you can show that the consult you're going to bring with it is worth than the printing itself, because you're going to tell them how to get a greater yield. But if you don't have any of those, I don't have a good answer for you. You got to have you either go to endorsers who have access to a market that you could own by them saying, look, the right kind of printing and mailing for lead gen or for catalogs can make your business, and if it's big, your kind of business, if it's a lot of little people, your insurance agency, a lot more money. There's somebody we trust. They do a great job. They've helped agents make millions and millions more over the years. I've made an arrangement where they're going to basically work with you. We've gotten you a great price that you normally couldn't get on your own. Within the price, they have the expertise to make the mailings you do pay off and make it a profit center. Here's where you go. Call them. They'll do a no cost. They'll do an assessment and an impact analysis with you of what it could mean to your business, and you do that. But you got to spend time finding the people that have influence anywhere. And if you can drop ship and it doesn't matter, mail from Connecticut
anywhere.
But I think you got to. You don't have enough advantage if you're just calling on people. It's a very laborious. But if you find somebody who already has the trust of a market, and he basically makes you the recommended provider, now you've shortcutted everything. That's what I always did. I was the recommended guy for business growth to Tony. I was a recommended guy in the beginning for business growth to 40 newsletters. I was a recommended guy way above everybody else for Success Magazine. I was a recommended guy for Entrepreneur Magazine. Well, when you do that, people, instead of pulling, they're coming to you. And that doesn't mean you close everybody, but now your posture has moved from a commodity to proprietary.
Sure, I like that. So it's identify the niche that I could be good in, and then find somebody that has that niche.
Or somebody. You could do 10 of them, 100 of them. It's been but that's the easiest way to do it, George. You have to get your owner to give you something to give them, most preferably a share. And if you can't do it, a better price. But I think a share is going to be essential. And you got to show them that even if it's 10%, the tonnage will still make them $600,000 a year.
Great. I can get that, no problem. Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Brian.
All right.
Are we getting a lot of people standing in line?
There is plenty of people standing in line. Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so Brett, now you can turn on your camera and unmute yourself.
Let's see here.
Yeah. There you go. I can hear you.
Okay.
Now let's get your camera.
It's not turning on, so.
Oh no.
Let's try this now.
There it goes.
All right.
All right.
How are you?
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Where are you?
Exciting, Jay. Your knowledge and creativity is amazing.
One second. I got some feedback. Jay, you bumped your microphone, so it's pointing away from your mouth. If we can just get it, perfect.
See, is that better?
A little bit better, yes.
Well, it's almost on top of me. Let's see if I can do a little different here.
I think
this is probably. Let me do this. How's that? Is that better?
It is better. Yep.
All right. And can I turn it up? Let me see if it's got any more volume on it. I don't think it does. Is that better or worse?
It's way good.
Okay, I'll leave it there. All right, Brett.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. I appreciate your knowledge and creativity. You bring an immense wealth of information to this business world. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a window and door company. We have a population base of about 120,000 here.
Okay.
We have grown.
Where is here? Where are you?
Billings, Montana.
Okay, that's an interesting city and fascinating. All right, so it's 100 and some population, and
Right.
are you the leading source?
We are. We
Okay.
are currently the. I think there's 11 other people in our company, in our community, doing what we do. So it's a
Really?
really saturated market, and as far as I know, we are number 1 or 2. So
How big is your business?
we're closing in on 5 million.
Okay, so it's a nice business for that small of a community.
Yeah. Well,
And
we want to grow. We want to grow, and I wanted your advice.
Okay,
So,
please ask away, man.
so as far as the growth, ways to grow, I mean, obviously we can take what we do here and plant it someplace else, and I think that would be successful. We're more relationship selling. Some of those other companies that are doing window and door sales are really pushy salespeople, and they push people away. We could have more offerings. That would be instead of trying to grow our business more locations, we could just sell more different kinds of things to the customers we already have.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, I look at our company. Our biggest customers right now are new apartment complexes.
Really?
So, right now, that's
So new construction.
New construction, but specifically apartment complexes is where we've kind of been able to shine.
Okay.
And so we could, again, maybe expand our, our salespeople can go to more companies and more areas and do the apartment complex kind of.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So how do you sell right now? How do you get those apartment gigs?
We bid on them. We bid on them. Is how we get.
How do you find a job? How does the job come to you? How does
we have a local organization that lists all the different commercial contracts that are going on, and we might reach out to them and look at what's available.
And do most of the jobs you get, are you really the low bidder? Or are you bidding within a realm, but they know your quality, so you get the job a little higher?
I hope that what you're saying is true. 100%. I think there's always somebody cheaper, no matter how cheap you are.
Do you have a biz dev person?
Pardon me?
Do you have somebody out there selling?
Yes, we have.
And not selling, meaning selling when you get the request, but you have somebody that's building relationships in the community of real estate developers and whoever manages and I mean there's got to be, and I'm sure there's outside investors, but if there's an emerging apartment development sort of an explosion going on there's got to be certain people that are behind all that, and certain people that know about it very early in the game, and certain people who are controlling it, local or not. But there's probably 5 or 6 groups that are the big investors. Maybe not, but I'm assuming that. Is that true or not?
That very well could be true. I don't know.
Yeah. So what I would want to do, I mean, you're asking a question that I'm going to short for a minute. So I'm going to give you a couple of answers to questions you're not asking, and then you can ask a different one. So the first question that I'm going to give you, and it doesn't apply to apartments, it applies to homeowners. If you were doing much, and if the majority is apartments, is the majority 90% or 51%? And the answer to that is critical, because if the minority, but the minority is 49%, are redos, for example, I have a 35-year-old house. We are systematically, it's a very large house, and it's got something like 150 windows and doors.
Okay.
And it's the last thing we're going to do, because it's about a $500,000 job. But we started systematically redoing. We did the bathrooms. We did all the gas lines. We did the backyard. We did the this. We did the that. So, what would the percentage be approximately of new, what I call multifamily construction versus redoing existing residential?
Well, in terms of dollar volume, I would say we're about right now maybe probably 70% of our dollar volume is new construction right now. And I will divide that into two sections. One is the multifamily, and that's probably around 50%. But 20% of our stuff is like working with architects on new, like big houses.
Got it.
And then the other small amount is replacement work.
But let me ask you this question, because I have a very interesting roofing company, and they make a lot of money on repairs. It's just not as big in dollars, but they've got a whole aggressive strategy to try to get a lot more repairs, because they certainly end up giving birth to full jobs, but they still make a ton more margin on it. Are the profit percentages going to be the same as the revenue percentages?
We do not make as much profit on the multifamily stuff. Absolutely.
And the only reason I'm asking is you can have two strategies. But what I was going to say, because you made a litany in the beginning of offering more things. One of the things that you find with home improvement, so not new construction. I'm going to come back to new construction. I'm taking you on a rogue ADD tangent, but I'll thread the needle coming back a different way.
Okay.
So what you will find is most people who do home improvement, they'll do one thing and then they'll want to stop, but then they'll realize the rest of the house looks like crap. So the typical first thing they do is a kitchen. Because that, unless you got a teeny tiny house, and even if you do, you want it bigger, the kitchen is the focal. The next thing, then they got a beautiful kitchen, and the rest of the house internally looks like crap, so then they'll do usually the bathrooms, right? Then they might do the closets, then they might do the roof, they might do the landscaping, they might do the garage door, they might do the driveway, they might do artificial turf, they might do any of a number of things. But the point is that a lead or a buyer of one home improvement service, if you went and you checked with 100% of the people who you've done doors and windows for, that were existing homes, not new construction, I will bet you a lot of money you'll find that isn't the only thing they either have done or are going to do.
Okay.
I'm saying that because if you have access to people, it's a double valve. You can basically partner with other people that have the other services, but you can do a flip and get everybody who does kitchens and does bathrooms to then introduce you after they're done with the job to their clientele. And there's a huge overlay there. Does that make sense to you?
It does. It does.
Nobody thinks that way, but it's...
Oh, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Well, and they've already got the sunk cost in the marketing, the lead, and they've got no way to monetize it. So you are a godsend. So back to new construction. If it's divided two ways, first is commercial. Then the first thing I would want to do is, if all things being equal, you still have to bid. But if you have the if you have the inside track on the decision makers, even if you got to bid it, you can still get the job. If everyone else is bidding, $500,000 and you're bidding, $575,000, but they know your work's going to be better and it's not going to have, 4 years from today, it's not going to be a nightmare. You probably can still get the job. So I would say that all things being equal, depending on the margins, depending on your cash flow, depending on your infrastructure, you should have somebody, full or part-time, whose job it is to basically develop strong relationships with every influential source that has anything to do with that construction well before it happens. And that can mean whoever's going to finance it. That can mean whoever, the big investors. That can mean whoever designs it, if most of them are done there. It would be really having you be top of mind aware everywhere, because the odds are extremely high that if you are on this call with me and you are recognizing, and it looks like you're a Tony person from the hat, I have a black one like that. If that is true, then you are so far ahead already in your thinking to them that if you are preemptively gaining access to all this development before it happens, even though you have to bid them, and you may not even have to bid them all, but even though you have to bid them, you're going to have the inside track of advantage. So you're not going to have to win everyone just because you're the lowest bid. You're going to win them because you're within range, but they already know and trust you. So that's the next thing with architects. If how many architects? It can't be that many architects in your city. How many are there?
You know, there's actually one really large firm based out of Billings. It's throughout the whole West. Other than that, there's 4 or 5 besides that one. So
does the one in Billings are they the architects for most of the really cool big homes?
There are some here that do that. I'll tell you, that's really a specialized niche. There are.
But the point I'm saying is, if they are a preemptive source because they can spec, are yours custom or are you selling some brand?
We are selling a brand, but our brand is high end, super cool. You know, so
okay,
it's for the really high end.
All right, so if you had a stronger relationship with every architectural firm in the state, as opposed to, because you don't have to just do this, you don't have to just do Billings, do you?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be another thing, particularly if your competitors don't go after them. Anything that is a preemptive access to a decision before it ever happens is, I mean, this is hilarious. You know how if you buy anything on Amazon, it'll say people who bought this, bought that? Well, I have clients, if they sell stuff on Amazon, I'll say, okay, figure out what the that is that they buy, and if the that is something they buy before they buy your product, see what it costs, and maybe you sell that predecessor product cheaper than anybody else, and you don't even make any money on it because it gives you advanced access to that buyer before they ever check up on your competitors. So if you have if you're hosting events, or you're taking a mobile thing to all the architects, or you're bringing them on a tour of all your work, or you're educating them on how to get the most both in soundproofing or economies because of keeping heat and cool in, or of aesthetics, and you're constantly adding value in ways you go to a Ruth Chris if there's one in your area, and you invite them all, and that's your marketing investment. You're doing all kinds of things nobody thinks about. You're playing a long game. Now, I didn't answer the question because I didn't let you ask it, but I hope these insights are meaningful for you.
Yes, they are. Thank you.
Cool. All right.
I'm taking notes as fast as I can here.
Yeah, this is fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. What does the orange hat mean? Is it orange? It looks orange.
It just looked cool. That's all.
Does he have different colors?
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I have a black one with a white one that they gave me, and it's cool.
Yeah.
Where they go, oh, that's a really cool hat, and I say, yeah, it is, isn't it? All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks again, Brett.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, Jay, a couple of things. One, I got some good news that people are really listening. We had a couple people who heard an answer that applied to their situation already in the call, so I love to hear that kind of thing.
That is great.
Next up, we have Diana. She got, I don't know if it's an issue with the computer or something, but wasn't able to be promoted. So I've just made it so you can unmute yourself, Diana, to ask Jay your question.
We'll hear her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Diana. Where are you? What are you?
I am in Southern California in Thousand Oaks.
Okay, very good. I'm in Palos Verdes, so not far.
Right.
Yes. Okay. What kind of business?
Well, I've been an entrepreneur all my life. I've written many books. I've been a New York Times bestselling author. I just had my 12th book, Expect Magic, published. I was the first co-author with Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen in the Chicken Soup for the Soul thing. So it's been amazing. But the main thrust of my career came when I moved out of the culinary business and into starting an organization called The Inside Edge. And this was a foundation for education. We had meetings over 39 years weekly in 3 different cities. And this is where Jack and Mark got together and decided to do Chicken Soup for the Soul. Louise Hay was a member. I would give parties where you had to show up as who you were going to be in 5 years.
Well, that's really admitted. So, and so what exactly is your business today?
My business today is that I would normally be ending my career, but I had this great experience where I decided to write a letter to an author that I had greatly enjoyed over the years, just because I felt like she should know about how much she impacted my life. Okay. And she wrote me back, and we have got this fabulous connection. Her name is Donna Markova. She wrote a poem that went viral called "I Will Not Die, an Unlived Life." And that led to me thinking that in these troubled times, people tend to spiral downward from just tuning into all that's going on. What if there was a movement about writing love letters to people, not only people that we've admired and been inspired by all of our lives, but to our family and so on? We might use some AI to enhance our ability to be eloquent. And I want this to go viral because I think...
And don't think, I'm not being rude, but give me the question then.
My question is, how can I get this concept into a national movement through perhaps writing, having articles in AARP magazine, contacting and reaching out to Maria Shriver and Oprah and so on, to just get everybody thinking about who they appreciate and expressing it?
Well, I mean, it's going to be a derivative of the universal answer that I give first to most people, and that is who you already have. So if you've written 12 books, and many of them or all of them have been successful, and you are well known in whether it's high performance, whether it's spirituality, whether it's new age, whether it's personal development, what you have to do is basically engage all the people that have influence on their audiences, and you've got to introduce the concept. And there's a great concept in marketing called the Aikido or Aikido, however it's pronounced, School of Marketing, and Aikido or Aikido. It's a martial arts methodology that uses the power of the enemy against the enemy. And the way it would apply to what I'm telling you is that you would go to all these people that have audiences. You would say that, and I would, before I do that, I'd research if there's science behind it, psychology behind it. I wouldn't just have a hypothesis with no foundation. I'd figure out what you could put together that concretely validates and verifies the assumption that you're making, and then the endorser, the person that has the audience, would say that I'm a friend of Diana. She has written 12 wonderful books. Now she's on a mission to connect people, and there's a lack of vitamin C, which is connectivity. It's a concept that a man named Ned Hollowell teaches. Vitamin C is connectivity, and people need it desperately today to have purpose, grounding, reduce their stress, feel more connected, reinvigorate their own self-worth. And she believes that doing this would make a difference, and she's created a template that gives you scenarios that you could start off with. And she needs validation and research, so she'd like to ask if my audience would be willing to try sending at least 5 letters, one to a loved one, one to a dear friend, one to whatever, and report back the results so that she has basis to both write her next book and also to start a movement and then see what happens.
Wow, that is exciting. I'm trying to get this all down. I love this idea of...
And I can't go real deep today, but that's how I would do it, is use all your relationships and tell the truth, but tell the truth with a reward. First of all, she believes that if you do this, you will never stop doing it, because you're going to get such, not just great feedback, you're going to get such a different feeling. It's going to animate your spirit. It's going to be liberating. It's going to give you certainty. It's going to ground you better. It's going to give you purpose. It's going to animate your spirit more. It's going to do this. It's going to do that. And if it doesn't, she's going to have egg on her face. If it does, then you will help her while she's helping you. And your feedback and your success stories. I mean, you can do success stories just like chicken soup.
Mm-hmm.
There's your idea.
Thank you. That's
You're
terrific. I love it.
Right.
All right. So, Ross, I need you to do me a favor and raise your hand so I can promote you. I'm going to skip ahead and bring up Tony to ask your question, and then we're going to go to you, Ross.
And I have a couple of notes that I will, we'll have a break, and maybe I'll tell you about some of our services at the break. I may not, but I've got notes on some things I want to give you that you all who have followed me at Tony's would know are some of the distinctions I'm all about. And if I throw them out to you, it might expand your sense of possibility in whatever you do. But I do want people, I mean, I hope you have a lot of people posing questions. And again, if not, I don't have to stay on this, and it's not a nasty statement, is I'm here for as many people as want to benefit who are not optimizing every facet of the revenue system and the positioning and the monetization in their business. But I can't help you if you don't pose it. So let's see what we got.
All right, Ross. I mean, Tony. Let's go with Tony, and then we're going to go with Ross. Okay.
Hello, Tony.
Hi.
How are you?
Very good, very good. We had a conversation with Frank Miranda, and I heard you for 1 hour, if you remember, 10 years ago in Rimini, in Italy.
I remember that. How did it?
Very good, very good. Yeah, I recommend everyone who is considering to the consulting review to follow it.
That was fun. That was fun when I was there. It was fun. Yeah. So what do you do today?
I still do marketing luxury goods the French way, but my question is about a new business that I created 1 year ago with a co-founder.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me about it.
So basically, we are helping aesthetic surgeon internationally in the body contouring field, which is a new trend. It's a $2 billion a year market growing. It's a new market. It was created like 5 years ago. It's a sub niche of aesthetic surgery. We rent the operating room, we rent the clinics, we bring the best body contouring surgeon in the world, and then we have surgeons, they come, we train them, so we give them keynotes, they operate with the surgeon. And my question is, we created a new
and how do you, let me ask you this, so is your monetization that it's a training business that trains local cosmetic surgeons on how to do body sculpting?
No, it's not cosmetic. We don't do cosmetic. We only target aesthetic surgeons. So, like, for example, it's like they are gonna take the fat of your body and they're gonna sculpt your body. There is no implant. It's like it's new technologies.
But it is surgical. It's surgical, right?
It's surgical, absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
right, continue.
So
But
it's highly.
but is your business training the aesthetic surgeon how to do it?
Absolutely. So we give them the latest techniques.
Right.
And the most highest, we train them to do the most expensive surgeries, so they can do their practice. They can serve better the client because it brings more value. It's new innovations. And then we created a new offer, which is a mastermind only for surgeons.
Okay.
Remotely, so we teach them, and then the next step is, we have right now 4 paying clients. It's been month number 9, $5K a month. They told us it's not expensive enough. So we have 80% profit margin on this mastermind. And my question is, surgeons have huge ego and they don't believe they need marketing and business. So we are like kind of in the early adoption stage. They don't know how to price themselves. They have no website. They have no mailing list. They don't do direct mail. Most of them.
I got it. So what's your question?
My question is, how do I market it? Because usually you need to market to people who are already looking for a solution, but they're not aware that they need it.
Well, so I'm going to give you 2 answers. One is going to be redundant and one's going to be original. So you find people that are already selling services, marketing services, any kind of services that has the trust of a cosmetic surgeon. And you can find all kinds of people that are selling products, services, marketing, advertising, web design, anything, but already has their trust so that they're going to break the barrier of resistance. excuse me, and you just give them a share. Number two is you take, how many clients do you have so far? 4?
For the mastermind, in this new offer, we have
How many clients have you actually trained?
about maybe 150 in the last 1 year and a half.
So 15 or 150?
150.
Okay, and they're all over the world?
They are international, yes. So mostly Dubai, USA, Australia, UK, but we have also Germany, France.
Okay, and have you well documented the results that have happened? In other words, the cases they've gotten, the revenue they brought in?
So we train them, as I told you, we first train them for the surgical part. So we have documented that. And now we have the first case studies and testimonials of people who grew their practice. So yes, we have that through the mastermind.
Yeah, so there's, but so it's much harder to sell an aspirational or a theoretical construct than it is an empirical one. If you say we've first of all, you do research and you find the trend and all the data, go on whatever AI you want to go to and get the greatest case for why, how, that this is the trend, that people will pay a lot more to have their own bodies, if that's true. Show that there are very few people doing this, that it gives them a preemptive advantage, then show and go to all the 150 people you've helped, see if they are doing much with it. The ones that are succeeding, chronicle that. The ones that aren't, create a partnership with somebody who can do marketing that you share in, because you need success stories. When you have success stories, you will have people coming to you, and you'll have to move with alacrity because people will knock you off. But if you have 150 different doctors so far, what did they pay? $5,000? What did they pay to learn it?
No, they pay because the operating room you cannot have 20 people because of safety issues,
So
regulations.
How much did they pay?
They pay VIPs pay up to 20K
Okay.
for 3 days training, 2 days in the operating room, 1 day of conference.
And then when you're done and you leave, what happens? What happens? What's your relationship with them after the training?
We follow up. They are in a group with all other our surgeon mentors are answering their question because they may have questions for the year, but it's only about surgeries. It's very technical.
Okay, but so surgeries without sourcing, how do you help them source cases?
So that's the thing. So they learn the surgeries and then they need to learn how to sell themselves, but they believe that it's enough to just tell to their patient or their clinics, hey, we have this new thing, come, you understand? So that's why we created the mastermind to teach them this part of how you can get.
But that's a slow, arduous process, and they have to come to you. I think what you should do, go to the 150 and say, we want you to grow this business. We're going to provide you with internal communication to stimulate past clients and referrals. We're going to give you topics to present in the community. We're going to give you ads, and we're going to give you copy to put on your website, and we're going to give you emails that you can send out, and we're going to give you newsletters that you can do, and we're not going to charge you a penny for the next 3 to 4 months to do it. But we do want, in exchange, the compensation we want is for you to report results. And then if it works, which we know it will, and we grow you a sub-practice that is very profitable, we want you to then start using our service at a very reasonable price. But you need the success stories. And if they're not going to do it on their own, you got to say, look, there's no cost. We're going to buy you 3 months of our time. And it's mutual self-interest is the greatest motivator. We can't get a lot more business unless we have the success story. You've already invested on the front end, but if you don't know how to articulate it, if you don't know how to denominate it, if you don't know how to elevate it, if you don't know how to compare it against other things, if you don't know how to sell it, add on, or sell it as an alternative, if you don't know how to go to your past inquiries and past clients, if you don't know how to get them to refer, if you don't know how to train your front of the office people on how to really introduce it and talk about it, if you don't have signage up, you're going to optimize, you're going to get a fraction of not just the income, but the outcome that you could be producing for people. We don't want to let that happen. So if somebody's got to make the first investment, all we ask, if we're wrong, you'll prove it. If we're right, you'll be the beneficiary for the next 3 months because you might pick up.
And then how do you make them take action? Because if they don't pay, they may not see the value.
Well, right now you have more to gain than they do by success. So you basically have to do almost the way I'm doing this intermittently by making the point that you're investing an enormous amount in them. And you have to have them acknowledge, what's it worth if we could get you in the next 3 months 20 cases that are worth $25,000 a piece. And they're cases you would not get normally, or excuse the phone, it'll ring and then it'll go off in a minute. What would it be worth if we could get you upsell of an extra 20 grand a transaction for doing full or partial sculpting along with, breasts or implants or butt implants or whatever you're doing? What would it be worth if you could elevate your stature? So what we're doing with my brand, and I really started out being sort of the business growth super consultant, but everybody and their brother now is the business growth consultant. So we are in the process of moving it to the world's #1 breakthrough consultant who can look at strategy, business model, distribution, channel, marketing, partnering, value creation, competitive superiority, or preemptive advantage, and we're moving. And what if you could give? I mean, here's the good thing that you have working for you. 2 things. Number 1, today there is so much competition, and the consumer doesn't even know who to choose. Number 2, in a economically confusing world, people stop spending a lot of money, and they need something very unique to break the morass of paralysis and contemplation and procrastination. So if you can give a cosmetic aesthetic surgeon the ability to elevate him or herself to a stature of preeminence in a field that nobody is really familiar with, and they own the niche, they're a category of 1, they should get a lot of cases. Your job is to show them that you are willing to invest an inordinate amount in them, that none of the investment you are going to make in them requires them to spend one more dime. They don't have to run ads, they just have to send this to their database. They don't have to do a lot. They just have to add this on the front of their website. They don't have to really sell a lot differently. They just have to know how to sell it. They have to have signage. If it doesn't work, you will be the loser. If it does work, both sides will win. All you ask is if they accept your investment in them, your contribution, they agree to follow through and report. And if they don't, it's okay. And you play the numbers. They all won't. But if you got 150 to say yes, you might get 50 to do it. You get 50 to do it, and you're right. You might get 35 of them to do well, and now you're off to the races because you're not trying to sell it on conjecture. You've got something provable.
Okay, I think it's fantastic.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So our next person is Ross.
Hello?
Right, bro.
Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye and hello.
I have to cut this.
You got a split window. What's it taking? There, you did it, Brian. You're a pro. Okay. Hi, Ross.
Hey, Jay. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be here today.
My pleasure.
So you have mentioned influencers a bunch so far. I'm a chef, a recipe developer, and a content creator, an influencer. With over 175,000 followers on social media, under the name This Guy Cooks. And my question is, how can I think differently about partnerships, joint ventures, and new projects? I was in tech for years. I helped launch a beverage company before teaching myself how to cook during the pandemic, basically from watching YouTube videos. And now I do recipe development and content creation, private events for top food brands.
So how do you monetize right now?
So right now, in terms of revenue channels, I create user-generated content, sponsored content, ad content for my partners, and I'm moving into the world of food-related travel content, pursuing deals with top hotel brands. I'm also doing some YouTube long-form content, cooking classes, and events.
Sounds expensive. Are you? I'm bringing this for a reason. I'll introduce in a minute. Are you making a lot of money?
Depends on your definition of a lot. Right now, I'm bringing in about 20K a month.
Okay. What were you bringing in before?
About the same, but not enjoying my life half as much.
And where are you geographically?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay. Where?
Santa Monica.
Okay. So I'm in Palos Verdes, not far. So are you? Are your followers all over the world?
Yeah, they're pretty well distributed all over the world.
So repeat one more time who pays you money and what the frequency or the format is. So you have these partnerships with certain people. How are you paid on those?
Yeah, so there are different food brands globally. They pay me for sponsored content, and I'll basically generate recipes for them, create a recipe. I'll film content for them, and then we put it online together, and they pay me for that content on a monthly basis.
And typically, what will they pay you?
It depends. Somewhere between $2,000 and $5,000 per piece of content.
It's one time.
Well, typically it started as one-time deals, and now it's worked into about 2 a month per brand, either 6 or 12-month deals.
Very good. And by the way, the person who's an interloper at the bottom of our screen, it may not be, his name is Nick Sonnenberg, and he's a world authority on operational efficiency, and he wrote a book called Come Up for Air, which is really good. And he's done work for Tony and his business, but also Tony and his family. So he's a friend of mine. And I said, come on, and we'll see if we have some scenarios that you can really dig into as well. But I'm going to finish on this and make a couple of announcements, and then I'll have Nick talk and give you a summary of his body of work, because it's pretty interesting. So first thing is that if you have 175,000 people, what does it take to get 1,175,000? Don't answer yet, but do you have people that would co-promote you that have the same audience? And if you do, you want to figure out product service offerings. I mean, you do, and you might have just said it because sometimes I trip out and don't listen as respectfully as I should to what people say, but do you do like events with everybody that they pay $50 and you basically do cooking classes, or you host events? When my wife, during COVID, it was interesting. She was doing, I can't remember what it is, one of the big chefs in New York, and they would sell her steaks, and then they would cook them together, and they would sell her the wine, and they would drink it together. And it was Charlie Palmer, I think. I can't remember who it was, but it was pretty cool. And she ended up spending a fortune, but she had great fun doing that. What's the most lucrative, repetitive way you are monetizing your audience besides doing these one and done videos?
It's repeated content with partners, so recurring content on a monthly basis.
But if you had services where you were doing, first of all, virtual, and then you went, and as you grew it, you did localized ones. You said, I'm going to be in Chicago, and we're going to have basically, we're going to have whatever you wanted to do, an event, a cooking class, a 2-day, it's $1,000. And every time you went there, you also did press. It would seem like that combined would be pretty powerful, don't you think?
Definitely. And I think, look, there are also a lot of chefs that can go out there and do things like this. Something unique that I've been thinking about recently is offering something similar, but in the vein of content creation, since there are so many people that want to learn how to create content. And
Yes,
it's a very niche.
and let me tell you a really interesting. It was a disappointment, but it was also fascination. I have a lot of children. One of my sons lives in San Francisco, and he is a sommelier, but he's also the beverage manager of a couple of different niche restaurants. And he used to be the one for Atelier. What's her name? The girl who's got the
Atelier Kren?
Yeah. And he left because it was so intense, but he's worked with some Michelin restaurants. And during COVID, he had this great idea, because he said there are all these sommeliers and all these chefs, but they don't know how to monetize anything. And he wanted to build a platform where they basically went to their audiences. And I'll tell you what he wanted to do, and I loved it. We financed it, but he turned out not to be very entrepreneurial, and it didn't work. But it was a brilliant idea. During COVID, all the boutique wineries that would sell most of their production to the high-end restaurants, the restaurants weren't buying them, so they're building all this, all this inventory. And he wanted to basically have a membership where they got all this great content from the sommeliers and the chefs, but they basically, it was, you paid $50 a month, but you got access to all this, there was limited supply. So we basically do a deal where a boutique winery had 30 cases, 50 cases, he'd make it available to the first 30, and it would be really fun. And I love that, but they could never get it together. If you can use this, the problem is the opportunity, because if they don't know how to monetize it, I'll give you 3 ways you can do this. Very interesting. And we've done this for clients. One way, I'm taking you on a very rogue tangent, but it's a cool potential. So you create either with yourself or a new entity that is a platform. You recruit every chef and every sommelier and everybody who's, pardon my voice, in a niche of food and wine to add content. You give them yield on however it monetizes, where you get advertising. You help them. You have a team that helps them create the monetization, and you split after you take off a management fee, but you give them not real equity, but what's called phantom equity. I don't know if you know what phantom equity is, but it's a form, it has the equivalent of what it would be worth if you had an interest in the business, but it's not real. So while they're associated with you, so if I were going to give 100 people phantom equity, every year their interest would change based on what their contribution would be to profitability. So let's say you had 500 chefs and you had 1,000 sommeliers on this platform, and they are producing content that you're getting ad revenue for, or sponsor revenue. You are programming them to do activities, cooking classes, come to, when you're in New York, then, they have a high-end dinner where there's a 50% margin, all kinds of things. So they get their margin, but then every quarter you look at the profit that the platform has made, and you allocate a percentage, let's say a third of it, to all the contributors, and it's prorated based on what their contribution was to the profit. It's a little hard to explain, but everybody wants equity in things, and everyone wants to monetize it. The reason most people, when I just told you what to do, you said a lot of people that could do that. Yes, there are, but there are few people who do it. You understand that?
Yes.
My son, we gave him capital. We gave him, we got him the most sophisticated computer. I got him 2 video cameras, but when push came to shove, it wasn't what he could do. He just froze trying to figure it out. And I love my son, but I'm saying most people aren't going to do it. You obviously are asking me because you want to figure out how to monetize it. So that's a big theme, but there is a great way to do contingency commitments. Contingency commitment says you make you research all the chefs, all the sommeliers, anybody else who has following but doesn't have a clue on how to monetize it. It's just ego, and it's helping their local restaurant or whatever it is. And you contact each one of you with a contingent proposition. I am contemplating creating the most amazing platform that will both showcase you but also monetize you 3 ways. 1, you'll get paid for your followers. 2, you will get paid for revenue that our staff helps you monetize. 3rd, you'll get paid for the total profitability that you help the platform get. And all you have to do is what you do now, because we'll do mostly everything. All you have to do is do killer videos with some frequency, and we'll give you all the categories, and you can pick and choose. If we do that, and here's the compensation you would get, will you agree to be part of it? Give us a written commitment. So now you go to 1,000 people and let's say you get 500 commitments. So even if you don't have the capital to do it, somebody else has the infrastructure and you partner with them. But when you have the commitment, I've helped many people who couldn't raise money going to the open market. I've showed them that if you had commitment from 20 or 30 influencers who had access to the audiences you would normally have to pay advertising money to attract, and you got them to give you a contingent commitment that if you build it, they will be part of it. Then you aggregate. So let's say you had, in this case, let's say you had 500 people and each one of them had 5,000 followers, but 5,000 times 500 is whatever it is, 2.5 million. I don't know what it is. Now you go to somebody and say, I can deliver 2.5 million followers, but I don't have the infrastructure. You got this big company. If you want to be a partner with me, you have your company build the infrastructure. I'll do everything else. Does that help?
Oh, 100%. That's a very interesting approach. I like that a lot.
And it'll take you from 20. It'll be the best part about it is it's very interesting. One of my landmark statements is that your problem is going to always be the solution to someone else's bigger problem or unrealized opportunity. You just have to figure out who they are, what it is, and connect them. Let me give you guys a story, and then I'll make about a 5, and I'll take a self-serving opportunity to tell you about some of our services. Then I'll tell Nick to bedazzle you with his wonderment, and then we'll continue doing this. But here's an example, and it's a true story. Pardon my voice. When I got started in the seminar business, I did it all over the world. And I was in China the first time back, 12, 15 years ago, when relationships were good. We had a sold-out seminar there, 800-900 people at $5,000, which was a lot back then in China. And I always asked people to come to the mic and do questions, and I'm like this at the end. And one guy came through translation, young man, younger than you, and he said, Jay, what do you do if you're too small and the bank won't lend you money to grow? And I said, okay, tell me a little bit more. He said, I am a small local motorcycle manufacturer. Now, only in China, where a city can be 100 million people, a city, could you be a local motorcycle manufacturer? But I said, okay, well, tell me more. He goes, if I had the money, the capital, I'd go all over Asia. I'd find a place to build a huge factory. I would then put offices in every country. I would hire salespeople and recruit dealers and sell motorcycles everywhere. And I said, okay, but I don't understand the problem. And he got mad. He goes, I told you they won't give me capital. I said, you don't need capital. He goes, what do you mean? I said, your problem is always the solution to someone's bigger problem or opportunity. They just don't know it, and you just have to find them, show them, and it'll work. I said, go on a road trip, go all over Asia, find somebody in a non-competitive but complementary business that already has a huge factory, that already has offices in all the countries, already has salespeople and dealers, but isn't in the motorcycle business, but is a complement, and they have an underutilized manufacturing shift. They have underutilized distribution, and make a deal with them. And I gave him a little more explanation. 15 months later, I came back, and the guy comes back to the mic, and now instead of doing that, he looks like the Cheshire Cat. And he said, I did what you said, Jay. And I don't remember anything. Nick knows this. I forget right after I give somebody advice because I'm moving on to the next and the next. And I said, what'd you do? He goes, I went all over Asia. When I got to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, I found Asia's largest lawnmower manufacturer. They had a massive factory that was being underutilized. They had offices in 10 countries. They had huge sales forces. They had thousands of dealers. We made a deal where I had to provide the tool and dies. Those are the metal that forges the assembly and the parts to make a product. And I had to go and teach the salespeople how to recruit the dealers. Then I had to teach the dealers how to merchandise and sell motorcycles. But he said in our first full year together, we both made in profit $20 million. Somebody else has got a bigger problem than you. And if you're the solution, you just have to be able to articulate it. But this idea of a contingency commitment is a non-threatening. They don't have to commit to anything unless you do it, right?
Yeah.
So there's my suggestion.
I love it. Thank you.
Good. Nick, for a minute, I want you to close off your video because I'm going to tell people about my services and then we'll bring you back. Okay? Brian, you have your slide deck. I'm going to tell you it's going to take me about 3 minutes. This is very fast, but it's something that I wanted to try out. And we've been talking about this. So I'm going to let you know about it. And it matters not to me if you're interested, but this is, you're sort of my experimental, well-rewarded, you're well-rewarded guinea pigs today, and you're also the chance to be part of a very interesting experiment, because what I'm going to tell you about I've never done before this way, so it's interesting for me. Before I start, I got to tell you, when I started, I did seminars. Then I got into very large fee-based consulting. Then I modified it, and I got a reasonably large retainer against 3 to 6 years of profit sharing. Most people can't afford it. And it's sad because I can help almost anybody, and I don't mean that arrogant, but I've done so many industries, and I can normally look at it objectively, not just understanding their industry, but taking in context all the different possibilities and come up with all kinds of these no cost, no risk, but high performing, low or no downside breakthroughs. And it's sad. So we said, okay, what could we do that would be very valuable for other people, but would not be intimidating from a financial standpoint, but would be fun for me? And I've got to give you a real piece of interesting insight. I am a mad scientist. I love helping people, but I like to be acknowledged financially. But I love bringing people in and transforming their world, their business worldview, and shifting totally, their direction, their belief system, their approach, and looking at what they're doing and how much they're not doing within it that could throw off so much more revenue or so much more reach or so much more clientele and doing it. But I have to find a way that I could afford to do it for others, but they could afford to do it with me. So that is the backstory. All right. So we created something that I'm calling Private Breakthrough Consulting and Master Thinking Partnership. I like to think of myself not just as a consultant, because that's got a one and done context. I think of myself as a master thinking partner with all humility, because I've been through so many scenarios, so many challenges, so many different complexities, so many competitive environments that I have a relatively comprehensive understanding, not just of how to do something, but probability and outcome. If you do this, here's what will probably happen. Here's the way your competitor will respond. Here's what you're going to have to do. If this happens and you do better, here's how you capitalize. If this happens and it doesn't produce, here's what you do instead. And I consider that masterful thinking partnership, where you have a partner that's not just giving you marketing, or not just giving you strategy, or not just changing your business model, or not just giving you a way to distinguish and competitively position yourself, but it's working through a lot more things with you that you would never normally understand or even recognize, but reality. And I'm always reminded when I talk about this, anybody who's closer to my age, who ever read Mad Magazine, they have Alfred E. Newman is on the cover, and his motto, he looks this crazy looking Frankensteinian, weird howdy doody looking guy, and his motto is "What me worry." He didn't worry about anything. I've learned that below the surface is where all the nuances, all the intricacies, all the different factors that have to be understood and harnessed and harvested and mitigated. The good have to be harvested better, the bad have to be mitigated, or you won't get the outcome you want. And I pride myself on the kind of breakthrough thinking I give people. It's easy to understand. It's easy to apply if you have a prejudice towards action, if you're a monster of execution, if you're not absolutely wedded to tradition and doing everything the same way everybody else does, and if you're directable and collaborative. So, okay, so this, I've never done this before. It's not BS. I've never offered what you're about to hear. And I don't know that I will again, unless we get not only great response from you, but the response translates into me adding so much value that it is so underpriced that I can basically have you as our positive touts telling me, geez, I invested this and I got that. So we'll see what happens. Okay, next slide. So it's designed to insulate people from a lot of risk. The majority of people we work with today commit for a 1 year guaranteed period and then 3 years of me getting profit share, and the retainer is in the six figures. We thought if we gave you a one and done first stage where you come in, you do it in person or you do it virtually, I look at the whole business, I identify and I conceptualize and I strategize for you the most actionable, the most immediate, short, the most practical mid, and the progressive long-term breakthroughs that you should be implementing. And then I give you how to execute it, how to apply it, and before you leave that encounter with me, you have an action game plan to follow. And the game plan is structured so well that if you are good at executing and following through, you don't need me unless you want me to expand it, envelop it, course correct it, and keep building it. So it's one and done, half day with me, and a half day with me, frankly, is very expensive normally. But we've priced it because we want to experiment at a very steep discount that's literally $25,000 less than I normally charge, and it's experimental. I want to see if this is something I can do a lot of and that people will do a lot with it. And the money part is actually secondary to my need to see if I give you this, will you do anything with it on your own? And the area that we would focus on, and they're not all of them, the breakthroughs you should want is to challenge, question your current strategy. Most small, medium businesses are tactical. All the ways you could market better, how you position, who you position, the way you target the audience, the niche you go for, what you try to do to evolve or to establish the first contact, how you monetize it, how you continue doing that, what you do when you have nothing else to sell, how you use your brand, how you use your distribution, how you use other relationships, your business model, changing a business model from one shot to many, changing your business model to an easier way to start a relationship, changing your business model to adding 2 or 3 other products that might not double revenue, but might double or redouble profit. All kinds of things like that, and making you preeminent. I stand for the strategy preeminence, elevating yourself to the position of the most trusted advisor, the only source anybody can choose first, the best of all best that is so quantum time seen ahead of everybody else in the niche that you represent, that there's no contest, and you can do it. And when you do that, not only you, but your whole team are on a mission and a crusade, and they fall in love with the clients they serve, and they see your product or service at work in that client's life, transforming, protecting, enriching, depending on what you do. And it's also about partnerships galore, because I've done billions of dollars, and you've seen all the ways you can do it. But there's, Brian, I think we have now 250 different ways you can use partnering, not just for revenue, but cost saving, buying power advantage, expanding offices and reach, all kinds of things. Next. So the first thing, you all start out with a half a day, and I'm fine if that's the only commitment you have, as long as you don't come for intellectual entertainment. And it's again, for me, it's very modest. For you, it's up to you, but it's only, the investment is 50 grand, one and done, and you walk away with a turnkey process and an action game plan. However, if either at that point or when you get back and you try some of the breakthroughs I will have custom created for you that are I call them bespoke. They're not general ones, although I'll teach you macro ideas like partnering, then refining it and contouring it to your situation is always going to be unique. But if you go back or in the moment you see that they will work, but you want my help, we're going to offer 2 different ways we can do it, neither of which have any profit upside to it, but they have less access to me. So one of them is every month you can have an hour with me to work on what I've already given you and to try to come up with new ones as you're starting to have success and as more knowledge comes to me from you trying it in your market. And we're going to give you credit forward because we would normally charge $150,000 just for that amount of time, but we're going to give you credit forward. If you want monthly, it would be $100,000 more, but we don't even ask you to make that decision until you see what comes out of my brain and my mouth when we're together. And again, we can be together here. I got a very charming office. I don't have the doors open and the windows, but we're right on the runway of the Torrance Airport, or you can do it virtually, but and you will have answered 200 question assessment that'll blow your mind, that I'll know a lot about you before we start. Or you can do a lesser, like once every 2 months for a year for a very modest amount. The net to you is an extra $50,000, and we don't want either of those necessarily until you really see what I can deliver, because I'm not sure how much of this I want to do, because I'm all about, at this point in my life, having done all the things I did, and it's matter of record. I used, again, we did $250 million of seminars. I've done wonderful things. We've sold books. One time we sold 72,000 copies of a book for, do I have it here? 1 second. Desiree, would you bring me the Money Making Secrets book? We sold 72,000 copies of a book for, will you bring me Money Making Secrets, please? Yeah, the nice one. Thank you. And for $377 a piece, we sold $1,000 ones. What rocks my boat today, at this point in my career, is working with people that do shit, people that take action, people that follow through, people that collaborate. This is the one. I don't know if you can see. Can you see this, Brian?
Yes, I can.
This is the one we sold. This bought my beach house for me years ago. This one, it didn't look like this. We printed this for Tony. It was $1,000. We have $500 books I sold, but I don't do that anymore because it bores me. And I enjoy working with real people, doing real commerce and transforming the trajectory and the outcome of their lives. And it's all about outcome. It starts with output, and it starts with the contribution you can make to others. And I'm very much into being preeminent, basically making a profound, superior difference in the audience you're serving and also in your team. So back at the offer, initially, all I want is the chance to have a 4-hour half-day experience with you where I can look at your business from a multitude of vantage points, a CAT scan analysis, and formulate for you breakthroughs in as many of those leverage points, those upside leverage points, those powerhouse blockbuster impact factors that you're probably not looking at, and give you a go forward strategy that is developed very reasonably, that explains to you what to do, how to do it, things you need to know, and you know exactly what to do first, second, and third when you go back. And then you have the luxury of never talking to me again and not owing me anything. But if you want, working with me an hour a month or an hour every other month, and it's your prerogative. And that's pretty much it. Is there another slide? I put this together very quickly. Is there another slide? Yeah, I mean, basically what's it all about? You get to test drive my mind and methods. And that's, most people that have watched me, I think at this point know that I'm real, and because I've really done it. It's not like I've given, I hate the word like, it's not as if I've given the same presentation over and over again theoretically. I've actually done this on the front lines of capitalism for so many companies and so many industries that it's very real. And what basically, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's about me giving you heavy duty performance boosting private advisory work together, and also if you do any of this too, on the half day, it's a single payment because I don't want to be your banker. But if you want to do any of the others, only after we really get to know each other and I see how you follow through and how you implement, we'll give you terms, because it's not about me making a lot of money right now. You are basically a very well rewarded guinea pig if you want to be. And you're part of a pilot experiment that I've never done before. And I'm doing it because I want to get fulfillment, and I want to give catalytic propulsion, and I want to basically give people the ability to perform at a much more elevated level, but I want to see if they'll do it. And there's a way to contact Rob Colasante, is vice president of Breakthrough Consulting for us, and he's really knowledgeable, and he happens to be the most honorable and preeminent person himself, because he will not sell anybody if he doesn't think that their business and their mindset and their values, beliefs, and their character traits will benefit profoundly. So you should talk to him. That's how to do it. And he will explain everything. And if it melds with what you feel you want, and if you believe you haven't taken your business anywhere close to where it could and should be, and you want to basically have at least a first level experience privately with me, and have me focus squarely on finding all the ways to optimize both of those areas, the breakthrough area and the multiple incremental enhancement in all your revenue system, then contact him and we'll see what happens. But if we get together, I have to tell you, I'm not making this offer just to entertain you. We've had fascinating experiences with clients over the years. 50% have fabulous results and 50% don't do anything. And they don't do anything because it's out of their current worldview. And I don't want people who don't do anything. I want people that, if I give you the basis, if I explain it, if there's no downside to you other than testing it, that you're willing to do it, because that's the only way you'll get your breakthrough, is by putting it to a test. And the kind of discipline that I have been trained to teach is almost no downside and asymmetric outsize upside. I call that the alpha mindset. Alpha is like a hedge fund. Anyhow, that's it. I did my shtick. Come on back, Nick.
Good one.
Nick, you're probably signing up right now, aren't you?
Yeah, you got at least one sign up here. Well, I just have to say, if you are, and we have a podcast together, so I get the privilege of seeing the brilliance of you on a frequent basis. So just to endorse the program that you just offered, we talk about it all the time, but there's a difference between spending and investing, right? Spending is, you're buying a pair of shoes, or you could be spending your time watching TV, or you could invest time in systems, or you could invest time, energy, money in coming up with better strategy and frameworks to grow your business. So I just want to reemphasize how valuable it is what you offer, and how there's no cost, it's purely an investment.
If you do something with it.
If you do something with it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Think about all the people that buy exercise equipment and look at it.
They want the 6-pack, but you to do the sit-ups for them.
And I think you and I were talking one time, Nick. This is fascinating to all of you. I'll tell you something horrible, but it's fascinating. Pardon me. Any of you, and probably most of you from the Tony group that are on my list, excuse me one more second. This is profound, but it's not a comforting realization. So, okay, to my great honor and joy, Tony has embraced my 3-way to grow business model, the 10-10-10, and he spends a day teaching it. He also teaches a derivative optimization, maximization, that he calls it Optimax, and that's very powerful too. It's one of a lot of derivatives, but he aggressively and he dimensionally teaches the 3 ways, the 10-10-10. So I think it was October or November last year, which is where you all from Tony came from. I was asked at the last minute, Jay, put together a 2-hour or 90-minute, I can't remember what it was, session on advanced methodology. And I thought, okay, but before I get advanced, let's talk first of all about the 3 ways that he's already trained. And I started with a question. I said, how many here in the audience? It was virtual. Oh no, I was live, but I think it was virtual in the audience. How many of you were blown away by the geometric growth potential that is so easy and safe by 10%, 10%, 10%? Of course, everybody raised their hand. Then I said, this is a very sobering and a very ethically important question. How many of you have done much of anything with that, even though you know it's the safest, the easiest, the fastest, the most predictable way to double, redouble your profits, maybe not your revenue, but your profits over and over again? 15%. I have the video. Anybody that signs up for the program, I'll give you the video to watch because I get the rights to the video, and you will be mind blown. So the point is, if you spend 10 grand, 5 days, he's pounding you with how powerful this is, you're going, yes, I love it. And then you go back to status quo and you don't do anything with it. It's feeble. By the way, and if you happen to have watched it, which you should have, or you wouldn't be on my list, I also introduced the advanced 3 ways. You penetrate a new market every year. You introduce or you acquire a new product or service every year. You acquire a business, a podcast, a URL, a Salesforce, a discussion group in a year. And I'm sure nobody did that, but we actually teach 125 ways to strategically generate referrals. And I find that I lay it out. I show people that it costs almost nothing. I show them the predictability. I show people that have done it when I taught them, and yet most people go, yeah, it's such a cool idea. And then they get sucked right back into status quo. I don't understand it, Nick. What do you think the rational reason is?
People want the easy way out and they're lazy.
They want the new drug and the silver bullet.
Yeah. Well, now with AI though, I mean, it's close to a silver bullet in a lot of cases. I mean, we were just jamming yesterday and basically built a company in 10 minutes.
It was pretty cool. Now, so let me do Nick justice. I'm going to tell you what I think about him, and I want him to tell you what he does, and we'll see if he can do some interaction for a little while, and then I'll go back to what I want to do, but we'll have him do 2 or 3 cool things for you on his skill set. Tell him what you do, tell him why you do it, tell him how you got into it, tell him the difference it can make, and some of the self-validating realizations they need to really think about in order to recognize how much more is possible on that end. And before you do, he and I have a very small podcast together, and the reason we do is that I do revenue system, he does operational efficiency. The combination is explosive. Go ahead, tell them about yourself.
Thank you for having me. I'm obsessed with saving time, running a better business. Like for me, the mousetrap of a business and figuring out a way to have as few people as possible and just build a well-oiled machine and leverage the full capability of everything that's possible with technology, from automation to AI to other systems and tools. For me, it's like just like it's a game to find money and find revenue systems. For me, it's a game. How can you save a second or a minute? But knowing that thing that you're saving the second or minute, you might do 100 times a day, hundreds or thousands of times a year, across a team of 20, and that one thing maybe ends up being $500,000, and then you find hundreds of them. So I wrote a book called Come Up for Air that Jay talked about, which if you're interested in this topic, you could check it out. It lays out a framework that I developed, and as he mentioned, Tony endorsed the book, and I've worked with many organizations from Facebook to Poopery to, just $100 million a year construction companies. And there's consistent patterns and issues and needs that every company, regardless of industry and team size, needs. And so the framework that I developed that's in the book kind of lays that out, and it's helped many, thousands of organizations. And now what I'm up to is we offer consulting, training. In some cases, we're spinning up JVs and solving the problem under a new entity. But that's what I'm up to. A big part of it now is AI, since now a lot has changed in terms of capability. But one thing that I've learned from you, Jay, I heard years ago you talk about the drill and the hole, and people don't want the drill. What they want is they want the picture to hang on the wall, and in order to do that, you need to get the drill to drill the hole to then hang the frame. And so ultimately what I'm in the business of isn't efficiency or helping people with automation. The output of that is capacity. And there's a few types of constraints. And I know our friend Alan Barnard, who's a world expert at decision science and constraints, but there's a handful of constraints. You might have capital constraints, lead generation constraints, capacity constraints, another constraint. And so that's really what I'm in the business of, is helping people with their capacity constraint in the most efficient, optimal way possible. And usually, 99% of the time, the best way to increase capacity is not by adding more people to the mix. It's usually working smarter.
And just because I love his work, and he's only here as a gift to you. I have no relation. I have a relationship in the podcast, but one of the things he and I realized is that we have all these people we interview who don't have a clue how to optimize the back end, sort of the tail wagging the dog. And we started basically just saying, hey, we'll do it with you. If you aren't going to do it, we'll just create a profit center we own together, because most people don't even want to do the work. But Nick has a couple of, and they're cool. They're cool examples that he uses when he's presenting on stage. But I love it, and I'll start you off. I love the one about Monday morning, Friday, but you have about 8 or 10 of those. Share those so people will be shocked into reflection.
Yeah, actually, I just gave a talk yesterday, and I reframed it that might be useful for you all now. So I gave a 3-3-3 talk: 3 principles, 3 frameworks, 3 tactics. So the very fast version of this stuff, and if you want more, obviously it takes, there's content and ways to go deeper. But the 3 key principles, actually the first one I'll share is not even mine. It's David Allen, who wrote Getting Things Done. One of the things he said to me once was, your brain is for having ideas, not holding ideas. So a key principle is you want to get stuff out of your head. In order to have these breakthrough ideas, you have to have brain space. And if your brain is fully occupied, rent-free by all the stuff that needs to happen, did I email Jay? Did I do this? Did I take out the trash? If your brain is being utilized for all this crap, you're not going to be able to have breakthrough ideas. So that's kind of principle number 1. The other is just like you have return on investment, right? Which you invest $100,000 or whatever it is to work with Jay, you might yield $1 million or $10 million, right? That's a return on investment. But you also have return on time. So it might take 5 hours to set something up or learn something, but if that 5-hour investment yields 250 hours a year of increased capacity, you're getting a 50-to-1 return on time. So, just like they say, time is money, it really is. It's an asset, and you're all your own hedge fund managers. And just like, even if you're not deploying capital, you're deploying time and energy and money in the most optimal way to maximize, whatever you're trying to maximize. So those are a couple of principles. A couple frameworks. My signature framework is CPR. So in your company, there's kind of 3 buckets you have to focus on. You communicate with people, internally with your team, externally with your clients. You have to plan, so you've got tasks and projects. Work needs to get done. And then your resources is all of your knowledge, your SOPs, your processes. And so no matter what you do, you have to think in these 3 buckets, and different tools and technologies are optimized for each of those buckets. Another framework is RAD, Reply, Archive, Defer. And the biggest inefficiency, or probably the highest ROT that you could do right now, is as unsexy as it is your email. You all use email. You've been using it wrong for decades. And if you're getting 50 to 100 to 200 emails a day, learning how to use that tool that is taking up probably 2 to maybe 4 hours a day for some of you, learning a few tips and tricks to use it to its highest and best use can save you 5-10 hours a week immediately. So every email, you want to either reply to it, archive it, or defer it. Wait, there was another framework. I'll come back to I'm forgetting on the fly here.
Put you
all
on
my
the spot.
frameworks.
This is
Yeah,
interesting.
no, it's okay.
Give him a couple.
I'll give you a couple others. All right,
Yeah.
so a couple of tactics. So one tactic you can do, very easy, is go and shut off notifications on absolutely every piece of software you have. Unless you're an air traffic controller, you don't need to reply to someone and get notified, with a 10 seconds response time. If you're in a flow state and you're taken out of it, it could take 15 minutes to get back into a flow state. So you want to shut off all the pings and dings. And another tactic, batching and stacking. So, I just remembered the other principle. Sorry. Back to square one here. We got ADD like Jay. The underlying principle of my book, and if you want to have a high-performing organization, you want to optimize not to send information fast, but to retrieve information fast. So it's the complete opposite of how you operate right now. All of you and your team optimize to send information fast, which is, it's human nature. You're busy, you want to get something off your plate. So it's a text, it's an email, it's a phone call, whatever it is. But that's people selfishly just trying to make life easier in the moment for themselves. But ultimately, when you have everyone doing this game of individual optimization, the global is not being optimized. And oftentimes, if you take pause and you spend an extra few seconds putting things where it belongs, that extra few seconds of investment, back to investing in return, spending sometimes on the front end 5 seconds might save you 5 minutes in a month or 50 minutes in a month from now looking for something that's disorganized. And the parallel in your personal life is your laundry. If you were just trying to do your laundry as fast as possible, you could take it out of the dryer and just shove it into a drawer, but you don't for the most part, right? Most of you invest the time separating socks in one drawer, underwear in another drawer, and you do that not because it's the fastest way to do your laundry, but tomorrow when you need to get an outfit together, it's much faster to retrieve what you're looking for. So it's all about retrieval in the context of team and organizational productivity. Back to the tactics. So we did that tactic. You've got stacking and batching. So think about anything that you could do two things at once. So for me, I have an algorithmic sports betting company. I've got a developer in Portugal. So when I wake up at 6:30 and I'm still half asleep and I'm making a pot of coffee, I'll stick my AirPods in and I'll do my call. So I'm doing the coffee and I'm doing a call. Sometimes you might be able to stack 3 things together. So I would try to think, what can you do in parallel to save efficiency? And then batching, as it sounds, what can you group together? So you're not going to do your laundry every time one pair of socks gets dirty. Like, what can you batch together? And then what Jay was talking about earlier is not just time savings, but then you have time optimization. So think about when your brain is at its highest horsepower. For me, I'm at highest horsepower Monday morning. I've had a relaxing weekend, hopefully. I wake up early, get my workout in, my coffee. Like, my brain at 8, 9 a.m. on a Monday is probably the sharpest 1 hour from 8 to 9. It's probably the sharpest 1 hour of the whole week. So if you're a consultant, or even if you're an employee or you run a company and you want to just take your income and divide it by 2,000 to get some implied hourly rate, that hourly rate is just an overall average. There's some periods where your time, say you make $1 million a year, that would be what, $500 an hour? There might be some times where, for me, like the 8 a.m. on a Monday, it might be a $5,000 or a $10,000 an hour time slot. And then you fast forward, maybe you've had 100 Zoom calls for the week and now it's Friday and you're in the back of an Uber with no Wi-Fi and no laptop. Maybe it's a $20 an hour time slot. And so being cognizant of what you're doing at what time slots and predicting you know, how you're going to feel, and optimizing kind of how you load balance work around that is a massive, conceptually very easy thing that all of you could implement. So I hope that was helpful, Jay. I could keep talking forever, but maybe people have questions.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something rude, but it's purposeful, because you came in at a perfect time, but it was imperfect because I was in need of giving them a real quick 5-minute break, because I think they need a bio break. Why don't we come back, and what we'll do is we'll have 2 or 3 people want to ask Nick some efficiency. Oh, by the way, I want to make one point as while you're holding your your bladder. Years ago, I had these very expensive programs we did. We had Brian Tracy did about a half a day, and I'll never forget. He did a session that always haunted me. He asked everybody, "What is your time worth today, and what do you want it to be worth?" And I was watching, and I was thinking, "Where's he going to take this?" He said, "Let's take what you make, and let's realistically figure the hours you have to invest to get it right now, whether it's 50 hours a week, 50 weeks, whatever. So let's say you're making $250, $500 an hour, but it's in dollars. You're getting $300,000, $400,000 income, 500, whatever. What do you want to make? Let's say it's 5 million. Okay, so 5 million to 500,000 is 10 times. Do you have 10 times more hours in the day? Do you have 10 times more intellect? So what are you going to do different than you're doing now if you want your time to be worth 10 times that? What are you going to do? What are you going to relieve? What are you basically allowing yourself to misinvest in, to under optimize, to not, because we did a program many years ago. It's called How to Get From Where You Are to Where You Want to Be, and it was sort of based, Nick, on the old sextant they would use to navigate in the oceans. You got to know where you are. You got to know where you want to be. You got to know how to get there. And if you don't have all of those, then it's Pyrrhic victory. With that, to think about where you're in the bathroom, come back in 5 minutes, okay?
All right, we will be back at high noon Pacific time, or top of the hour. So we'll see you soon. And Nick, you want to prompt a great question frame for somebody to ask you?
I mean, where are you wasting time, or if you have like a complex process that you want to talk through, that if you were to improve the process, it would unlock tremendous value for not just you, but potentially even adjacent industries or non-competitive people. Those are always interesting. But if anyone has any systems, AI, I mean, you can just throw it out. And if I can't answer it, I'll just say I can't answer it, but give it a try.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
We had, when I met Tony, I think I had 12 great concepts for geometric performance enhancement. Now I've got over 90.
And what he's done is cross-pollinated. He's discovered that, for example, in the real estate industry, everybody markets the same way. They put out their ads, they do open houses, and they do the same fundamental things as everyone else. And if you go to a different industry, they don't do anything like that. They do something else. They go to trade shows. And what he did best was, by working with so many different organizations, he saw that if you compete with other people and you do the same thing they're doing, and you do it better, you have a tiny competitive advantage. But if you do something no one else is doing, you have an extraordinary competitive advantage.
All this knowledge that the same effort, time, opportunity, access to market, interaction, the same money, the same distribution channel, the same salespeople, the same everything can produce X, or it can produce 2X or 5X or 8X for no more investment or time. But that's only the first gradient. With a little bit of sophistication, you get that X to produce a far greater residual so the tail can wag the dog.
Learning how to think more strategically and look at things differently is something I definitely got from Jay Abraham.
He's the go-to guy now. And I gotta say, if you think of most of the marketing consultants that you probably don't know the name of, they've all been influenced by Jay, including myself.
Gentleman that has inspired and taught most of the people whose books you've bought, whose courses you've gone through, whose programs you've joined.
He's just a wealth of knowledge that you cannot find from any single person on this planet.
You can operate in beyond exponential, and I know 90 ways, and I'm not just saying me, I'm saying there are 90 ways to do it with no extra investment or risk. Why in the world would you stay in the incremental zone in anything you do if the same effort or less, same time or less, etc., could be the exponential? So that's that.
I've solved so many problems in the past that it just comes out immediately, and it's so advanced that you have to actually just sit back, write it down, and go home and just think about it for a while.
It's grown ClickFunnels to the level that it is today, and a big part of that was just learning how to strategically think differently, which is a gift I got from Jay.
His view on marketing is unlike any other human being on earth I've come across.
Jay has the widest view, period, on marketing.
Jay, more than just about any other business and marketing expert, really understands the strategy behind it. He's not just about the tactics. He understands how the different pieces fit together.
Jay took my business model, totally deconstructed it, and helped me re-engineer it from the ground up.
There's very, very few people who I think are on the cutting edge of intellectualism when it comes to business, that aren't theoretical, but that are practical, that are creative, that aren't parroting the same thing that they've heard from 20 other people, but are actually having original thoughts. And
His mind is able to see the situation, turn it on its side, look at it from a different angle, and see 10 times more opportunity than you'd ever think of.
He'll give you a perspective that you'll look back and go, oh my God, how did I not see that?
And says, what if you did this? You're like, how did I never think of that?
taking each problem and looking at it from every single angle like it's a CAD drawing to find out where are the biggest opportunities and where are the most creative approaches to succeed.
Leverage that he can bring in his thinking, this multiple CAT scan perspective is just absolutely incredible.
You just need that little shift, that little way of looking at something a little bit different.
He always sees opportunities in situations that look like there is no other way to do it.
It's made me millions upon millions of dollars. To me, it really is the value of the respect that I've gained in the industry.
The street cred that you need so that you can go on and do other things for money.
He has 27 adjectives for every thought he's going to give you.
I would say he has the biggest vocabulary that you will ever imagine.
He's sophisticated, but he's also street smart.
That's a word I want to use. A cadre of introspective, flagrant, preeminent elements, distinctions, concepts.
Who else do you know that has as big a vocabulary as he does?
For operationalizing tetration, heptation, pentation, pexation, octation.
I don't know someone else who uses vainglorious in a common, ordinary sentence.
He writes better marketing right off the top of his head than 99% of marketers would write if they had weeks or months to try to figure it out.
He's going to give you a depth that's extraordinary.
All right, let's start coming back into the room. And if you can put in the chat, just say Nick, and then put in your Nick-related question for how to optimize your operations.
And I am back, and let's do 3 of them. And then, what time is it? Noon? We have 2 hours left. And then, Nick, you're available how long?
Another hour.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you do 3, and then I'm gonna get a couple more, and then we'll do some trade-off here. Only because I want to make sure we address some issues. But let's see how you can finesse and extract all kinds of opportunities and insights from people's questions. Go ahead.
So,
All right. Brian, you want to read it off?
so someone's putting here in chat, feeling overwhelmed, don't really know how to start delegating or finding people they can trust. What steps would you start with to delegate?
Well, can we bring people on to ask the question so I can ask further questions?
Second, I'll bring Javier up here.
Okay, great.
All right,
Yeah,
great.
a little bit, we got a little bit of a delay because it's a little bit, the service.
Okay. Well, I would always do something myself first, and a really easy hack is there's tools like Loom that you can install where you can record. You can click a button, record yourself doing it, your screen, your face, and both. So at the very least, what you can always do is record yourself doing something and then pass it off. If it's simple enough, you could just hire a virtual assistant. But nowadays, I'm really looking at adding more humans to the mix as a last resort versus a first resort. And nowadays, there's so much that you can just automate or use AI to do that now it's really about getting good at delegating to AI and reframing your thoughts that AI is just another team member.
Okay, they can unmute themselves if you want to do any follow-up with them. So Javier, do you have anything to add?
I think
Hi, guys.
One second, Javier.
Yes, thank you so much, Nick.
I
I'm
get my
Jay.
psychology too for it, Nick, because sometimes if you're a control freak or if you've never really built a tiered organization with or without AI, why don't you share with Javier? Excuse me 1 second. We did something, Nick, and I think you'll do it better than I possibly could. At one of the Tony things, we took the concept that most people think, most marketing type people think of AI just in how it's going to help them market. They don't look at the whole scope of things it can do. Why don't you give them a data dump once you've finished talking to Javier of all the different macro categories it can basically help them with and give them the equivalent of 100 employees.
Sure. So, Javier, what specifically with delegation are you struggling with? Is it the letting go? Is it not knowing what to delegate, not knowing how to delegate? You got burned in the past?
Yes, thank you so much, Nick. Basically, yes, in the past I had like a, experience that I was trusting in somebody and then I find out that he was actually behind the back, So well, I had this kind of a little trauma, but I think I am overcoming it. But it's now like starting from scratch. I have my head full of things to do. And you said we need an empty head, an empty brain. And so it's like starting from scratch to put my brain empty and finding people I can trust.
Yeah. People suck. So the more that you can automate or use AI, the easier it's going to be.
Yes. Okay.
What's an example of something that you're trying to delegate or tried to delegate?
Yeah, for example, yesterday we had an intensive these last 3 days, and I wanted to have somebody in the team supporting me here in the Zoom. And he attended 2 days, and one of the days he disappeared. It's like, so I wanted to delegate somebody to support me during the live intensive online, and he didn't come. I don't know if I can have an AI actually being more responsible than a human.
And what does it mean to support you on the live event?
Was it your own live event?
Exactly. It was online like this one, but you have an amazing team that are super reliable and they are there. I just wanted someone that support me in case I need something during the Zoom with the participants and writing their books and all of that. I just wanted somebody there. And he came 2 days, and one of the days he forgot, or I don't know, he disappeared.
Do you pay him?
Yeah, of course.
Are you going to continue paying him?
I pay him up from actually. Maybe that's the mistake, but I don't know.
Go ahead, Rick.
All right. So that wasn't a competence. There's no competency or complexity.
It's not a competency
thing.
AI.
This is just you don't have reliable people.
Yeah, like that's what I would like to find people that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It doesn't sound like if that's the level of complexity of what you're looking for. I mean, the good news is almost anyone could, you could for $10 or $15 an hour, you could find someone to do things like that. My recommendation would be next time you hire someone, try to hire 2 at a time And because the amount of effort it takes you to train and onboard one person is exactly the same as if you do two. So I would go try to find two people overseas at a cheap hourly rate, hire two at a time. And if they're both good, I'm sure you've got more than enough work for both. And if only one's good, you drop the other.
Love it. Great idea.
But what you need to do though is document everything, like do things so with the mindset that this is going to be the last time I ever do this thing. So if you're teaching someone, teach them, and even better than you doing the Loom recordings, have them do a recording afterwards, proving and demonstrating that they understood it, and have them store that in some knowledge base like Notion or Coda or whatever, because then when they leave, because everyone leaves, at least you've captured, at least you have an asset. The worst thing, the thing that frustrates me the most is when you dump a lot of time and energy and resources into training someone and they leave in 3 months and it was just a complete waste. So you want to, mitigate your downside risk that it doesn't work out by really thinking like, what assets can I get out of this hiring process?
I love it. Yes. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Jay. Love you guys.
Give them a soliloquy of all the things nobody thinks about that are not necessarily revenue generating, but will be profit enhancing.
I mean, there's a billion of them. I mean, for me, the saving time for me, anything around saving time, to me, my time is the most valuable thing to me. So anything that you could do to save time, I would just do a time audit and see where are you spending the most time. Like an exercise I take people through, the number one process in all of your companies that costs the most?
No.
It's the daily rituals. If you start thinking about your daily rituals as a process, right? So you have the Javier daily ritual, right? Every day you do things. Like every day you look at your email, every day you respond to your team, every day maybe there's like another thing that you do, right? It's the recurring things that you and your team does. Like when we do this exercise with some people, we did it with one of our clients, our mutual clients, Jay, with Brian, and I did it with his team. And you know how many ideas Brian's got? When we did the daily ritual exercise with the team, they already have 40 to 50 hours accounted for, but for the week, just on daily rituals. This isn't even weekly rituals, monthly. This isn't doing sales calls, just responding to email, meetings, and you add up all the things that's the average of what they do just every day to keep the lights on. Their team has zero capacity. So it's like, of course, you're going to hit some upper limits and constraints if by the end of just your daily rituals, you're out of bandwidth. So I would do a time audit, see what you're doing on a daily basis. And the more abstract but way I would think about things, and a big mistake people make when they think about things as it relates to process, is oftentimes I hear people say, oh, but it only takes me 5 minutes. And that's the worst mentality that you can have in your business, because 5 minutes by itself is meaningless. Is it 5 minutes every day, every week? Is it 5 minutes every time you run a process, but you do the process 100 times a day? So I would annualize everything. So is it 5 minutes? Because if you think about the cost of doing something, and Jay, you have like the 3 ways to grow, 3 ways to increase your revenue, and you increase your client base, how often they buy, how much they buy each time they buy. It's the same with a process. If you want to decrease the cost of a process, decrease the time it takes to run it once, decrease the number of times that thing runs every year, and then you decrease the average hourly rate it takes to run it once. And AI and automation can help converge the hourly rate as close to zero as possible. But when you're looking at something and it's only 5 minutes, is it 5 minutes times 100 times a day, times 5 times a week, times 4 weeks a year, times 12 months a year, times a team of 100? All of a sudden, that 5 minutes might be costing you $1 million a year. So don't just disregard and discount the 5-minute time savings, because that might be some of the biggest leverage points and opportunities in your business.
And Nick, maybe you can tell, as an aside, a couple of case studies of something somebody did, because this is abstract. Maybe you have a couple of examples from your work.
So we worked with a big distribution company, and they were trying to make an acquisition. They were going through an acquisition process, and one of the tools that we really recommend is a tool called Asana. By the way, we have discounts with all these software companies, so you could shoot me an email and we'll give you like special links. Different ones have different discounts, but they were managing all their tasks and projects over text and email. We got them set up with Asana, and then for this acquisition, we built out the whole game plan in Asana with a portfolio and projects and dependencies, etc. And then when they had to go and kind of present it, it was so impressive that it helped close the deal. So, I mean, there's so many different examples like this. I had a guy that was running a payroll compliance company. He had a team of 60 doing a few $1 million a year of revenue. We got them on we helped them optimize and automate their processes, document them in a tool called Process Street, using integrations with Zapier and other automation tools. Their revenue tripled and their team went from 60 to 15. So we brought their team down by a factor of 4. Their revenue went up by a factor of 3. And he had a big exit to a private equity company at a incredibly high multiplier compared to what he was originally expecting, because he had a turnkey business and it wasn't just an unscalable operation. He showed that they're buying a machine, not just the current revenue and EBITDA. So millions of examples.
How long does that take?
Well, look, there's an 80-20 to these things. Like oftentimes we see in the first 90 days, we're able to increase capacity 20-30% in a 90-day period. And then, then after you get the low hanging fruit, it's just an ongoing forever. Things change, technology change. Sorry?
I said, no, things keep iterating. Brian, remember we had that slide that shows some of those other categories that we made up that time of AI?
Yeah, I will look for it.
If you can find it. Nick, we did, just because I was so fascinated that most people, at least to entrepreneurs that are SMBs, they try to hit them with just the revenue generating, the marketing AI that's out there can write emails. And I said, no, there's all these other things you never thought about, that if you really want to grow your business and you really don't have the best thing in the world is if you can reduce your investment in human capital, but you're going to get more productivity than you would if you invested in human capital. And all things being equal, in a competitive world, you need advantage. It's pretty profound.
I mean, right now, I think like the biggest leverage point for everyone is going to be, you need good strategy and then you need good execution. And I think that we're living in a really interesting time. In the past, my first book, which was a self-published Idea to Execution, that was written during a time where you would hear oftentimes, well, ideas are worth nothing if you don't have execution. Execution's everything. We're living in an interesting time where it's starting to flip, and we're living now in the idea economy, because it will become commoditized. It's going to become very easy relative to how it was in the past to execute things. Like literally yesterday, I built a company with Jay on a call. I got to show you the website, Jay. It's great.
Yeah, but what you're saying, we talked about this a lot, is the key is going to be how talented you are at directing it, at utilizing.
Exactly. So
how breakthrough-ish can you come up with your prompts, with your utilization? Let me show you this. Brian, do you have that slide? So we did this just to show some of the categories, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I had this, I go back for a minute. I said, to show just what you could do with it. And you can comment on this. but those are-
Did you use AI to generate the list on where AI can help
Yeah,
your
we
business?
did it.
Because you could.
I did it a year ago.
Oh, you know what you should do? We should take this list, run it through ChatGPT, and say, "What do you think of this list?" And
add to it.
Add whatever is missing, and then rank it.
Why don't we do that? And is there another slide? But I wanted to show people it's not just marketing.
No, it's everything. But you know what you were just saying is true. Now it's knowing. It's so important to know what to ask for, because now it's becoming commoditized, the execution. But
thank you.
You should get obsessed with the problem and the prompt, and you should get obsessed with the strategy, because if that's all right, it's becoming easier and easier to actually roll it out and execute it. But
profound,
you know. All right. So do we have another question, or do you want me to
do one more, and then we'll get to some marketing ones.
Thank you so much, Nick and Jay. Thank you. Jay, it was great being with you the other day. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And Nick, thank you. Go ahead, give one more.
Brian, are you going to read another one, or you want me to look in the chat?
Sorry, I was going to say, Roger, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Roger.
Okay, hi Nick. Thank you so much. I have a quick question. So what about organizations that use an agile workflow to do things? You just mentioned Asana. So for the video games that we develop, we have game designers who put their game design documents on Confluence, and then we use Jira for task management, planning, and estimation. But there's a huge overhead with doing all of this, doing the planning, doing the estimations for all of the department leads. I'm just wondering if you've seen something like that, and if you found ways to optimize that in the past.
When you say estimating, like estimating capacity?
The work that needs to be done, and then juggling capacity around the company.
It's a little bit hard to hear you, Roger, but I think so. Your question is, could you just repeat your question?
Absolutely. So we have an agile workflow.
Yeah.
The leads for each department do quite a bit of estimating the work. So when we do a game, this happens over a couple of years, and then they estimate basically. Yeah, all departments, and then they estimate, hey, how much is all? Can we actually finish this game in time and in budget? Right? How much is this all going to take? We do a huge amount of planning, and I'm just wondering if you've seen that before, and if we've seen ways to optimize that, because I would like to do less.
Well, I think that, have you used AI yet to help with the estimating process?
I have not, no.
I mean, that would be the first thing I would do. So what does your estimating process entail right now? You have to know your backlog of projects and who is on your team, your front end developers, your back end developers, what's in the queue. You have to know all that. So then you predict capacity going out.
Yeah, I can shed some light. So we basically we get the game design documents. Those are the foundation for, hey, those features are going to go into the final product.
Yeah.
So we know what we need to build. Then the leads break that down to what does that entail, which tasks need to be done. So this is functional, we can ship that. And then they estimate how much will each of these tasks take. And then we look at, hey, do we actually have the capacity? Do we have the people that can deliver this?
Do you have how big is your company?
Just over 100 people.
And do the developers use AI to help make their life more efficient?
No, that's something that I want to push for, but we're in the very early stages of that. So I would like, for example, the programmers. I would love them. They've used a little bit of AI to do the foundations of the code.
I'll share with you a story about gaming. I had dinner last week with my friend who's on the board of Atari, the game company. You there?
Yes. I'm listening.
Anyway, we were talking about games and some of the issues and constraints, and so at the beginning of dinner, she talked about it, and then there's a tool called Manus. If you've ever, it's a new AI tool. Anyway, I built a game, soup to nuts, that was working, well designed, with a name. It was building it while I did the prompt, and then we were eating, and by the end of dinner, I had a game. So I wouldn't overly invest in solving this problem because AI is going to completely change all estimates, all productivity, what you estimate how long a component is going to take. Like, it's moving too fast, and the estimates right now that you would do are going to be completely off, because I can guarantee you that AI could do a huge percentage of the developer's work as well as the project management and estimating process work. Like, you could have AI build the plan, you confirm the plan, you have to estimate effort, what could you do versus a human. So if you're not using AI, I'm not trying to not answer your question, but I would look into IDEs like Cursor. I would look into tools like Manus or GenSpark that just came out, and I would start playing around with it. But I literally built a game during dinner last week on Wednesday.
Yeah, thank you. I think the fascinating exercise is looking for AI for project management and the estimation part, because I'd only look at it from the angle from the development of the actual writing the code.
You should look at it from both angles.
That's freaking great. Thank you so much, Nick.
Nick, what kind of game?
I don't know, dragons and something. I don't know. I'll send you the game if you're interested. I haven't played with it yet, but it looked cool.
All right, so give me a couple of people now that were in the queue before, Brian.
Okay.
Or have them come in now. If you either did or didn't, this is your chance. You have a challenge, an issue, a problem, an opportunity, a question that relates to me, and it can also relate to Nick. Let's see what comes out.
Okay. I'm looking for a couple people and I'm not seeing them.
Okay, so let me put it.
So buy me some time.
Yeah, okay. Well, let me give you, get my notes that I brought, that I wrote. So I was going to tell you that if we don't sell it. I mean, Rob uses it when he works with clients, but I created two different documents. And I did it, Nick, by putting all our data into it. This one is basically a 400-page on how to create breakthroughs, and I did an analysis. If I have it here, I was telling it. I think I sent it to you one time, Nick. We did a special report once. I got all these things I did, and this was for clients, and it was analogizing that concept I came up with called the binary breakthroughs. And it's pretty interesting. And the concept of binary breakthroughs is you got two things going concurrently. Number one, you have big breakthroughs that could be strategy, business model, distribution, all these things. But then concurrently, you're constantly improving multiple interrelated factors in your revenue or in your value model. But you got many incremental gains, so it's like 20 incremental gains in the combination. And I'm going to go through this because it's really interesting. I've got a list of them, the big companies that did it. Like Apple regularly enhances every product, but when they introduced the iPhone, it changed everything. Amazon, they enhanced logistics and delivery systems, but when they realized they could take a cost center, AWS, and turn it into a huge profit center, that changed everything. The key is breakthrough thinking. Netflix transformed the whole industry when they thought, screw those late charges, let's deliver them differently. But they also constantly improved their performance before that. I mean, over and over again. And some of the smaller ones that became large, I was looking at those too. I got all this too much research for my own good, and also, 1 second, this is pretty interesting. There's metaphors for this same model. In medicine, incremental approaches, I gotta read my writing here, gradual improvements in vaccines, antibiotics, but the breakthroughs are things like CRISPR and gene editing technology, which can cure genetic issues. In athletics, incremental improvements, you can improve the diet, you improve the training regimen, you improve your routines, but the breakthroughs are revolutionary training techniques, equipment, high performance running shoes. I mean, over and over again, this duality is unbeatable if you can say, okay, we're going to take everything we're doing and make it better, but we're also going to constantly be conservatively experimenting with marketing breakthroughs, strategy breakthroughs, business model breakthroughs, distribution channel breakthroughs, competitive advantage breakthroughs, partnering breakthroughs, reclamation breakthroughs. Any comment, Nick?
I think that there's breakthroughs in many different places. You have to have the brain space to find it. And then it's not exactly related to what you were saying, but it got me thinking. I think that people don't think enough about risk. And I think right now, with everything that's changing in the world, there's a lot of risk in terms of wasted time risk. Like building something that might be completely irrelevant, or there's a better solution that's cheaper and faster because of technology. So as you're prioritizing stuff or prioritizing what breakthrough to focus on, I would always be thinking about what's the probability that whatever this thing is, it's still relevant, or that this is a significant investment of my time to do this breakthrough or to do this cleanup. What's the probability that I might be wasting my time because I'm gonna have to throw it out? And sometimes it might still be worth doing, even if you think the risk of executing something or setting it up is gonna get thrown out in a year, because you might make so much improvement, or it might be so impactful that it's worth it. But I think that I think it's something that people don't think enough about. So I would just, as you're prioritizing.
I'm gonna give you another. This is sort of a Rorschach on steroids. So you just gave me a different take. So there's a bunch of trite adages. You grow or die. You multiply or you diminish. You expand or you contract. Peter Drucker had a quote, and he said, if you're not constantly committed to make your business, your model, everything obsolete, you can rest assured that there's someone else out there, or many, that are committed to do it to and for you. But I would say that there's a different kind of risk static thinking is a huge risk. Too much concentration in terms of either sourcing of revenue or categories of buyers of the revenue, or drivers, if it's one salesperson or one service organization. I have there's somebody we know who's very good in SEO, and he had a specialist who was good in legal, so I put him in touch with a relative, and the relative went from nothing to number one in their market, but they never tried to have a hedge in place, and everything happened, and the one specialist went somewhere else, and their business went from number one to in the gutters. And there's just a lot of risk in doing nothing. And see, I have a little different take on what you said, but it's not an argument, it's a different take. The vast majority of enhancement or breakthrough thinking can be tested very conservatively before you have to commit a lot. Far too many people put so much money in a singular concept. I'll give you a really fascinating, and I took two people to task last week for the same reason. So we are getting ready to take a different proposition to the market, not the one that I offered, and I'll make another repeat of it, but something much more expensive, which is much more long-term, and where I get participation in the upside and things like that. And I had two different agencies developing it. The reason I have two is I don't have any faith in any one. And that may sound terrible, but people don't realize it's not just the money you spend or you invest, depending on whether you're a speculator or whether you're a very ROI-based disciplined entrepreneur, on people like an agency or creative, but it's the it's the opportunity cost you lose in the time if it doesn't get done. You know, I always tell people, we have a little business now. I used to have a big one. I said, it cost me X tens of thousands of dollars a day or a week to do nothing. But the point is that if somebody doesn't constantly try to come up with higher and better or replacements, and the world is changing at such a, if all you, so think about this. We had a program that I loved. That program I did all the time. They changed the algorithm and that program stopped working. So, I mean, if you don't have, fortunately, we have other ways to service it and source it. But if you're not constantly trying to hedge, to expand your distribution, the best thing you can do, and people understand this, I think having distribution and predisposition of an audience is the best protection you can have. If I have 100 influencers, organizations, platforms, media sources that are my partners, and they own a market and they give me the positioning that I am the best choice, that goes a long way to compensate for a lot of the things we're talking about, Nick.
Yeah, and to your point, if you don't do it, your competitors will. What might be a breakthrough idea today, next year might be the common strategy that all of your competitors are doing. So it might be that if you install, I like the word install because it's kind of like if you install a breakthrough strategy, you might have in the past it might have been like, okay, for 10 years now this breakthrough idea is going to be generating, but it might only last a year now because things are moving so fast. And so this idea of a breakthrough, what's a breakthrough today is just going to might be the common way of doing it in the future. And so you have to constantly, it's more and more important to be looking for these breakthroughs because they're going to be recycling at a faster rate, in my opinion, than they had previously been cycling.
It's, I came originally, and I'm going back to my very origin when I was very young. I came from the mail order business, and they had a standard. When we did Icy Hot, we would always create a control. A control means the most successful performing, whatever it is, letter, ad, sales presentation, integrated strategy that you have tested against all kinds of other things. But the moment we found the winner, we would all be trying 5 other alternatives to either improve on it or replace it when it's saturated or when somebody else knocked us off. Now, I was going to say to you, and this was really interesting, today's digital marketing agencies are very arrogant. And I was telling you, and I jumped the shark in my thinking and forgot to conclude my point. So I had 2 agencies, never do one, I always have 2, that are developing the same concept for me. And both of them gave me the landing page, and the operative word is singularly the. And I went back and I said, why didn't you give me 7? I said, how hard is it to test 7 or 8? And they go, well, it'd take $2,500 a landing page. I said, yeah, but if instead of that, I wasted 3 months with you building it, I'm going to spend 20 grand on it, testing it. And if it's wrong, I wasted all that time and we got to start over again. Why aren't we better off, spending more and just testing everything and finding one that at least shows life? And they don't even think that way. But the moment something works is the moment you want to basically start finding something that'll either beat it or replace it, because as Nick says, the window of viability is shortening and shortening and shortening. But one of the things I was explaining, Nick, I don't think you came on earlier, is that one of the things everybody wants is a competitive advantage. And the default competitive advantage is if you have a patent or something that's protected, or you have exclusivity. I'll never forget, a guy got exclusive on Toyota for the Southwest when it first came, and he's a billionaire just because he's got control of the flip. He gets it, he distributes it to the dealers. But another competitive advantage that is very, very powerful is when you figure out below the surface many more ways to multiply your lifetime value, because when you have more lifetime value, more profitability, you can invest, not spend more on the front end to win the client. You can pay off more to salespeople. You can not pay off, but pay them more. You can put more money in going deeper into the market. You don't have to make money on the first sale because you make it on the second, the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. You can pay for additives, other products, bonuses you put in, all kinds of things. But you got to constantly be looking for those breakthroughs. And breakthroughs, I made a point before you came on that they can be technologically driven, but they don't have to be. We've helped a lot of people with very simplistic, I told it earlier, just changing one work schedule for another in a business where one person was out producing another, but only got a fraction of the leads, and just changing that produced almost $200,000 a month of extra profit for people. There's just all kinds of ways to do it. And the combination, when you start safely, conservatively testing new hypotheses, and you can test most of it very easily, and it's not dangerous, is you keep ahead of the curve. And the curve is what, if you think of a curve, if you don't stay on this part of it, when you get to this part, turning around is really hard.
Jay, can you check your microphone connection, because you dropped off a couple of times?
It's right here. Look at it.
No, the cable that goes into the computer might be loose or something. I do want to let you know we have someone who has a real interesting business on corporate gifts that does have a question for you when you're ready. It's Sandra.
Get him on.
Okay, Sandra, go ahead and turn on your mic and camera.
Audio and video.
There you go.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So my business is at the Spot Treats and we're corporate gifting. I changed from person to person to business to business. I have another business, which is a plumbing business. It's a lot easier for me to get customers because there's a super need. The challenge that I have is, so we have a really high-end corporate gifting thing that we do. We have like a luxurious box. We have a connoisseurs that'll help you do it. We donate to MS. It costs a lot. We're working with influencers and different things. So the price point of our boxes are a little bit higher, and we have a challenge because like they want a $50 box, and that's very difficult because with a $50 box, we don't make that much of a profit. So I want different ways to go ahead and market my product, so this way I can get more people to buy it.
How much is your product?
So my products can be anywhere. Realistically, they should be between 75 and 150 is like our better point, but people want to buy it more at the 50 point, and when it's at the 50 point, we're losing. Well, not losing. I think we're just kind of breaking even.
So so let me ask you two related questions. At 50, what are they getting, and who are the generic? I'm drinking a Slurpee that it's full of berries and they're getting stuck in my throat. So, no. It's okay. Who are the generic targets that value what you're doing the most, and what would a $50 versus a $75 gift look like?
So the $75 one has just more products in it. Like the bakeries that we use, they've all won awards. We have chocolates that have won awards. So all of the products inside cost us more money.
Okay. So it's just what you pack in there, the choice, the selection, the combination.
Right, and the fact that the price of the boxes, because the boxes are black and luxurious, and we have it's really classy looking, it's shiny with gold and stuff. So our packaging is more expensive. Like, I know I can do the packaging less, but then it doesn't look as a gratitude gift. And that's what's more
So let
important.
me ask you this question. Who pays you the $75? What kind of companies are buying it now?
Right now, it's mostly contractors that are doing it. Contractors, but it's mostly at Christmas time when they want to thank their people. We get some of the people that also buy are real estate people, but they're iffy. But you think with all how expensive the home is, they still want to be in the $50 range. I have someone who is a roofer, and the roofer, after he does a bunch of roofs, we do it. So we've had some luck in more of the construction ones, but I
How do you market your business?
Well, right now, we do a lot of emails and different things, and right now I have a plumbing company. So I've been more connecting with my customers that I have now, and I do like a lot of networking, and we just are gonna sign on with an influencer. I noticed today you said influencers were important, so we have an influencer, but they're not necessarily a business-to-business influencer. So
Stop for a second, because we're out of time. Do you have do you have anybody selling for you?
well, right now it's only me. So
But you're running a plumbing company.
Yes, I do. But I have someone else that does that. So what I've been doing now is that I'm now doing 80% of the time sales. That's it.
So two things. First of all, if you want to sell premium, you better find the people who consistently want premium. And are you marketing all over the country?
Right now, we're mostly doing in Massachusetts, New England area right now, but we can do it everywhere. But
So
the
you
thing
gotta-
is, Google
you gotta find out. But then secondly, if 50 is the magic number, so variability is interesting, and optionality is interesting, because you made some assumptions are interesting. If we think there's nothing within our control, or there are certain things out of our control, then that assumption is going to drive you. If you say, okay, 50 is the magic number, and 40% is the magic percentage. So you got to start with, if the market wants 50 that you are reaching, but you're trying to get them to buy 75, you got to have 2 or 3 drivers of that. You got to see that it's going to have so much more value to the recipient. And if everybody else is selling 50, you better say, well, how can I not accept my assumptions? There's no control. I'm saying I have to put it all in separate boxes and have to look great. Is there a way to have a cover box that looks great, but underneath it is something else on design and on the containers? Is there a way to have a smaller quantity but have it have a higher appeal? I mean, there's a lot of variables that a lot of times we say, this is the only way we can do it, and that's all we're going to offer, and we're stuck with this. I don't know that you are or not, but if you want to sell 7,500, I would first of all look at the people in the gifting business who are selling expensive gifts, and I would try to want to know where they are selling to. And you could find, let's say you looked up, research 100 high-end gift companies. I would then go to LinkedIn and put in the name of those companies and see if you can find people that used to work at those companies and don't anymore. And then I would pay each of those people, if they had a high-ranking job there at the companies that sold high-end gifts, to pick their mind and ask them who'd they sell to, how did they sell it? Because right now you're just going blind, and in 3 or 4 minutes I can't give you any more than that answer. Nick, you got anything?
I think you answered it well. The only thing I would add is, if you go in your Zoom settings, you can click on the mirror button because your image is inverted.
Oh, so I'm sorry, where should I go? Yeah, I'm here. Go to what?
You could ask ChatGPT. Say, how do I give me instructions for how to
your logo is reversed.
Right now the whole thing, you gotta stand on your head to read your.
Is this okay?
No,
That's fine.
Hit the spot treat.
That's fine. That is
Sorry.
fine.
Jay, the only addendum that I can think of is your DHL story about who you're really targeting in your marketing. You know, the person sitting at the front desk is the decision maker on these big purchases. How can you make them the hero? That was my only little.
Yeah, that was FedEx. It wasn't DHL, but you're right. Yeah, it's. I mean, it sounds like you're in the embryonic stages. So I think I'll tell you something really fascinating and shocking to me, and it's not a criticism of you. It's a criticism of most everybody. When we have people, Nick, fill out our 200 question assessment, one of the areas in the categories is, I want to know what you know about your direct and your indirect competitor. Now, direct are people selling the same thing. Indirect are all kinds of things. For example, if you're selling weight loss, you got all the people selling the same kind of weight loss. You got people selling other kinds of weight loss. But why do you want weight loss? You might want it for fitness. You might want it for health. You might want it for self-esteem. And then there's all those people selling all that. And I want to know how they're selling. I want to know what they're saying. I want to know how they're doing. I want to know who they market to, what the vehicles they use. And I ask all these questions, and I'm going to just 90% of the people don't know anything about their direct or indirect competitors. And I said, how can you outperform people if you don't know even what they're doing? Wouldn't you think people would do that?
And it's not even about outperforming. It's not reinventing the wheel. And if someone else has figured something out that you could learn from, you know, that's another huge advantage of knowing the competitors and studying how they're doing things. Like even because sometimes the market's so big, you don't need to outperform. You just want to keep up to date with smart things everyone's figuring out.
Well, and also I never cease to be fascinated. I share things that I've done for clients that worked, and the majority of people go, "Oh, that's a cool idea. I'm going to do it." So, if I were you, another thing I would do is it Sandra?
Yes, it is. Yep.
So I would basically pay somebody or do it myself. Go online in every city or state that's big, and see what companies are doing gifting there. And see if you can find ones that are doing a very good job at the high end, and see if they are localized, and then see if they are localized, if you can pick their mind and ask them, well, how they do it. And maybe they have selling systems, maybe they have ads, maybe they have landing pages, maybe they have scripts, maybe they have emails that work that you could license, or even products.
Well, here's the tech approach to this one. I would go to ChatGPT and click on the use the internet, and I would do some research. What are some gifting platforms that have an API or an integration with Zapier or any automation tool? So I would find a high-end gifting platform. Then who you want to gift clients, or you want to gift leads? Is this a strategy to convert leads to clients?
I don't think she has a lot of leads. Do you have a lot of leads?
No, it's mostly business to business, and it's people that I know that are in business.
It's a very embryonic business.
I see. So the people that you want to gift are current clients?
No, she wants to get clients for a gifting business she's really starting.
Oh, you want to start a gifting business?
Well, she has one, but it's not very successful.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sorry. I was
No,
not paying
that's okay.
attention. I missed that.
No, that's okay. Like I tell contractors, or like I tell people, if you want to make a good relationship with your client, if you want to get referral business.
But that may or may not, Sandra, be the best.
No.
I mean, what I'm saying, I'm overriding Nick just for a minute, is that you want to find out how successful ones do it successfully, not how you want to do it, because the way you want to do it may or may not be the most viable way. Right this moment, either you're not reaching enough people, or your proposition isn't compelling, or your value isn't evident. I don't have the answer, and I can't possibly assess it in a short period. But if you want to overcome whatever it is, or whatever combination, you need to contrast it to something.
Yeah, you're saying look in and actual find out what my competitors are doing, find out their actual ideal clients, and then copy what works and what doesn't work.
Well, yeah, or license what works. I never like to copy. I like to innovate. I mean, you don't have to be a plagiarist to to find breakthroughs, but you can find elements that somebody has uncovered and build on that. But I think if I wanted to go into an industry that I wanted to be not even dominant, just profitable, I'd want to know, okay, what's everybody else doing, and why do people buy from each one, and where's there a gap that I can fill, where there's a market that already has a prejudice towards paying $75 and wanting a huge box instead of a little one.
I would first even ask, like, why are you in this business, and what competitive advantage do you have over anyone else?
Yeah, well, that is why I was going to ask him, forgot. But yeah, why do you want to do this and not something else? You love the chocolates. You love the cookies.
Well, first of all, one of the reasons why I do it, so in my plumbing business, thanking people over the years has worked. So sending people a gratitude gift has worked. So that's one reason why I like it. I like it because I'm helping small businesses, because they're all smaller bakeries. The other thing that's good too is I give money. Every box that we sell, we donate to MS, because I had 2 people in my family who had MS. So it's to donate to that. And some point in time, I like to be really big as far as donating a ton of money for that. I really think, because I'm Italian, sitting by the table, having desserts, is an important thing, because it gives everybody an opportunity to be thankful. And I just think it's a real good thing to give people good food and a way of saying thank you, because I've been brought up that way.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop. But do you want it to be a real money maker? Because right now it's just it's a maybe money hobby. But if you really want it to be a business, and you want it to be a business that supports you and a team of people, you need a real super strategy to build it, because there's not like people don't have lots of people. The ones that probably get the correlation of gifting are dealing with someone else. So if you want to take them away from somebody else, you better have a value proposition that is better. And if you don't have any idea of what that should be, but you have a love for gifting and you've seen its value, you got to really build it. I mean, I'd want to basically figure out again, what do the successful people do? If that's what you really want to do as a business, if you say, well, I'd be happy if I just did it screwing around a bit, then it's something else. But you have to have a decision. If you're going to put 80% of your time into something that I'm going to suspect is making you probably really nothing right now, you better decide whether this is your hobby and you're satisfied with it, or you want to really have a strategy to build an entity that is going to be a recurring generator of profitability and repeat business, and that you have to know who your target is, where, the practicality. And again, if everybody wants $50, but you don't want them to buy $50, you either have to decide how you could have the market everybody wants, or figure out where in the heck the $75 or the $200 market is, and you're far from that now. So you need to do research.
Yep, I'll do research. And yes, I do want to build it. And thank you very much. And I'm taking your deal making course.
I know. I remember.
So I'm trying to get more information, because yes, I do want to blow it up, and I do want to make it a really good business. Yes.
Sandra, one thing I heard about the MS, which is a nice thing to want to help with, but that's not a reason to do this company. I mean, you might, if that's the ultimate or one of the big factors, you might be able to donate more money if you get involved with another type of business that could generate more for you, So I wouldn't mix those two things, because as long as you're making money, you can donate to the MS. It doesn't have to be the box of cookies and $1 from that to the, do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Yep.
So I would separate those two things.
Yep, I understand. Thank you very much for your insight, and I will do all of what
Good
you
luck
told
to
me.
you. All right, who's the gentleman below, Brian?
And then, is it Adnan? Is that how we say your name?
Yes, it is.
All right.
All right, how are you?
Hi, good. Thank you for taking my question. I'm Adnan Javed. I'm a physician on the East Coast in North Carolina.
Okay.
I have specialties in pulmonary and sleep medicine. I'm a solo doctor. I started my practice about 12 years ago. I have about 3 mid-levels, so PAs and nurse practitioners that help me. I'm looking to grow exponentially. I've been slowly growing every year, but I'm looking for ways to maybe be more innovative or disruptive, but
So-
basically looking to grow at a faster pace.
So let me ask you this. It's fascinating because we were talking about your profession.
Have you ever come across people with uranium poisoning by any chance?
No, not recently at all.
Just
There's
some of
a
the things
whole-
that Jay and I
there's a
talk
whole-
about.
There's a whole cottage industry in finding those people, and the government will give them like $600,000 in compensation. It's really amazing. But back at the ranch, tell me where do your patients come from right now?
Jay, I gotta hop, but good luck, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Nick.
Bye.
Where do your patients come from?
Yeah, so the majority of all my patients are definitely referral based from primary care physicians, cardiologists, and I definitely target a lot of the primary cares. We've increased our marketing, which is kind of boots on the ground sort of marketing, which I wasn't doing before because I mean we get a good amount of referrals, but I'm planning to add another physician, and I need to really be double kind of where I'm at with
So
referrals.
let me ask you a couple of interesting questions. Tell me again the city you're in.
North Carolina, so like Winston-Salem area.
So are almost all your referrals are going to be from GPs?
Majority of them.
Okay, so how many refer to you right now?
Probably around 30 to 40 of them.
How many are there in the entire market?
Yeah, we're going after as many as we can.
Well,
I bet there. I bet.
I'm not trying to criticize. I'm going to give
Oh
you.
yeah. At least double, triple, at least. Yeah.
So, and do you think that the 30 or 40 that are referring to you are only referring to you?
No.
Okay, so there's two things you want to do. You want to get more yield out of this. 3 ways to grow business. You want to get more yield out of the ones you got, and you want to get the rest. So there's many ways to do it. There's only so much you can do, calling on them or taking them to dinner or taking them to a sporting game or having them go with you to your lakeside house. But what you can do besides that is help them in things that nobody else does. And I'll tell you what I've done over the years for a lot of specialists that got their business referred to from general practitioners. We would look at the holistic side of a human being, because a doctor, while he or she is a healer and a physician, they are a man, a woman, a husband, a wife. They have hopes, they have dreams, they have frustrations, they have stress, they have weight loss, they have worried about taxation, they worry about saving, retirement, relationships, parenting. And we would basically, beside the normality that you're talking about, all the pulmonary issues, we would basically, using you as an example, every month we would do something really interesting that no one else did. For example, month 1, you might send a book about that just came out that's bestseller that isn't really too off the wall on diet or on money management or on weight loss or anything, and you'd send it with a note. I read this and it was so profound that I thought of you immediately and I wanted you to know it. You might get if they are marketing oriented, for example, we have 125 ways to generate no cost, no risk, high quality referrals. Most people, yourself included, and you say we get a good amount of referrals. Most people get referrals intermittent, episodic. Today you may get none, tomorrow you may get 1, next week you might get 5. Isn't that true?
Yes.
But if you had systems that you could share with them and you could say, look, I am so grateful for the business you are referring to me, or the patients, and also the ones I think you will be, the ones that aren't yet, that I wanted to invest back in you, and I'd like to help you, because we all, unless you got a closed practice and you've got capitation and you're just basically overwhelmed, and that might be some of them, but you can say that if you want more referrals, I've got all these ways to help you. Another thing that you could do, and we've done this very effectively, is you could organize like a mastermind that you conducted with them once a month somewhere, and you paid for dinner or breakfast, and you just introduced new areas of not just medicine. You can't do much in medicine, but maybe you can tell about new breakthroughs in yours, but anything in life. You can talk about investing, you can talk about tax mitigation, you can talk about new breakthroughs that they can do in 10 minutes that are going to give them a workout. I have a machine, I have a $50,000 machine. Are you a Tony person?
Yes.
So I have a Vasper machine. You know what those are?
No.
So it's a machine that uses intermittent activities and pressurized cooling to get you an outcome in 21 minutes that would normally take 2 hours. And it's wild looking. It's got a refrigeration unit. You're sitting on all these ice cold pads on your back, and you got pressure. I mean, you could talk about all kinds of things, and you could bring people together and stimulate them with issues that are of interest to them, but are not being addressed by all your contemporaries, because they're going to just basically do one of two things. They're going to talk about lungs and sleep, or they're going to take them to a game or to dinner. I mean, that's tradition, but you don't have to play that game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sounds good. I like that.
You could also, when there's things like, and this isn't right, because most of them aren't really entrepreneurs, even they are, but they don't realize it, unless they might work for an organization and they're not. But anytime there's any really interesting event, a webinar, you introduce them to that. If there's a great video on YouTube, you want to basically be this person that's trying to do things nobody else does. Let me give you a very good example. Many years ago, a guy that I know who does masterminds had Tony and Peter Diamandis speaking together, and my friend was the moderator, and this was at his national conference. And it was profoundly interesting because they were talking about the two disciplines, and Tony blew Peter away with Tony's charisma. And at the end of that, my friend did not have the rights from Tony to use it for anything else, but he shared it with me confidentially. And I saw it and I thought, why would you not want to be using this for everybody? And he said, well, Tony didn't want me to. So I called Tony and said, you're so good, you blew Peter away. Let's let him have the rights and make him give it to all his members who have big audiences to give his value added, because it's on all these subjects that are so interesting. And he said, okay. And so my friend went to he has a lot of influencers in his mastermind, and he had them give it to everybody, and I gave it to people, and it was the number 2 or number 1 most valued video they received from these people, way above their own. But think about yourself. I don't know if you're married or not. I don't know if you have children or not. I don't know if you have health problems or not. I don't know if you have financial problems or not. I don't know if you have stress or not. Odds are you have some of those and probably more things. And if somebody trying to get referrals from you were to give you qualitative, actionable, and very unique insight that intellectually validated, and that if you applied would produce very meaningful improvement in some facet of your life, reciprocity would probably be there, and you would want to basically reciprocate, wouldn't you? All things being equal, if you thought they were great. Also, I don't know enough about the psychology of your GPs. Anytime you can do anything else that is an additive that you share that shows another dimension of expansion in your unique expertise, you should say that too. You know, I'm going away. You tell them everything you're doing. You know, the breakthroughs in pulmonary medicine are so incredible that I always want our practice to be on the cutting edge. That's why we're going to Philadelphia for the specialty, and I'm speaking, etc. And anything that just keeps elevating your stature. Does that help?
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
You are welcome, sir. Brian?
All right, let's bring up Laurel. So Laurel, if you can unmute yourself.
Here we go. Yes, hi,
Hello.
how are you?
I am well. Where are you?
I am based just outside of Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay, very good. What kind of business, please?
I own a doggy daycare and boarding business.
That's very good. What do you know? I've got a quick question. Somebody wants to give me, I did something very nice for somebody, and they want to give me, hold on one second, you tell me about this dog. You ready? It is hold on. Let me find it. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Where the heck is this? Okay, somebody wants to give me a Scottish Deerhound.
Ooh. It sounds like a dog that's going to need a lot of work.
It's
It's
a big
Scottish. It's a big dog, but it's also a hound, so it likes to sniff around, and it's going to need work.
It said it can run 35 miles an hour.
I don't know. Do you hunt? Do you need a dog like that?
I don't hunt. He's trying to be a nice man because he was supposed to do something else and he couldn't. And he said, you know, I want to make it up to you. I'm going to send you this expensive Scottish hound dog pup. And he said, you'll love it. No.
I don't know. It sounds like you might have the property, but at the same time, I think you really need to think about lifestyle when you're selecting your.
Well, I have pugs. I have 14-year-old pugs right now. And the sad thing about 14-year-old pugs, one is blind and deaf, and the other is deaf and has one eye. And they're the cutest dogs, but they don't really handle aging very well.
Yeah. What are their names?
One's called Meta and one's called Sheba, and they're the cutest things. But when they just like human beings, what is it? They're 14 years old, so they're probably what, about 100.
You see, that's where I think the opportunity is, right? Aging pets.
That's probably true. And my wife and I, you know, you would do anything. They've got arthritis. They've got, and we spend probably $10,000 a year taking them to the vet.
Just that. And imagine if the vet had made recommendations. You'd spend.
I said to my wife, "Can we get them stem cells?" I said, "You know, can we get them hip replacements?"
See, this is why I got into the business.
That's interesting. All right, so tell me what your question is.
So my question is, I got into the business because people love their dogs. It's like an exciting.
Is your business a large business?
We're currently a single unit. We bought it in 2023 from a woman who had run it for 37 years. So
is it a very profitable business? I know nothing about your business.
we're doing all right. We have a 55% margin.
Okay.
So we're doing okay on that. I think because she was a single woman running it sort of by the seat of her pants.
You're growing it.
Well, that's what's interesting. Right now, we've only grown it 5%. But
how long have you had it?
A year and a half.
Why?
Why is it only grown 5%?
Yeah.
Partly because we are at capacity.
That's a problem. So
Correct.
So without a lot of capital outlay, how do you change that?
We start by figuring what we can do outside the four walls, or how we can maximize each square inch of our current facility.
So where do most of your your dogs come from?
They're mostly within probably a 5 to 7 mile radius.
And do you get referrals from anybody?
We do, but we're full. Our challenge is that when we purchased the business, we were not fully aware that there were laws regarding how many pets you could have in the facility.
Really? Oh, per square, whatever?
Yes.
How many are there? What is
Well,
it?
there's how many are there and how many should there be?
So how many should there be?
About 44.
And how many are there?
Between 36 and 50, depending on the day.
So, okay, so then is your question, what else can you do with the relationships?
Well, I think what I look at it the obvious growth would be to either move the facility, make it bigger. I do own the property, add a location, that sort of thing. But I'm also trying to figure out how I can, again, grow outside the four walls. Can I do anything with partners? Should I get into retail? Should I become an expert on nutrition and how to...
Well, stop for a minute. I mean, how big is the market for what you do? What's the frequency somebody normally uses you?
Currently, we have recurring appointments anywhere from 2 days a week to 5 days a week. So we try to secure people to hold their spots. And in the next 2 weeks, we have vacation week, and I've turned away 8 people yesterday, another 10 today. I'm turning physical business away.
What do they charge? What do you charge a day?
We're currently charging $48 a day. We have some people who are on packages, so they get down to maybe 45. So another obvious would
So
be.
let me ask you this: is there a facility you can rev share with somewhere? Now, it doesn't have to be the same. Is there anybody that's got? I mean, do you need specific permits to do this?
Yes, actually.
And how hard is it to get those permits?
I think if I were in the same town, it would be okay because I am a reputable business that's shown that I do all the right things and anything the inspector asks for is already done before he shows up.
Well, but if you're saying you turn down 8 times 40, which is $320 a day, what do you make on 320?
What do I make?
Well, yeah, what's your margin?
55%.
So you basically you turn down if 150 or $60.
Yep.
Is that a typical day right now? That you turn down?
Turning away 8? No, I'd say typical day. We've been turning away like 1 or 2.
Okay, but if you had, but you're not marketing.
We're not because we're.
So why don't you do this first before you try to figure all the? Why don't you say, okay, there's probably annually. So let's take a look. Let's say if annually you had $50,000 you're turning away of gross, and that's $35,000 of profit, which would pay for a staff, and you shared revenue with somebody that had a facility that you could that didn't have to be a pet hospital or a pet hotel. It would just be something you could expand in your own area. Then you model it out because you don't even know what would happen if you really market. You don't know if you went to all the vets. You don't know if you went to and rented space at the pet food stores. You don't know what would happen if you really started doing this. And then when you found a model that worked, then you could go city by city and replicate that if you can manage people.
Yes, one of the thoughts was to try to go to commercial properties who are trying to get their people back to work because a lot of them adopted dogs instead of having children.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the first thing is just say, okay, what do we need minimally to make it nice, and what's the least amount of retrofitting that we would have to do in dollars and time to make it work? Find somebody that's got excess capacity within their building or just an underutilized building and convert it. You could have it 2 things. You could say we want a year or a 2-year rev share deal, but we want the right to convert that to a fixed lease or even buy it if it really works, and see where you are with it, but then try to really market, because it sounds like you've grown the thing, or they've grown it organically, but you haven't grown it at all, and part of it is capacity, but part of it is lack of I'll call it innovative alternative thinking, and you got to start playing with that. And I would say right now, if tomorrow morning you could use the excess that you can't accommodate to cover the overhead of a staff or 2, and now you got that locked and you're sharing revenue with whoever has the facility, now you have the latitude to go out and see if you can grow the thing and see how high, whether you can grow it to fill it up or whether you're fizzled and that's it, and then you make a decision based on that. If you're not getting any referrals from vets, you can get a vet and you could have a mobile vet that you could give a small portion of your facility to, and that could be a back end that you could, I mean, if you could legally share with a vet, you could have a vet, you could have a mobile service, you could have a deal where you had, if they're young dog training services, you could have, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do, but the first thing I would do is say, what can we do with the overflow we can't accommodate? Start there, it's much easier, and then see where it takes you.
Yeah, that sounds great. We have added a third party training person. So we have a business that's using our facility, and then we're getting their dogs, and I'm getting a piece of their.
That's good. That's good. But I mean, if it's not going to pay off a lot, it's versionary. But right now, you haven't even seen what you can take the main business to, not just in your city, but in other cities. But you need to model it out. You don't really have a growth model. If tomorrow morning you were going to go to any other city, you don't know what to do. You don't know what will sell. You don't know how you're going to get referrals. You got this 30-year-old or 20-year-old or 40-year-old business that is just through repetitive osmosis and organic growth has stayed profitable, but you don't know anything, and until you experiment, you validate, invalidate, codify, you don't have any kind of model to go anywhere else with, so you're limited in this small capacity. I would just tell you, see what happens if you can monetize the people you're turning down right now.
Yes,
and
I love it.
Everybody that you're seeing, and say, we have a special. If you refer after you have capacity, if you refer two people to us, you'll get one night free at whatever it is, and try to encourage people to tell other people with dogs to see you.
Yep.
Start with that. That's all I'm going to give you.
That's great. No, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Brian,
thank you, Laurel.
anything else?
So we do have several more questions. However, it is 1:20-ish.
And that's what I was going to say. Is it 1:20?
That's what I have on
Here's
my.
what I want to do. I want to repeat my offer one time, and I hope you'll accommodate me. And then I want to collect some notes and do a wrap up that has some perspectives that I'd like to share from my body of work that I think you will enjoy. And I want to give you some of my latest belief systems, and I want to talk a little bit about what's going on right now with all the uncertainty, because recession proofing is a derivative of failure proofing and competition proofing, and there's certain things that you can do, and I wanted to give you a summary of that, but I want an opportunity to tell you one more time about what I already told you about. I'll do it quick, and then I'm going to go get some notes, and I'll be right back. Okay, so again, I just plucked a name out of the sky, because this is not something that I'm doing anywhere else but here. It's Private Breakthrough Consulting. It's all about finding breakthroughs, but breakthroughs that are actionable, low or no risk, high upside probability, have a precedent for already working in some derivative that can be easily tested and then applied by you. And this is something I've never made available, and it's having me to think with you, having me to work through logic and illogic, just like we just thought through with this woman. Why would you want to go here if you haven't even proven out what you got? You haven't taken it. You haven't utilized that money, that $300 you're giving away, that $500, that $5,000 a month you're throwing away, whatever it is. So it starts with one easy, relative to my pricing, modest and very affordable and accessible, one and done 4-hour compression session. During that, basically, I look at your strategy, if you have one. Most SMB strategy is to be tempting. I look at every facet of your marketing, how you market, where you market, what your marketing entails, how it's doing, how it could be doing, all the factors in it that you could increase. There's in an ad by itself, there's 8 or 7, can't remember, it was 8 or 7 elements. Let's count them. You can change the headline or the equivalent, and that could have a huge impact up to 21 times. You change the positioning, that can have a double. You can change the proof, how you prove your proposition with testimonials, reviews, comparison, elements about the performance of your product. You change the risk reversal. This is just one part of your business. You change the risk reversal. As I showed you that book, I just put it back. That book that had about 1,000 testimonials in it, 25% or more came from risk reversal improvements alone. You change your bonus. That's in one part. So we would look at your marketing, your strategy, your business model, your competitive advantage, how you articulate the markets you target, whether there's higher, better, more responsive ones, what you don't know about your buyer, what the lifetime value is, what different values of types of buyers. A bottled water buyer may be more or less valuable than a sparkling water buyer or a flavored water buyer. And if you don't know that and you're putting the same relative effort or investment in one when another one might be 3 times more profitable, we look at those things. We try to figure out whether you have or whether you need us to help you believe and create a superior advantage, a competitive advantage, a preemptive advantage. A unique selling advantage isn't necessarily a desirable one. My unique selling advantage may be, hey, I'm only open on Mondays. I don't know how compelling it is, but it's definitely unique. Partnerships. We have 9 basic categories of partnerships. We have 43 foundational ways, that just categories of elements. We have 150 or 200 different applications. I don't go through the list with you, but when we're here, we look at all the ways you can use partnering to achieve what I call the unlimited business checkbook. If there's any part of growth or profitability that you do not allow yourself to go after because you believe you have a resource impairment, a lack of marketing, a lack of money, a lack of expertise, a lack of technology, a lack of equipment, a lack of representation, a lack of salespeople, a lack of market reach, a lack of anything, almost anything can be achieved with partnering, with joint venturing, with co-branding, with recommended provider, with endorsement. We look at preeminence, how to make your brand stand out even higher and more prominent and more profound. We look at all kinds of new profit centers. We look at all the mechanisms and all the interrelated factors driving revenue that you don't look at, not the KPIs, although we look at those too. We look at the OPIs, the overlooked ones. We look at what you don't see correlatable. You might accidentally see that, oh my God, we have doctors as a huge portion of our buyer base, even though we've never gone after doctors. If we went after doctors and said more doctors come to us than anywhere else in our market or city, but we look at all those things that you don't even recognize. And we formulate breakthrough approaches, and my breakthroughs, they can be technologically driven, but they don't have to, and frequently they're not. It's just a matter, it's a matter of looking at friction factors. As I said, we had in COVID this client, he decided to pick up and deliver cars for service. Nobody did that. First it was unusual, and then it became huge, then it became massive. Then he thought, okay, what's the next thing I've got to do as a breakthrough? Well, a lot of people get frustrated because they're on hold trying to figure out the status of their car. I'm just going to create an app like Uber. You'll know exactly when it's going to be done. You know it's going to be cost. How and when we can deliver it to you. I mean, I can come through with these things all day long, and hopefully today, I have no idea what kind of issues I'm going to be presented, but I'm in a very unique expertise where people come to me to solve unsolvable problems, to find opportunities they don't see, to find enhancement they don't even realize is possible, to question their belief system, to challenge their current way of doing business, always trying to get safer but much higher performance now and residual, to figure assets they're not recognizing, opportunities they're not seeing, relationships they're not utilizing, and things like that. Next, friend. So again, very simple. There's three parts to it, and the only part I really am encouraging you to consider embracing with me is part one. It's the one and done. You come for half a day, or we do it by Zoom. During that period of time, you will have answered a very fascinating is an understatement. A 200-question assessment that makes you question everything going on in your business. It's the ultimate CAT scan on the revenue side. It'll question everything you know and everything you need to know. And when I get it, I invest on my own time trying to understand it before we talk, so I can understand more about your business sometimes with all humility than you do. Then we go through the process. If you were to buy half a day with me, my rack rate is 75 grand, and that's a real amount. But we want to do this as an experiment because I love doing this, but I love having a chance to do it when I really have an understanding and have the time to really wrap my hands, brain, and my innovative capability and my unique nonlinear thinking all around it. So we're giving you a steep discount, and there's no further obligation. I will give you an integrated go forward game plan before you leave. We'll prioritize it. When I give you a breakthrough, I'll tell you how to do it, why you want to do it. I'll tell you the easiest ways to do it. I'll tell you exactly what could happen when you do it, so you're prepared for it. We'll record everything, transcribe it. Then, and only then, you go home. You have total latitude to do it yourself. I won't hold anything back. I'm going to deal with it as if we'll never talk again. When I do that, I give more immensely and more completely and frankly more profoundly. And then if you go back and you realize, wow, those are great ideas, but I don't know that I can execute them all to the maximum ability. And very probably if Jay was in my life for an enduring amount, he would keep coming up with more and more, and he'd keep innovating on them. If that's a decision after you go home and apply some of these, and when they work, you'll end up generating more profit anyhow that could pay my way and give you a benefit on top of it economically, then you have two choices, but only if you want. You can go for a whole year, once a month for an hour, and I will keep progressively working through it. I will keep adding new breakthrough distinctions. We can talk through any issue, any time, good, bad, and unexpected things happen, opportunities. I can share with you because I'm constantly growing and evolving, because I'm testing myriads of things. I'm taking in knowledge. If you want to do it for an hour a month, we'll give you a credit for that $50. It'll cost you $100 grand more, but you don't have to pay it unless you want to do it. If you want to only do an hour every other month for a year, it would normally cost you $100, but you get 50 grand credit. This is not a big money maker. Our typical model, which people have ever talked to Rob, and I have some clients in there that were real serious about very long-term profit participation and profit partnering. We get $250,000 to $300 grand against a share of the profit for 3 years. But this is a labor of love experiment, and I'm much more interested in having the chance to see not only how much I can do for you, but how much you will or won't do with it. Next slide. Yeah, then you go to Rob, and how's it reach Rob? There's very simple. He'll talk you through it. He'll answer any questions. He'll help you ascertain a reasonable idea of the impact it could have in various facets based on questions he'll ask you. And then he'll get you set up, and he'll get you the first step, which is the document to read. And I normally give people I forgot to say this, but I have no problem doing it for this. We normally give people that are long-term clients that pay us $250,000 or more, we give them a whole library of my stuff. We give them something like 40,000 separate programs. We give them an $8,500 library of books, and I'm fine doing the same for you. And Rob will give you the book. It's not really a book. This is an integration on how to create breakthroughs of psychology. I've got one on thinking differently about your business. These are all proprietary internal documents. We got another one called The Unstoppable Business Growth Playbook, and it's an integration of all my latest methodologies, and that's it. So take 5 minutes, come back, and I'm going to do a very interesting wrap that's going to talk about uncertainty and how to capitalize on uncertainty. Okay? Be right back.
All right, we will be back at 1:36 Pacific time or in 5 minutes.
It's not probably going to be like, here's step 1, 2, 3. It's going to be more of like, how do you shift your brain and your mind to start seeing opportunities that weren't there before?
Massive opportunities that you're sitting on in your business that for him is like right hand. Like it's just like boom, he comes up with it.
Fundamentals that I learned from Jay just continue to serve me at such a deep level.
He's able to simplify. You know, that's where genius really comes in. It's
finding the simplest, fastest, lowest cost, lowest risk way of capitalizing on one of the biggest leverage points in any business, which is how do you get customers to willingly pay more, buy more frequently.
He gave me one tactic that produced $5 million of revenue into my business.
He thinks in such a different way, right? He thinks in a way where he can take one and turn it into 50 and take one and turn it into 100.
And now we are a 9-figure company. When we started, we were a 7-figure company.
You just go on to, the Parthenon theory, go on from there. And then one of the huge ones that you taught us was, you just mentioned a little bit now, was geometric growth. Y does not equal, X does not equal Y, and you taught us X equals, Y squared.
To a concept called E squared, which stands for the exponential entrepreneur. The ability to look at everything you do and understand optimization, highest, best use, but you can't optimize unless you have a bigger construct of all that's possible. And most people don't, because they spend all their life here.
And it is all because of the strategy and the foundation that Jay creates for business owners, marketers, and anybody looking for exponential growth into their business.
An exponential entrepreneur command and demand that everything they do produces the maximum current and residual value possible. And
Jay has doubled my income, doubled my net worth, has tripled probably the value of my company. And that was all by me just taking a leap of faith to pay Jay a fee to be my mentor.
Very few that can take someone who's already doing well and just help them accelerate and scale.
He's helped me take the things I was already doing, re-message them, reposition them to make them even more powerful for my audience.
Some of the best knowledge you're going to get about building, scaling large businesses that create impact is going to come from Jay.
start by not accepting whatever you do is anywhere close to optimum. And again, with total respect, I looked at a lot of your questionnaires. Thank you. But you accept a fraction of the yield you could be getting for the time, effort, and money you're spending.
Jay is just the best alive at marketing strategy and tactics, and that's it.
So, one of a kind. I have never, ever spoken to anyone or been inspired by anyone the way Jay inspires me, or learned from anyone the kinds of things that Jay teaches. So, one of a kind. If you're watching this, and if you have an opportunity to work with Jay in any capacity, read a book, attend an event, buy his coaching, buy his program, spend time with him, do it. Watch a video of him on YouTube. It doesn't matter. You do it.
That's a little embarrassing, but it's also very gratifying. So you might know not all of them. Some of them are digital marketing experts. Some of them are very prominent. Tony, a lot of you know. But it's really nice when you say, what does your career, what is your body of work, what does it represent to people? Somebody made that up. I didn't ask them. They made that up at their expense for me as a gift, and I thought it was really touching. And we like it because, unlike most people who are vertical tacticians, there's a lot of very bright people that are really good at one thing. It's a little bit difficult to to properly articulate and contextualize what I really am, because I don't do one thing. I do integrations. I do more involved holistically, and I look at as many facets of the areas of businesses that I understand in a more masterful way, and I try to put them all together, and it's an ultimate kaleidoscope or Rubik's Cube. Anyhow, so in the last vestiges of our encounter together, first of all, I'll acknowledge I've enjoyed this. I hope the majority of you are getting notes galore, and I hope all of you feel that it was a good investment of the two biggest resources you are speculating here. One is time, and the other is opportunity cost / attention. So I try to respect it, and I want to be the greatest ROI and the highest yielding residual investment that you ever made, whether we ever do any kind of compensated relationship together. So let me give you some notes. And this, I'm extrapolating. I created for Tony's audience one time, never gave a massive PowerPoint that we were going to do on crisis, and the fact that crisis in the Chinese language, it has two meanings. One is danger, one is opportunity. Anytime there is crisis, there's terrible danger, particularly if you're reactive or if you are rigid and don't really have the ability to alter and to change. But there's opportunity galore, because everybody around you normally is frozen. And if you've got a more strategic capability to see opportunity, to see possibility, to understand the markets, it's pretty profound. So I'm just going to go through it. It's going to be a little awkward because I have to adapt content that was originally designed for recession proofing to just more what I'll call uncertainty proofing. So give me a moment. So, all right. So a couple of things. I believe in what I call the alpha mindset. The alpha mindset is a phrase predicated from hedge funds where you're trying to get upside, asymmetric upside, outsized results, but you're de-risking the downside in everything you do. So, okay. All right, everybody through things. So think about this. There are things you can't control, and there are things you can. First thing is to realize what all the things are you can control. And when you have control, what are you going to do with that control? All right? So, if people don't know what to expect, and because of that, their expenditures are slowing down, their comfort with certain things that they might have done freely. My son is in the injectable business where they sell vanity, Botox-like and Juvederm type things. And he said that has slowed down dramatically because people are afraid to spend that kind of money not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow. So first thing is, if you're in an industry where people are getting paralyzed, they're contemplating, equivocating, uncertain, then the first thing is there are always going to still be people buying, either necessity buying or passionate buying or people that are unfazed by fear of economic loss. So you have to first say, okay, before anything else, we've got to figure out how we can get more of that market that is going to always exist. Now, I can't give you all the answers, but the first thing is you have to have a very better value proposition. The second is you have to have a better risk reversal. The third is you've got to show in your value proposition how your product or service out-delivers whatever factors represent value to the target audience you are trying to reach. So when in order to do that, risk reversal is very powerful. The concept of risk reversal is simple. Anytime any two people come together for any kind of transaction, business, relationship, love, friendship,
one side is always asking the other to absorb all, most, or more than all of the risk. And if you're trying to sell me a SaaS system for my business, then the risk in that is, first of all, I got to make the payment. Second risk is I got to take a lot of time to retrofit it. Third is if it doesn't function right, I lose control of my inventory, my cash, my client, I'm screwed. So you've got to be able, how do I overcome the fear of taking that next step? And it's different. It's not one size fits all, but risk reversal is being able to demonstrate preemptively before somebody makes a commitment that you've already mitigated, eliminated, managed the risk in ways better than two things, better than competition, to where it makes better sense to say yes than no. People are going to be contemplative. They're going to be uncertain. So besides risk reversal, you've got to give them more reasons to choose you over other places they could allocate their fear-based expenditures, where possible. If you can give people terms, that's going to make it easier than writing a check. And we said, and I didn't say it probably as good, if you go forward after a half day with me and you want to do either of those options, an hour a month or an hour every other month, I'm fine if you need it. I'd rather not be your banker, but I'll be happy to give you terms because I'm doing it more of a labor of love. But if you can give somebody more reasons to start, and for somebody like me, my reasons would be, well, okay, if you're paying as you go, but you're getting results that are upfront and you apply it, theoretically you're going to get a payoff. If you get a payoff that is really significant, I'll be paying a lot of the payments for you. Now that's an example. That's my example. But how can you show people that you've given them terms? Now you can give them terms and you carry it if you have a lot of profit in it. If you can't carry it, you find a financial service that'll do it at a discount or at a fair interest. If that isn't possible, you find people who are investors and you show them quantification. For example, years ago, we had a client that had an offer that was not profitable up front, but it had so many repeat purchases that if you could stay in the game, meaning as long as they could handle the negative cash flow until they got past that buyer was massively profitable, but they couldn't handle the cash flow because it was break even or losing when they got the first sale. And some of them, I've done this where they make nothing on the lead until it converts, but they have enough when they've never looked at a reconstruction of lifetime value, but when they look at the fact that every 10 leads hypothetically is $1,000 sale, and every 10 $1,000 sales are 20. Every 10 are like two $10,000 sales, and every 10 $10,000 sales are 200,000, and they put it all together. They go, wow! Every time I get 10 or 20 leads that didn't pay anything, I'm going to make $200,000 at the end of year one, and that's 80% profit. But they don't have the money to buy the leads or handle a first sale that's negative, because negative is because that maybe it costs more to generate the buyer the first time than the buyer is worth in the first sale. But once you have that data, you can go to investors, you can go to hard money investors and just show them and give them first monies back, give them an interest or a profit, and give them equity in the name. And I've done this for lots of people, but you have to be able to outthink your competitors. And the biggest insight that I've made over many, many recession periods, I've never been through a period, as has nobody, like what's going on in Washington. Doesn't matter who your political preference is, it's very uncertain. But even when there is uncertainty and the bottom seems to drop, people are still going to buy. So you have to figure out how you are going to get the majority of new people in, and you can shift the people that are already into that buying category. What typically happens, and it happened in COVID, people start cutting services. They cut the quality when things get tight, when the market starts drying up. Well, if everyone's cutting service and you are playing a long game and you are adding services and you stand out differently, you have advantage, and you have to play at advantage. There's no reason any of you should play the game of business with the assumption you have to do it with an equal playing field. You do not. There are countless ways you can give yourself, your business, your product, your service, your brand, ethical advantage, and you've got to explore that wherever possible, particularly in uncertainty. You've got to capitalize on it. So you have to have better risk reversal. You have to have more compelling and believable offers. So anytime there is resistance, you can't try to basically assume anything. Figure out real and perceived reasons people are resisting. One of them is a fear they're not going to have as much money coming in. Based on that is a worrisome that they don't need this, or that yours isn't the best choice in your category, or maybe there's an alternative they should be considering. Any time they put their deflectors up, or they start equivocating and contemplating and procrastinating, you have to be able to overcome that with logic, believability, concrete data. You got to show the cost of not doing it is worse than doing it, and you got to be able to show that putting the limited amount of allocatable capital to you is wiser than to some of the other alternatives. And you want to become great at storytelling and sampling how your product is going to pay off, and you got to look at implications that they don't. So how does your product, Nick was talking about this in one of the books that I have, and those of you that work with me will get all of them. I think there's 15 or 14 or 18, I don't know how many books I've written. We don't publish most of them, we use them for internal use for our clients, but some really good ones. But in one of them we said, when people go to a hardware store to purchase a drill, they don't want a drill, they want a hole. And they don't really want a hole, they want to fasten something. And they don't even want to fasten, they want to be able to watch their new big screen 85-inch TV tonight on Netflix, or they want to make sure the new lock is in the door so they can sleep confidently and securely, or they want to make sure the new bathroom sink flows water. You're selling a result, but if you don't really focus a lot on it right now, because your market is just pretty fluid and it's happening, but it starts drying up or becoming harder, you've got to help people see with more concreteness the impact your product or service, when it's at work in their life or their business, is producing for them. And you got to show, if it's a product they use over and over again, the ROI they're going to get over time, and you got to help them appreciate more concretely and comparatively the logic of not postponing the purchase or not negating the purchase. So also, and this is interesting, in tight times, in COVID, this was wonderful. It's a really fascinating reality. When COVID happened and everybody's business just dropped, many companies terminated their highest paid people because they wanted to get it off the payroll. Now, from a short-sighted, static thinking CFO point of view, that was really smart. From a J. Abraham strategic point of view, that was really stupid, because many of the ways they got terminated negated any competitive prohibition, so they no longer had a non-compete because they got terminated in a way that negated it. These people a lot of times had better, tighter relationships with the decision makers at the companies or in the private sector, that those companies that terminated them were having. The owners didn't have the relationship, senior management didn't, the people that got terminated did. And what happened, I was able to find companies in similar fields, and we would just go on LinkedIn and find people who had very responsible roles where they had very, very tight relationships with all the buyers. And now they were out of a job. They were making 300,000-400,000, and now they're on unemployment for 3,000, and they really have an economic shortfall. We would find them unemployed. We would demonstrate to them that our product, our service, our company, our values, our culture were superior, and we would get them to get on the phone and call as many of their past clients as they could and introduce them to us, and we would give a fabulous performance-based compensation to that person that had the relationships, and we just killed it. Also, media. Most media is hurting when there is a downturn or when there's uncertainty. But most media that are hurting, they can't save advertising. So a newspaper can't save, if this much of a page isn't sold in advertising, they can't save it for tomorrow. It's gone. They have to put something in it. A radio station, a television station, a network, they can't save 3 minutes that's supposed to be run this hour and use it in 2 weeks. It's gone. So you can get great buys, you can get great negotiated deals where you can pay them on results instead of advertising. So you got to think with mental agility. Hold on. The mindset you need to adapt and adopt during uncertainty is, first of all, you've got to improve your marketing prowess. Most of you, and it's not a criticism, it's just clinical, your marketing ability is limited. You're not, it is improbable that your ads are the best they could be, your sales approaches are the best they could be, your lead generation is the best you could be, your monetization of the relationships you have with your buyers are the best you can be, you're getting the best collaboration out of your vendors, you're using all the influences, all the relationships that you have the best. So you've got to decide, I can no longer be content to sub-optimize, because those are the same thing as the 10-10-10, except for it's on steroids, because if you can make any and all of those 10, 20, 30% better, not only is it going to give your ads, your marketing, your selling, your relationships, your investment in intangible assets, buyers, prospects, distributors, distribution channels, it's going to make it much higher yielding. You're going to take attention away from the people that aren't, and you can no longer, you can't justify the luxury of mediocrity. You just can't. You've got to leverage your efforts in ways you never have before. So you have to really understand it, not necessarily through me, but you got to do it, or you're not, at best, you're going to not do as well as you should. At worst, you're going to be in trouble against the ropes. You've got to manage much more astutely. And if you've never really thought about it, you got to inspire people. People are the most under optimized asset you have. You've got to study how to get your team and yourself far more productive, efficient, and perform at a higher level. There are many soft skills you can learn and you can teach your team that will help each person be better. Nick talked about operational efficiency. Stephen M. R. Covey teaches business trust building, and he's done research where people that command a certain level of trust, and he's broken it down to 13 characteristics, they get other people collaborating more, being more productive, they get decision making made faster, they get buyers buying faster, buying longer, buying more, and he said there's up to a 300% increase in performance when you command and master these 13 characteristics. You can go online and see what they are, and he's got 2 or 3 books that are $30 that explain it. Number 2, there is research on how you are heard, your voice, your tonality, your inflection, and that if you have a certain authoritative but not arrogant strategic communication style, it's another 200 to 300% impact. There is research on how you are seen, and how you are seen, not just authoritatively, but with your intention, your your authenticity, and it's another 100 to 200. There's a bunch of soft skills. We've got a list of them somewhere, and if you start making sure you're teaching that to everyone, and you are learning it yourself, it's 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, because there's a number of ways. Listening is very, very, very weak. Asking the best questions. When I do Tony, we usually give everybody ahead of time a document called how to ask better questions and get much better answers, because the questions you ask are going to determine the answers you get. The answers you get are going to determine the actions you take. The actions you take are going to determine the results you achieve. You got to be a leader more than anything else. When people are scared, they expect you to be as close to the rock. Even if you're internally not sure, your job is to lead people. You are the person they turn to. Most small, medium entrepreneurs don't realize that everybody in your employ, their hopes, their dreams, their expectations, their sense of security, certainty is vested in you. They all have not the same level, perhaps, if you make a lot of money. They have financial concerns, stress concerns, health concerns, family, relationship, parenting, and you've got to be there and have a plan that they can follow and not just freeze and go into the fetal position. It doesn't work. Go online. We have it, but I use it when I'm doing training programs. We have this interview we did with Perry Marshall, and he's got all these quadrants you need to operate in. And one of the quadrants is a little similar to Nick, but it's different. He calls it that there's four. Are you there, Brian? Remind me what the four quadrants are. The one's barnacles. What's the rest?
So work ethic. So barnacles, work ethic. The sweet life, and I forget what the fourth one is. I'm sorry.
The fourth one is the high level. That's Renaissance.
Renaissance time. That's the one. Yeah.
So he's saying barnacles is you're wasting time. You're on your email. You're on Facebook. The other one is what you have to do right now to make money. The sweet life is your hobbies, your relaxation. But the Renaissance time is when you're operating in the most elevated and stratospheric zone of creativity, of breakthrough thinking, of strategic thinking. And by the way, from my heart, if you have any employees, and if you don't, you have to use a lot of AI, but your job should not be to do the heavy lifting. Your job should not be to be the tactician. Your job should be the strategic thinker, thinking ahead, thinking forward, thinking about, and you gotta think of hindsight isn't gonna help you anymore because it's a different world. Insight is becoming more marginalized because everything's changing. Foresight is very hard if you don't know what's happening. So you got to have a constant pulse. You've got to travel outside your world. There's a book that came out a couple of years ago called Range, R-A-N-G-E. It was written by a gentleman, last name of Epstein, November the 1st. And the premise, paraphrasing, is the people that are going to own the second half of this century are the ones that have the most range, because if you're just a tactical oriented person with one skill and you're predicating it on the past, you're going to get your head handed to them. There's so many new developments. You have to have this ability to understand and integrate all kinds of experiential understanding and see patterns. And if you don't do that, it can be trained. I have great pattern recognition, and I think part of it is experiential, part of it is conscious investing in doing it, and part of it is how's my brain's wild. But the more patterns you see, the more opportunities for capitalizing, and the more opportunities you have for avoiding dangers. But if you don't look at them, or when you look at them, it's nothing there. It's different between a nuclear telescope or a nuclear microscope and just looking at air. what you have to expect if you carry receivable are that cash flow will slow down. People will use your money and you will unintentionally become a bank. Remember I said, I am willing to work out terms if you want me to for any of the two options after the half day. You want to do every hour and you want me to carry the payment over 12 months, I'll do it. But I don't really want to be your bank. But a lot of you, you're going to be turned into a bank because your clients and your customers will slow down payment because you're not going to charge them very much. You may charge them a late fee, you may not, but you're probably going to not sue them unless they get very, very slow and they're going to use your money for overhead and they're going to use it for payroll. And you better have a concept in preparation for that probability. You may be able to cut them off, but if you're not going to, or if it's a sale that's already been transacted, but you're carrying the receivable, you just have to have a plan for it. Cash management is going to be key. In uncertainty or recession, he who has cash has massive advantage. You can buy, you can buy media at discounts, you can buy assets, you can buy access, you can buy real estate, you have all kinds of things. But if you don't have cash and you don't, you're in trouble. I tried to get every client I could during COVID times when they were making 2%, 1% loans to borrow all they could and stick it in the bank because they may never need it, but the cost of paying for it was pretty nominal. But if they ever needed it, there will come a time they can't get it if they don't have it. So get it when you can. You got to be proactive on everything. So there's going to be a lot of talent that's going to be available, and they're going to be hurt because they haven't been on the open market available and without income for a long, long time. Most of the competitors will play defense, so you have to learn to play offense. You got to be faster to respond to issues, but not promiscuous. You got to be decisive more so than ever. You got to look at every process in your business and make every interrelated action. I'm not talking about revenue, I'm talking about everything. Selling system, the operational system, buying, customer service, everything better because you got to be not just as efficient, you cannot afford to let your market down. You cannot afford to be investing money and not getting the optimal, the maximum return you can get on people and opportunity on transactions. You can't. You want to get more yield out of your buyers. The woman who has the pet hotel, the only reason that hers is more difficult. Every one of you that has buyers that you know either buy other things before, during, after, or instead, you should partner with people who sell those other things, and you should also go to those kind of people and see if they'll sell your thing. You really want to extend the utility value of relationships. Utility value means if all I sell is bottled water, I want to see if I can sell the same person sparkling water. And if I can sell them colored water, flavored water, if I can sell them coffee, because I already have a trusted buyer and I know they consume fluids. How many other ones can I put through my distribution? You got to look at other facets. You may have maybe there's nothing else you have to sell, but you have the trust of a decision maker who buys a lot of other things. So you've got to ask yourself, how many other ways can I monetize ethically my buyers, my access, my relationship with a market? You want to find competitors in trouble. As I said earlier, there are a lot of competitors who may have worked hard all their life and been very ethical and have a very good reputation with the people they're doing business with now, but their business has contracted. There are many people that are not making much of any money, but they don't know how to get out of it. No one will buy it, and they'll go bankrupt if they close it. So the owner is just sort of treading water and trading money, and he or she's not getting anything. If you find those companies, and there are plenty of them, and they're the ones selling what you sell, selling things people buy before, during, after. Instead, you can go to them and you can acquire their assets. You don't have to buy the business, and you can acquire it on a performance basis where you pay them. So let's say somebody's got 1,000 buyers and you've got 5,000, and the buyers they have are buying, but they're just not buying enough to cover all the overhead and make enough money for the owner. So you would buy the asset. You get those 1,000 people, you would integrate them into your business so that the overhead of servicing them would be reduced, because, and I don't think I said this today, I said it I think yesterday. If I said it today, I'll say it again. When I ask somebody what's it cost to service a sale, their typical answer is going to be based on taking all the revenue they bring in, dividing it by all of the overhead for and dividing it into transactions, and they'll get a number. So if I have, if I bring in, let's call it $1 million, and I am making, I don't know what I'm making, because I got to see how much it costs, how much of that is allocated per sale. If the average sale is $100, and I got to send my overhead, I have to factor my overhead in and see what it's costing me per sale based on my static expenses. But normally, I'm not saying this is clear, normally when you add one more sale, it doesn't cost you much of anything else. So the profit in that additional sale could be 2 or 3 or 4 times. When you can find sources of other sales that you don't have to really add much more to get, that additional sale can be worth much more profit. So if you're buying on an earnout, meaning no real money has changed hands, and you're buying a buyer list from other people, but you can put it through your overhead that's already existing, and incrementally it's only a little bit, but it didn't make sense for the company you're buying it from because they had the same overhead, but they had only 1,000 buyers. You have 5. All of a sudden, you turn something that is breaking even or losing money for them into a huge profit for you, and you can give back 25% of that profit as a payout to pay them for the business. Then you help them get rid of the equipment. You help them get rid of their lease. Let's say somebody has a year and a half left on their lease and they're paying $5,000, and you're taking over their 1,000 hypothetical buyers. Those 1,000 hypothetical buyers might be worth $3 million in revenue a year, and that $3 million is a break even for the other company. But by adding it to your business where you already have customer service, you already have accounts receivable, you already have technical support, it costs you much less per sale than it costs them, so you're making a lot more profit. So you can take a little bit of that profit and buy down, helping them release their facility. Let's say they had a $5,000 lease for the next year and a half, and let's say that's 5 times 15, so it's 75,000. And let's say at 75, it's going to be hard to release it or sublease it, but at 4,000 or at even 3,500, it's going to be easy to lease. Well, if you could help them sublease it, and there's a $1,000 or $1,500 a month shortfall, 1,500 times 15 would be about $22,000. But if you're making $1 million from the acquisition of the names after paying a share to that owner of the business, you can easily pay that $22,000 for a year to help them out of their lease. They might have a couple of people you also want to hire. Definitely you want their salespeople. Definitely you want their phone number. Definitely you want their URL, and just consolidate it. And that's a strategy. Brian, I think we're out of time.
We are a little bit over our projected scope, but that was so worthy of sharing, and thank you for including the listening element in that final.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys. I was very passionate passionate about doing this. I didn't know who would show up. I didn't know how it would go. I wish more of you had posed questions because I don't believe in my heart that any of you have fully acknowledged all the questions, all the issues, all the challenges, and absolutely all the untapped, underperforming opportunities available. But I tried very hard to not just help you and answer them and give you explanation. I tried to make today a pivotal day of expanding dramatically your business worldview. I hope I succeeded. It will please me if many of you want my help for at least 4 hours. It'll be great if you want to go for a year, monthly or bi-monthly. This is a daring experiment. It's out of the realm of what I normally do because I'm not getting any profit participation. And we cut the fee in half. We also cut the hours, just so you know it. But it's a very affordable way to access me, and I've never given that kind of credit for somebody going forward on something that modest. But I just want to see what happens. And if you do avail yourself of at least the half day, please don't even do it if you're not going to execute and apply. I'm the one person that doesn't want the money if you're not going to do anything with the knowledge. I think I bring very profound, not just expert, but proprietary knowledge to people. And it just drives me up a wall if you're not going to execute, implement, optimize, and sustain all its profit power. So I appreciate you. I hope you got value. I hope the rest of your Friday, if it's Friday, if you're out of the country, it might already be Saturday, but I've appreciated it. And if we have a chance to work together in one of those 3 ways, certainly the half day, I'll be thrilled. But either way, I hope I gave more value than you expected. Nick is a cool guy. He and I have a podcast together and a couple of business deals. I just brought him on to bedazzle you. He's a cool guy, and you're welcome to check him out. And Brian, thank you very much for how hard you work. My staff, I decided to do this last minute. My staff had to scurry to get all the invitations out and to figure it all out. But I hope this is very different. Those of you who've seen Tony and I together, we're much more powerful together because he's got his point of view, I got mine. He's big and boisterous and authoritative, and he's very fast-minded, and I have to rise to the occasion. He's one of the few people who challenges me to be better, and I really appreciate that. But I hope this experience with me predominantly, I hope it was at least what you expected, and hopefully better than you expected. And I thank you, and I thank everybody. Thank you, Brian, Michelle, Laura, Scott, Nick, and everybody. Use what you learned today. Don't go and make it a forgettable intellectual entertainment. That means a lot. I don't need a clap. I need greatest acknowledgement anybody can ever give me is to go out and do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
Bye.
Bye.